and all that happened there. Jet Lawrence clinching. Hunter Lawrence taking a commanding points lead. Well, sort of commanding. With 4 motos to go in the Motocross Series Outdoors. I was up in Sturgis this past week. We'll talk about that a little bit as well. We got some Loretta Lynn's Ranch talk, of course. Sandwich shops. Millville Ride Day. And more. Tonight on the PulpMX Show, presented by Motorsport.com, Decal Works and Fly Racing. Coming at you! 5:02 p.m. Pacific. The great Kevin Windam will be calling in. K-Dub was at the ranch, and always love to get him on the show. So we will talk to Kevin Windam about what he's been up to and more tonight on the show. Austin Forkner. We will call Austin Forkner to talk about his comeback from injury, switching trainers, Supercross injuries, and more. So talking about Austin Forkner. Maximus Vohland as well, having a good, solid season outdoors for the Red Bull KTM team. We'll have Max Vohland on to tell us about what he thinks about Unadilla and the season and more. Looking forward to that. And also Jay Wilson. He's an Aussie. He's riding for Star Yamaha for the last 3 races, including Unadilla. And he tests for Japan, Yamaha Japan, races in Japan. Jay Wilson, Aussie rider. He'll be also on tonight. So jam-packed show, and looking forward to taking some of your phone calls, 702-586-7857. And yeah, we're going to give some stuff away, I think. Really looking forward to it. My co-host tonight after 2 weeks off. He is fresh off the ranch. He's been a very busy guy. And there's lots to talk to him about. Some of it that we actually can talk about. Some of it we can't talk about. Kris Keefer, everybody. What's up, buddy?
Excited to be back.
2 weeks off. We were done. Yeah.
No, you're doing pretty good. Usually you're a little rusty.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like you're a little bit shaky and rusty, but today you're killing it.
Yeah. You know what? This is what I'm born to do. Once the lights come on.
Because you were born in
the U.S. No, it's not born in the U.S.
I know.
Yeah. Listen, we got some voicemails from people.
Oh, I can't wait.
We'll play some of those.
So
some of the fans have spoken.
I was driving Loretta's. I didn't know what was going on. They're listening to the show, so it's going to be interesting to hear these.
Yeah. I want to – so we haven't talked much. We've texted a little bit because you were out of service. You were at the ranch.
Yeah.
So we haven't really talked at all about this thing.
I'm scared.
I want to get your opinion on it.
We'll talk about it.
Yeah, we'll talk about it. K-Dub, Kevin Windam.
Saw him at the ranch.
Yeah.
Lots of talk about K-Dub at the ranch.
Really? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. K-Dub and J-Law showed up.
I didn't believe it, and then I ran across him, and he was there.
Yeah, J-Law. All
right.
So
was Scott Sepkovic.
I heard Austin Forkner, Maximus Vohland, Jay Wilson, all calling in to talk Unadilla. Taking your phone calls over there, holding things down in the corner, the brand new father, the Tallon Taylor. What's up, Lone Wolf?
What's up? It's the first time I've left the baby for more than like 30 minutes. So
Really?
Yeah.
Does it feel good? Feel good to go to work?
I know one
mixed feelings, but it is kind of nice right now.
I know one thing you haven't been doing is working on my fucking motorsport.com return.
I also have not been at motorsport since we had the baby.
Unbelievable.
And you got 6 weeks left till you get to get back in it. So.
What?
Yeah, it takes that long.
The men get 6 weeks off?
I'm talking about the deal.
What deal? Yeah. Right.
It takes a while.
Is it 6 weeks?
She said maybe longer than 6.
They say that.
I already brought that up to her.
But they say that you're going to be angry and cranky and she's going to give in. You'll be fine.
Mm-hmm. We'll see.
It's pity. You'll get some pity sex. And by then, you'll be like, I don't care. I need that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you won't even feel guilty about it. Right. Directing the show over there, holding things down, working on the PulpMX app. The Travis Marks. What's up, Marks Dog?
Hello.
How are you? Welcome back.
Thank you.
You were in for Thursday, though, I guess. So, yeah.
I was in for Thursday, yes. Keefer, why are you laughing?
I love you so much.
Thank you, buddy. I love you too.
Okay. We got to talk about the ranch and your performance
We're going to do this right at the top?
No, we're not.
Okay, yeah, don't.
But I have a lot of questions about you, your life, where it's headed, ranch. I got a lot of stuff to talk to you about when it comes to Loretta Lynn's.
All right, I'm ready for it.
Also, I don't know if you remember, but the last time Keefer was in, we spoke about it would be awesome if there was someone out there that could dish the real truths on this sport.
Hard-hitting truths.
Yeah, hard-hitting truths. Sort of like the character from
Star Wars?
Oh, okay.
Wait.
Stop rattling me with that text, Marks.
It is 2 weeks.
I mean, you're
Here
supposed
comes
to be
that 2 weeks.
professional.
Okay, so like the Mandarin in Iron Man 2 was what we talked
Iron Man.
about.
That was Star Wars.
No, Iron Man 2. And we're in luck. There's a gentleman out there. The Mandarin is out there. We don't know where his location is, but he has sent us some grainy videos.
Yeah.
With some truths.
He's underground somewhere.
Yeah, so we'll get to those later. We've got the X-Brand Goggle tear-offs. We have the Race Tech Rant. And we also have the motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment as well. So lots to get into tonight on the show. Unadilla, Jet Lawrence, 1-1, clinches the title.
What are you going to say?
Well, look, I guess Chase got close. Chase, went for it a little bit. Jet changed some lines. Chase had to put on the brakes, stalled it. But, I mean, if you're Chase Sexton, well, first of all, his crash afterwards was a pretty good one.
Yeah.
That was no joke, that crash.
Yep.
But if you're Chase Sexton, outside of that crash, I guess you're leaving Unadilla with a positive frame of mind.
Absolutely. Like, he closed the gap. He got right up to him. I feel like he was really anxious to make that move, and when he kind of ran into him.
Yeah.
From the drone shot, looking at that whole thing, it looked like he was going to rush that pass, but I feel like he wanted to get past him really quick because he felt like he was faster. Then I think it just kind of unraveled after that. I think it just was tough to get back up to him, and when he did, he just made mistakes. It's never – when you watch Jet – we get talk about this all the time, but he never looks like he's worried about anybody catching him.
Yeah.
Oh, someone is catching me. Okay. Going to get a little faster, or I'll just say the same speed and someone's going to mess up. And it's worked out.
Has Chase started in front of Jet at any point this year?
Yes. Yes.
Which moto?
I want to say Washougal. And Jet got around him really quick.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, on the first lap? Like before
yeah,
the
like
first lap?
like
okay.
real quick.
Okay. He's got to get in front of him. Like, you just can't.
And that's the only time you see a quick acting Jet is when he isn't in the lead. Like, he comes up quick, he looks really aggressive for that brief half a lap or a lap, and then it goes into normal Jet.
Yep.
If there is a normal Jet.
19. Perfect season. Unbelievable. Yeah.
Did you, when you watched the race this weekend, did you think about us riding the bikes while you were watching them?
Not really.
I did.
Yeah,
I was thinking about the bike the whole time. Like, I know exactly what that feels like. Yeah, it was
let's face it. You actually rode the bikes. I putted around on them.
You have an injury from the bikes.
I have an injury from the bikes, or Brock Tickle.
Okay.
I don't know which one.
Tickle fucked you.
I don't know if Brock Tickle fucked me or the Honda fucked me, but yeah, I've got something going on with the ligament in my elbow, and I have barely been able to mountain bike ride. I rode up in Sturgis, which we'll talk about later. I trail rode, and I was in so much pain. I took 4 leave within the span of like 4 hours.
Sucking it up.
Dude. Anyways, we'll talk about that and more later. But yeah, it looked like a nasty track. It looked like no fun at all.
Oh my god.
Rutty, rut cross, just all of the traditional Unadilla stuff. They got a little bit of rain during the day. But yeah, this is unbelievable what this kid's doing. Now, again though, I think like if you're Chase, can you leave okay or no?
I don't think you can leave okay.
You can't leave okay?
No,
okay.
I mean, being these guys, right? Like in his head, he wants to win. He knows he can win. This is what their mindset like. So these little victories that we're talking about as fans and idiots that talk on these radio shows, I just think he doesn't care about it. He just wants to win. He knows he can run the pace. He knows he can be faster. Mm-hmm. It's just putting it together, and it just hasn't happened yet. We know Honda worked hard over the break and changed some things, and the bike did look better.
Yep.
And he was better, but I still think him coming in, he wants to beat him, and he wants to stop the streak, and he doesn't want to go away.
So there's no moral victories out of this, right?
No.
Yeah.
I think he saw his chance slip away right there. And as some people say, hey, if it was going to happen, it was going to happen at Unadilla.
Yeah.
I disagree. I think Bud's is another good one for Chase.
Wow, Washougal we thought first, but
yeah.
So Michael Lindsay was texting with me. He was in Unadilla last week, Friday, and he was texting with me, and I said, hey, I think that brace frame will be on Sexton's bike. Go run over there and look. Mm-hmm. Because I found it interesting after we were riding those things, Keir, Chase's dad, and Chase, everyone was talking to you about the bike. You were telling them about things about the bike.
Yep.
And then you were like, I think it's that frame. Like some of the things you talked about, you're like, I think that frame. Mm-hmm. You've had a lot of time on a Honda, so you know Hondas pretty well.
Yep.
And then the way they were acting, Chase and his dad was like, oh, okay. Like they seemed into it. Everyone was pretty interested in what you had to say, which, by the way, again, Lars said I nailed the settings perfectly, so thank you. But so I was like, hey, they're going to try this brace frame again, the one he rode in Supercross, and they're going to come out with Unadilla, and they're going to run it because Jet's got it on, and he's going to like it. And didn't even try it, we were told.
Yep.
Didn't even try the brace frame.
No.
Yeah. So I was pretty surprised. She's pretty surprised.
When I talked to Kier a little bit at Washougal, they kind of went down that road, and they figured it was good in certain areas, but for how Chase rides and outdoors, I think they want to stay away from that. We mostly talked about the suspension, especially his dad. We really talked about the shock and the BFRC and what I felt, and he agreed on some of the things that I felt that he was talking with Chase with. So I think they really went to work with suspension part of it.
Yep.
And I think that is what they found. You know?
They did. They did some suspension stuff. Yeah.
So yeah, granted, I feel like the frame would be better, but I'm not Chase. He's way better of a rider, and he rides differently. He doesn't want that much weight.
What Chase would have done at the ranch?
Oh.
I mean.
Yeah. It's bad. Yeah. That frame that Jet's on, it puts a lot of weight on the front end feel, and Chase doesn't like that.
Right. But you could argue maybe he needs it.
Could argue that too. But I mean, how are you going to argue with a guy
you're right.
that is that good?
Yeah.
Right.
Ferrandis has been throwing everything at his suspension, trying to get this thing better.
Yeah.
It looked good. He went 2-3. First mode he was catching Jet. A little bit late. Now, how much of that was just, a couple laps to go and Jet was cruising? Who knows?
Yep.
But, Dylan looked better.
I do know that the Star Team, KYB, they've been working hard on trying to find a setting for Dylan. They've been outside of the box. Things that I know like they normally wouldn't do inside of a factory team, they've been helping Dylan with. Mm-hmm. So they have been going above and beyond to get him comfortable. And it goes way back to the drawing board, like going from stock suspension so he can feel it.
Yeah, he had some stock stuff on this weekend, right? Stock components, from what I
It's
understand?
stockish.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
but obviously the Yamaha has changed a lot from 22 to 23. I get that.
Yep.
But I don't see it changing so much that your 22 suspension.
I disagree.
That you kicked ass on.
Disagree.
Okay.
And then Travis will disagree with me. I mean, a lot of guys will disagree with me, but the 22 and the 23 completely feel different. And I even tried bolting on my old stuff when I got the new bike. It didn't work. The frame it's just a stiffer natured frame, and it's the window to dial it in for me. And I think this is what I'm finding out with other race guys that, I shouldn't say everybody. Dylan's the only one that's been really picky about it. But even he's saying the window is narrower, which I tend to agree with. When you find it, it's great. And there's a lot of things that are better. Mm-hmm. But if you don't find that window, it simply isn't as planted. And if you look at Unadilla, how fast the track is and how long those ruts are, being how fast it is, you have to be planted. And the 23 isn't good in those areas. So it's good in the other areas like turning, cornering, the tighter sections of the track. The engine is better. But being straight line planted, they need to find something to make those guys go faster when they're already going Mach 10.
I guess he's trying everything.
It looked way better.
It looked better, right? It looked like he was happy.
It didn't look ass and low like it normally does.
Yeah. Well, so Dylan Ferrandis could be back. What if he was the one to break the streak?
Wouldn't that be crazy?
Yeah, it would be absolutely nuts. Yeah.
I don't think so. I mean, you see Chase was still 6-7 seconds ahead before he screwed up.
Yeah.
Dylan caught up,
but
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't see that.
Something I wrote about in my column that's coming out this week on Racer X, and they talked to us a little bit about.
You know who could have beat the streak?
Who?
If he was there, and I thought he was going to come.
Mandarin?
That too.
Oh.
I thought Kenny was going to show up.
Yeah, Kenny didn't have the fitness at High Point. Now, how much of that was just no prep?
But Kenny at Unadilla.
I know. He would have to improve his fitness, I think. But yeah, he was supposed to show up for Unadilla and Budds Creek and never did.
Yeah.
So, the something I wrote this week, dude. I think, look again. I'm a shitty rider, but you rode the bike. Both Sexton and Lawrence's bikes are not like pull your arms out, torque, horsepower, king bikes. They are not that way. They make really good power, but they are not like something that you can't hang on to. That's not their advantage off the starts. Mm-hmm. Jet starts are phenomenal, and I think they found something in electronics. What one of the guys was telling me for outdoors. The Great's a little different than Supercross. I think when you combine what they found and then rider technique, clutch stuff, Jet's unbelievable on the starts right now. And it's not horsepower. That's not why he's doing it. Mm-hmm. It's off the grate. Mm-hmm. That's huge.
A lot of these, I've ridden a lot of these 450 engines, and they're just massively fast, and they try to detune those at times to get some traction,
Yeah.
and some other guys are just trying to get more horsepower off the gate. There's a blend of that within a Honda, at least Jets, when I rode it.
Yeah.
And it's stupid. We never did starts. I should have did starts.
Yeah.
Didn't think about that.
Yeah, right.
Should have did that. I was so excited. But there's so much traction. Then you can just lay it down with the gas, right? Like,
Yeah.
so if you have that much traction, you can mat it and you're not breaking loose. And that's what Jet's bike does really well. Chase bike has way more power down low. It's snappy.
Yeah.
So I think it's harder to control. And I don't think Unadilla, and you've been there more than I have, is it ripped really deep off the start?
No, not really.
Not really,
No,
right?
No.
I mean, Washougal isn't ripped deep.
No.
So we're going to see something different at Bud's because it's pretty deep off the start there.
Yeah.
And it's a tight 180. So I think if he's going to get a bad start, I think Bud's is where we're going to see it. But honestly, man, it has such a good blend of power.
Yeah,
and it's insane.
They've got something going. His starts are, you slowed them down. I slowed it down, and you're just like, fuck,
His body doesn't
just,
move.
No, and he just goes, off the, it's straight. It's perfect. It's no, body's not moving. There's no, it hooks up perfectly, and he's off to the races. He may not get the whole shot, but he's top 5 pretty much every time. Phenomenal. Yeah.
John, did you watch the interview with Johnny O during the broadcast? And he even says, like, Jet's ability to have balance is unbelievable. Something that he's never seen before out of all the guys he's trained.
Yeah, before he started working with him, he found
so
out. Yeah.
I think that has something to do with it too, you know?
Yep. All right, Kris Keefer here on the PulpMX show. Kris Keefer is brought to you by Wiseco Piston, all new website for these guys. So thanks to the folks at Wiseco, and who didn't run the big giant Wiseco sticker on their bike for all those years. 2-stroke and 4-stroke stuff. They've got it. They got a complete powertrain accessories over there. They got the bike in a box thing at Wiseco. PulpMX 23 is the code to save. We used to have a funky code with Wiseco, but now it is PulpMX 23. All new website. Wiseco.com, bringing you Kris Keefer. Great pistons and great company.
You can order direct?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, with the code, and you can save. It's fantastic. So Kris Keefer brought to you by the folks at Wiseco Piston. So thank you to those guys for doing it. Over 80 years of experience manufacturing power sports pistons. All right, we have a lines are full. I want to talk about Hunter and Hayden. Hayden was on it until his bike broke. Damn it. So we got lots to talk about. Let's get to some phone calls here. Anthony wants to talk about that brace frame. Anthony, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
This is just a question for Kris. As far as that brace frame goes, could you explain in layman's terms what would be, the advantages and disadvantages of that, and why someone would want to use it or not use it?
Well, obviously, us mere mortals will not be able to use it because it's a thin piece of aluminum welded down the down tube and other areas by the head tube. But on paper, you would think it would make the bike more rigid, right? Because you're adding material to the frame. And rider feeling, I always talk about rider feeling. So in rider feeling, the bike itself, if you just have a production Honda, feels rigid. You're like, oh, it's way too stiff. I want to soften it up. But when you talk to the Honda Japanese engineers, the Honda frame itself is the softest frame on paper compared to all of the other 450 machines out there. So what these top riders are feeling is the bike flexing too much, causing it to do something when they load the chassis, which in essence makes the bike feel rigid, but it's just flexing too much. So when they add that material, it doesn't flex as much. When you're on the bike as a rider, you get more comfort. So it's kind of an ass backwards thought, but that is exactly what you feel when you ride Jet's bike, is just you feel more comfort, for me, a normal guy, versus Chase's bike, where his bike feels stiffer nature. So I think the positives are you get more comfort, you get less rigidity, you have better lean angle grip from the tires. Some of that negative would be more weight on the front end. So it could knife a little bit more. It would take a little bit more setup for us mere mortal guys to get the bike balanced. But for guys that have everything at their disposal, like a factory team, they can make it balanced.
I remember when I worked at Yamaha, we were bracing some of those aluminum frames.
Yeah. When
the 2-strokes first went to them. And they literally talked to the guy in Japan who designed the frame.
Mm-hmm.
And we're like, hey, this is what we're thinking, or this is what the riders are feeling. And this dude sent back schematics of the frame, you know, how it's welded and where it is, and then said, okay, put 1 millimeter here, put a brace here. You know what I mean? Like this is the dude who designed
can lay it out
the frame.
right yeah.
Like you don't. There's no guessing.
Right.
This is the guy who designed the frame and the torsion and thickness and everything else, and was like, try this on this spot.
Yes.
You know. So yeah.
And then I've talked to chassis engineers being a part of a lot of production testing, and just like what Steve said, they have everything laid out, and in theory, they have portions of the bike that they would like to stiffen or soften based on what we feel on what part of the track. So I say, hey, the bike feels stiff when I'm loading into this part of the track on, you know, deep decel when there's big bumps. He's like, okay, we need to try this part of the frame. So there's certain areas of the frame that they go to when riders complain about certain things.
Thanks, Anthony. Thanks, man.
Oh, thanks, guys.
Appreciate it. Let's go to Colin. Colin, what's up, man?
Hey, guys. I just have a quick question. Maybe the two of you can touch in, but mainly for you, Steve. Basically, I heard you on PulpMX, the Fly Moto 60 show the other day talking about career numbers. What's your problem with it? Like, I personally like the career number, like Tomax 3. You know, you just get to know all the guys.
Yeah,
and it's chaos in the 250 class.
My problem with them is they just give them out. They give them out like they're fucking candy, right? Like it should be. It used to be, hey, top 10 overall, you get a career number, or if you win a championship, an outdoor title, or a national championship, you get a career number. Well, now it's if you win a regional title, 250 title, you get a career number. You're supposed to lose your career number if you don't get 25 points in a year. Well, Brock Tickle and Chad Reed have hung on to their career numbers for God knows what reason why. It's like the trophy situation. Everybody's getting a career number now. There's too many of them. It's too easy to make it. Like I agree. Like Tomac 3, awesome, and you know Jet Lawrence number great. Ken Roxon 94. I'm all about it, but there's too many given out to guys who are not, in my opinion, you know, one of the elite guys in the sport.
Good. No, I just wanted to be clear. I didn't know if you wanted it to go back to the old way, or even how they do it in Canada, where if you finish third, you get 3, finish fourth, you get 4.
No, Canada has permanent numbers now too. Canada did that too.
Oh, okay.
But no, I don't think I wouldn't care if they went back to the old way. It wouldn't bother me to lose the numbers, but I understand the career number.
I kind of like the Canada way. Like back when I was a fan, being a kid, like 1 through 10, you knew who won, you knew who got second last year. Like if they did that whole thing with the SMX points, the top 10, that was your numbers.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with that either, but I just think they're giving too many of them away, and they're not taking them away quick enough.
Okay. So, one more thing, your mic's a little quiet tonight, Steve. Kris sounds good, but just thought I'd throw that out there.
How's that? Is that better? How's that?
I mean, on the phone you sound great, but when I was watching on YouTube, you're a little quiet. So maybe lean into the mic a little bit.
All right, I will do. Thanks, buddy.
All right, thanks. Looking forward to Kevin Windham.
Thank you, man. Kevin Windham coming up right away here on the show. Go ahead, caller. Caller?
Hello, am I on?
Yeah, you're on.
Hey, it's Randy here. I missed the first few minutes of the show, and I just want to check if I missed the update on Life Swap.
No, sir, you have not. No, there is no update.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
No.
Okay, sorry about that. I joined late, and I just didn't know if I'd missed that. So I'll go back. I'll enjoy the rest of the show. Looking forward to hearing from K-Dub, who, as you know, is not on social media. And then I'll look for updates on Life Swap later on the show. So
thank you, sir.
Man.
Yep,
thank you.
Hey,
and and you know what I'm doing? Hello.
Yes.
I'm asking on behalf of the Americans, the Australians, Canadians, just people around the world, all of Pulp Nation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for calling.
All right.
Thanks.
Bye.
Keep those Michelins on the road. Look, we've said it. It's happening. Life Swap is happening.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's happening.
Is it?
We're not gonna
announce it.
We're not gonna announce it. We're just gonna do it. We're just gonna be doers. Is what we're gonna do.
Boy, you know how many fucking quad DMs I get?
Quad?
Yeah, because I didn't race a quad yet.
Oh yeah, you're gonna ride a quad at Millville Ride Day.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Christopher, what's up, man?
Hi, Steve.
Hi.
Hey, Keefer.
Hi.
So my question is, with the 450 field being depleted, where is Marvin Muscan? I know he had the wrist injury, and he might only have a Supercross-only deal, but with KTM being the rider down, why wouldn't they put Marvin Musquin in for outdoors to get some of that super motocross money?
Yeah, I just don't think Marv wants to, or the team doesn't want to support him. I think that they planned on supporting Cooper Webb all summer, right? That's what the original plan was. And then when that went sideways, Marv hadn't been riding since the second round of Supercross. Like, he would need a long time to get up to speed, and then by that time the Nationals are over, and like you said, no Supercross. He's got no motocross contract. So, yeah, I just think it wouldn't be that easy,
Right, but I mean, we've seen Marvin do great. I mean, he was third at Unadilla in 2021. I mean, last year he raced Motocross the Nation. I mean, I just don't understand why he wouldn't be out there in the field.
Well, I just told you.
I
just told you.
What about if he's just like, okay, man, my career is good. I'm good to go, and just felt like that was it,
Yeah, I can understand that. I mean, he's getting older. I think he's 33 now, got a family.
Yeah, for sure. So,
I think, the risk-reward thing is what he thinks about now. He's getting older, has a family, maybe something like that going on.
Thanks for the call, man. Thank you. He hasn't really announced his retirement yet, but I think most of us expect him to do that,
I think he's going to help KTM.
Yeah.
Some development, Supercross stuff.
Yeah.
They have, Josh Hansen for the Husqvarna side, and they have Mo for the KTM side. But, both those guys, as I know, you get older, and settings are just not the same. You got to have a fresher guy in that situation.
Yeah, what's Mo been doing?
Mo still, he's developing, helping. He's on the production side now.
He is? Okay.
Yeah, he's production guy.
Yeah, so not race team anymore. All right. We got some silly season stuff to talk about, too, later on in the show. That gentleman that called earlier about the life swap thing, not sure who that was, but Designed to Win, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range, featuring Michelin adaptive design, offers us 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparisons to the previous generation. At the GNCCs, which are wrapping up soon, I think they're out. They should be just about done their summer break. There's a Michelin support at the GNCCs as well, so go there and get yourself some Michelin to get some good contingency programs as well for GNCC racers. Great tires. MichelinMan.com/motorcycle to learn more about the complete offering of Michelin motorcycle tires, street bikes, dirt bikes, lots of things. Also mountain bikes. We used to do a wrap-up show. Do you remember that thing? And it was Michelin bicycle tires.
I don't remember that.
Yeah. Guy, we used to hire this guy. Sketchy guy.
I don't know that.
Yeah. But Michelin Bicycle Tires was on board with that as well. So please check out the Michelin Starcross 6 or any tire from the folks at Michelin. Kris Keefer brought to you by Wiseco and Firepower. Marty Davalos, Dean Wilson. Do you see Dino's video where he gave that kid a bike? That's awesome.
Yeah.
Dean's great. Good people. Firepowerparts.com. Check them out, your local dealer, motorsport.com. They got batteries, Featherlight lithium batteries. They got chains made in Japan as well. Thank you to firepowerparts.com for coming on board the show. And again, the PulpMX show, 702-586-7857. Our next guest, our first guest that's going to join us tonight, a very popular rider out there, brought to you by the folks at EVS Sports. Athletes like RJ Hampshire, Kyle Chisholm, Axel Hodges, Pastrana all wear EVS when they race, ride, or whatever they decide to do. Check out evsports.com to gear up like the pros and use the code PULP30 to save on anything from knee pads to shoulder braces. EVS Sports, we are protection. evs-sports.com. Use the code PulpMX30 or PulP30, evs-sports.com. Proud to bring you our first guest of the night. It's been a long time since we had this gentleman
legend
on the show. He is a legend, and he was at Loretta Lynn's, and we'll talk to him about that and more. It's a great Kevin Windam. What's up, K-Dub? How are you?
Oh, man, I'm great. How are you guys?
Good, man. Thank you for the time tonight. Really appreciate it.
You know what? It's a pleasure to be on the show and to get a call or text from the great Steve Mathis saying, "Hey, man, do you want to do the show?" I didn't have to think about it, not a second. I love being on with you guys.
I find that hard to believe, but thank you. But you did get right back to me, so yeah.
Let's just go ahead and tell them what the text said we'd talk about tonight. I think we were going to recap every time Ferry beat me tonight. Right?
Yeah, let's get into that. So first in 95, the only guy that knows less about his career than you is Timmy. He knows less about his own career. He's the same guy as you. And I want people to know that Weege and I reached out to you a few months ago about doing a re-raceables with us, and we go through an old race and we talk to a racer who was involved in it, and we break it all down, and you were like, guys, I don't remember anything about my racing.
That's so crazy to me. Like, it's insane.
It is.
It's sad. It's sad to me. I don't know. Like, I feel like, I didn't have that many concussions, but, I just feel like dude, is this like a CTE? I don't even know what the heck's going on, but
yeah.
I was doing a report one time, or Davey Coombs had texted me about wanting to do a story on the Loretta lens and my most memorable Loretta lens, and I was like, bro, Loretta's. I could not have gone where I went without going to Loretta's, right? Like it's
super important.
The stuff.
Yeah.
I don't remember a freaking lap from a single Loretta lens I ever did. You know, it's like I remember stuff about the creek or the game room or the this or the that or the whatever, but I just don't. It's terrible.
Oh, it's amazing. And then David Bailey or Dogger or these other guys that are older than you can tell you about the rock that they hit in the right-hand turn at Millville, and they lost the front end. Like, it's phenomenal, right?
I remember the big guy. There was a super plus-size man hanging over the fence at Unadilla in the back section, and he ate shit over the fence and fell right in front of me at the end on like the white flag lap of a moto. I remember stuff like that all the time. But the actual racing, I don't know. And I know, look, I feel you, because I almost can't talk to Ezra Luss, because every time I do, he's like, man, that time in 1998, we came out that corner and we were going 2-3, and you decided to go. I'm like, dude, all right, I just have to take you at your word. Wow. I don't remember.
It's great. It's fantastic. Well, let's talk about the ranch a little bit, because I heard you were there, and then Wygant was saying, like, dude, Windham was in the greatest mood. He was stoked to be there. He was hanging out. What were you there for? Like, what did you go for, and how was your experience this year at Loretta Lynn's?
Well, I went because, I've been training some kids here. Got a little Farm 14 deal I'm doing. That's been a lot of fun keeping me involved in the sport on an amateur level, which is, quite honestly, like the pro level of the 90s. I mean, these kids are working their butts off to be the B guys and higher. Even C guys that are at these training facilities, they're putting in some serious time. So, I started doing that, which got me involved, and of course, love going back to Loretta's, and I've turned over a new leaf. I'm sure it's been a minute since you see me, Mathis, but I've been training a lot, which has been great with the boys.
I heard that. Yes. Yep.
When I was riding, it took me a long time to figure it out, but that was just the my way or the highway kind of thing, and not respecting the powers that be and the people telling me to work out and things like that. It was frustrating. I would do anything to go back and live it over again, sincerely, but I was about to have a back surgery, and I had 3 rounds of the epidural steroid injections and all that stuff, and then wound up going, guys.
Oh, we lost you. Oh, you're back. We lost you.
Hey.
Oh, there you are.
I'm not even in Mississippi right now, so don't blame it on my cell phone tower.
Okay, all right, okay.
But anyway, I started training with the guys, and man, my back started feeling better. I lost about 35 pounds of fat, put on some muscle, and I'm pumped to hear you say that about weeds, because I just feel so much more focused and connected and just present. And so another good thing that happened by me having a facility and, riding a little bit here and there, and really enjoyed my time at the ranch. It was a wet one, but, I don't mind doing it in the rain.
No, Kevin's been there before, too. He'll be on the tractor, ripping the start, grading areas, and that's what I heard when I was there, the years before. Like, Kevin's doing the tractor work.
What?
No shit?
K-Dub, you're working the tractor?
A little. Look, Randy does a great job. All the guys that are there do a fantastic job. But I enjoy hanging out with them and shooting the breeze. And I did put the track back together one night, but they didn't work me too hard. So
okay,
just jumping in enough to get my little fix, and then mainly just there for our riders and watching the sport.
You know who else is the same way as you right now? Is working with Juju, Davey Millsaps. He has been over here to co-host a show with me, and he's like, if I could do it again, I would train. I would really train. I didn't do anything. I thought I was working hard. I wasn't working hard. And you and him, I'm not putting you on his level. You probably did more than he did, but goddamn, you guys won a lot of races without living the Alden Baker life, So,
look, I think that was the reason I was able to ride as long as I did. Obviously, a lot of guys get burnt out really early,
right.
And I look at it from a facility standpoint. I understand Ricky was just kind of vocal about, how bad facilities are for the sport and whatever else. And I was kind of like, not because I love facility, not because I'm wanting to defend my facility or anything that I'm doing, but I'm kind of like, kiss my ass, Ricky. Shit, we were all having parties and relaxing and not doing nothing before you showed up. I mean, you're the one that changed the whole game.
Yeah.
So, so my point to the guys is, like, look, this might burn you out, right? But the reality is that if you don't do it, you may not ever get the chance to get burnt out.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, right?
Yeah. I just think some of that, too, like I look at K-Dub and how natural he was at riding, right? And when you're that good at something and you're winning and someone else is trying to tell you, hey, you should do it this way, and you're like, well, fuck off, because I'm doing fine just without, what you're talking about. So I guess in my eyes, you'd be like, I think I'm doing the right thing. And then once you step out of that, you kind of see, oh, I could have did this, this, and this and would have been better. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, you touched on it the perfectly. I think the part where you just said, hey, the fuck off part of it. Yeah, I need to not have so much of that.
Right.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I think I had too much of that, and I needed to do, it was a big thing, and, the ability to show up on the line. And look, my good days were great. Like, I think my good days were to a point where I don't think anybody could have beat me. But my bad days were something that was so atrocious that, that's where Ricky really had everybody. Like, his bad days was like a third, maybe a second.
Yep.
Yep.
No, absolutely. You're right. Kevin Windam on the show, brought to you by EVS Sports. So have you got back on a dirt bike? Have you been motoing a little bit?
I have been motoing. Look, we sometimes in gear, but most of the time not. I'm really good at ripping sections. I love for the kids young adults, 19-year-old, whatever. I don't know if you could do it like that. Hey, hold on one sec there, buddy. Boy, let me
let me show you. Yeah.
Well, the cool thing that really drops their jaw is, like, I most of the time will do it on my bike. I'm still riding a Honda 450, but I'll jump on any of their bikes. 125, 250. It doesn't matter what make, model, size. I don't adjust bars. I don't adjust anything. I'm in tennis shoes. Maybe throw on a helmet. No goggles, no gloves, no nothing. And they're just like, holy shit. Are you serious right now?
Yeah, I bet, right? That's awesome. No, yeah, they're probably like, hey, check it out. Yeah, absolutely.
That was my question. I was like, have you ridden any other bikes enough to be like, oh, wow, look how far these bikes have come since you were racing?
They feel, yes, I ride all of them, which I haven't rode enough to where I'm really super, like, I don't have my setting, right? So that makes everybody's setting eligible to be my setting. And so I'm comfortable in that aspect. But, the bikes are incredible. Like, no, they're super good. And I kind of laugh a little bit because, and I think, look, you go to Loretta's and the start's plowed deep. I mean, naturally you want to get there first. I completely understand that. But the big quest for power, that should not be your focal point, right? Like, delivery, I get all that. Being able to control it, being able to lay it down properly, that is way bigger of an issue than just saying, oh, man, where's the closest mod shop? I need this thing to hit harder.
Yeah. It does seem like that's a new thing. Like, Keefer and I just rode Jet Lawrence's bike at Washougal the day after the race. And yeah, that thing was so easy to ride.
Yeah.
It was vet friendly.
There's no hard hit anywhere.
No,
Right.
There's none of that. And like, I rode Red Dog's bikes, Yamaha and Cowie, and dude, those things pulled your arms out. And you don't need it anymore. Like, get it to the ground. So. Yeah,
dude. I mean, from what little bit I hear from the TV, it sounds like Jet's riding a glorified sewing machine. Like, but it's just steadily moving. Like, it's not barking. I mean, you don't really hear them just like, knocking back the dB meters, but dude, the thing's just rolling and moving forward and planted and looks really good. Evidently, everybody says he does it different than everybody else in the world ever.
Ever did, yeah.
It's a brand new riding style.
Yeah, he actually is it's a cross between you.
Yeah.
And I don't want to say Ricky because Ricky's way more aggressive than all that, but you and like.
What about JMB?
Yeah, maybe JMB. It's pretty smooth. He's really smooth. It's pretty amazing.
You're throwing it way back for JMB.
I know, right? Hey, is there a
You're
kid?
throwing it way back with me. What am I talking about?
I know, dude. Trust me. Hey, we had somebody on. I want to say Levi Kitchen or someone on the show in the last 6 months, K-Dub, and they were telling us how they kind of remember the end of Carmichael era. And I'm like, holy shit.
Right.
Like, I'm getting old. You know, like, that's what this kid didn't really see Carmichael race in person.
Well, that was one of my questions. Did any kids come up to you during the week of the ranch and say, "Hey, Windam, what's up, man"? Did anybody come up to you?
My favorite, I was actually going to comment on that before you asked me. My favorite is when the dad comes up with a kid and tries to convince the kid that he remembers me. And, like, when the dad's not looking, I'm like, yo, bro, like, when were you born? He's like, man, I was born in 18. I'm like, yeah, there's absolutely no way. I mean, unless you're just a YouTuber or something, there's absolutely no way you ever watch me do anything.
No,
and even the transfer thing where, like, forever you'd go to a track, an outdoor track, and the question would be, like, you know, that was the best thing ever that happened to Travis. Like, he learned to backflip nothing, right? So everywhere he went, people say, you going to backflip something? He'd be like, well, as a matter of fact, I am. But I would go to, like, these local tracks, and people would be like, hey, bro, you going to transfer? I'm like, there's not one jump within 1,000 feet of any other jump on this entire property. Like, I'm going to have a really tough time transferring anything.
Hey, listen, some of those transfers by the end got really scary, dude. Like, in the dark and everything. Like, fuck.
They did.
That's more pressure than racing, I feel like.
Well, he would do it at the end of practice, so everyone's standing around.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and then you would hit it while we're all just sort of in the stadium at practice, and you're like, oh, God, here it goes.
I'd throw up.
Yeah, it was nuts. We got a caller that wants to know if you remember Seattle when you had to stop and pull out Tough Block covers and still won. I'm guessing you don't.
Remember.
Oh, you do?
I do remember that race.
Okay.
Yeah, the mud race.
Oh, was that the mudder?
See, there's some out there that I remember. I believe it was a mud race. You could, if he's still on or can ask, I think it was a mud race. But, yeah, I got caught up in the Tough Blocks, pulled it out, and I do remember going to the win.
Is there?
So I remember those little things that make them, like, super, you know, hitting the Tough Block kind of thing.
Right.
Like, maybe not that I came out and went 2, 3, 4 or whatever.
Yeah, but something odd. Like, do you remember when you pulled off on the white flag and gave Timmy the overall at Washougal in 07?
Bro, now see, I remember pulling off, and I remember Timmy getting it. But who did I strip it from? Was that Albertine or was it somebody else that I stripped it from?
Yeah, good question. Don't know. Don't remember. Just remember that you gave Timmy the win. Good job. Yeah.
Because you guys weren't there. And you know what's crazy about this sport is, generally speaking, we got some pretty good dudes in this sport. But I didn't even get a 10% cut for that shit.
No. There's not. That's not going to happen. You know that.
No cut for Red Dog for me giving him the win.
No.
Chances of Windam remembering this is really low. But I actually rode with Kevin and Casey Johnson because I was friends with Casey. Kevin and Casey came up in Victorville. There was like this backyard supercross track we used to ride. And Casey brought up Kevin. And
it was muddy. It was muddy down there, maybe? Is that why?
I don't know.
Okay, yeah.
But I just know that Casey brought it Kevin, and we rode.
What year is Kevin? What bike is
This
Kevin?
is like Yamaha 125 Kevin.
Oh, shit. Okay.
And Casey, like, split fire Kawasaki.
Yeah.
So, and then I would be riding, and I'd be like, I ain't even ride today because I feel like a fucking idiot riding with these guys. And I just sat really all day and just hung out. I rode when they would go in and take a break. I would ride. They'd go out. I'd come in. So, do you even remember going up to, like, Victorville area and riding with Casey at some, like, really, really short supercross track?
I don't, but I'm sorry.
Keefer's highlight of his life, but yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, man, that was so long ago.
Allie's listening to the show right now, and he texted me that we took it from Langston.
Oh, okay.
Took it from Langston and went to Red Dog on that pull-off.
Nice.
Flag lap at Washougal.
Good job. Love it. K-Dub, who are some of the kids you're working with? And, you know, just name a couple or one or whatever that really you like and you see a future in, and you know, he listens to you, and you is there somebody that stands out for you that you're like, hey, this kid's got a real future?
Well, we got Landon Peppard from up in Alaska. He's been down for about a year. He's coming. That dude's got heart like no tomorrow. Tanks, we call him squirrels. Searles. He's got same thing, man. Like, works so hard, fights for it. Wyatt Creighton's super talented guy up there in the Northwest. Most of our guys came from Washington area.
Okay, yeah.
A couple of Canadians up there riding the Canadian Nationals. So I know that's probably close to your heart.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
of course. So yeah, we actually had. think we had 8 B riders make Lorettas, and had most of them all had their best years, their best year this year. Several of them up in the top 10. So yeah, it was a good year for us.
Good, yeah, good to hear. Hey, obviously, you've heard Honda never won anything after Ricky left, and you were part of that championship-wise until this year. And Lars is a guy, Lars Lindstrom, the manager now, somebody you know well from your time there. I don't even know. I mean, you rode for Yamaha, you rode for Suzuki, you rode for FC forever. I don't know if Honda's got a place in your heart or not, but is it anything? Does it make you happy at all to see the Ride Red guys crushing it?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I like, look, I think the way it goes is that you see these manufacturers, and I don't know why. I mean, obviously a good bike helps a lot, but I would think that you would agree with me that a good bike's not everything. The question is like those years where heck, you pick the OEM. They just have these areas where they kill it, and I don't know why. Like the Yamaha days or the Honda days, or whatever days they were. Cowie, you can pick really, bar none. I guess Gas hadn't had their run yet, but like, what is it about it where this team just the stars align and they go out like crazy? And I've been on them before. I don't necessarily think it's the bike that makes all of the. No, look, it's a big part of it. Don't get me wrong.
Yep.
But I don't think it's the. Why is it that all the stars align like they have right now for Honda? Although I think this one's going to be pretty insane on the lights ending, the 250 class. But Honda's had a great year, and I can't really. I guess Lars is saying it's because of him.
Yeah, exactly.
But I will tell you one thing, Steve. I'll be damned if Honda says we've never finished second. All right, because I got that manufacturer more seconds than they can hang on the wall. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of runner-ups with the number 14 for sure.
Yeah, man. I got my fair share of seconds there, baby.
Listen,
I think I'm the winner in that division.
You made so much money in this sport, and good on you. You deserve it. But can you imagine if you had turned those 2s into 1s? Oh my God, K-Dub.
My life would be a train wreck right now if I had that much money.
Oh, man. By the way, speaking of that, is the gym business still good, or you're out of that, right?
No, I'm in it, and it's great.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
It's fantastic. Yeah, life is good.
How did you go when COVID hit? How did all that work?
You had to buckle up, baby.
Yeah.
You had to buckle up and go for the ride. I got down, no shit, I got down to a month and a half of operating capital with the doors closed.
Wow.
And I couldn't open. I cut off everything I could cut off. Is that what y'all do out west? Y'all cut off?
Yeah.
We cut stuff on and off out here.
Yeah, we do both. Yeah.
Okay, we cut it off, and then we cut it back on when it was time to go back to work.
Oh, shit.
But, anyway, I had it down like streamlined as I could. I furloughed all my people, and where I could, and kept who I had to, and PPP in the pot. I mean, everything in the pot. Dude, I had a month and a half left from just like bankruptcy.
Wow.
Yeah,
and, it came back, but it was scary. It was like doing a transfer in the dark
for a while.
That's awesome. Kevin Windham here on the show, brought to you by EVS Sports. K-Dub, you seem like you're in a good place. You're in a good spot, and that's awesome. It's good to hear. We don't touch base with you a lot, but something that does come up in our talks on this show, and we've certainly talked to you about it on this show years and years ago, but I'm kind of interested in your thoughts now, like you're away from the sport. Like I've said it over and over, and you've said it, and you've tried it, K-Dub. These riders, man, like they need an association. They got to get together. They got to sort of represent themselves, have a voice at the table. We have MX Sports and Feld, and they're working together now, and that's great. And the OEMs are working with them, and there's a real sense of cooperation that's never been here before. And you certainly know, like I do, how much there was feuding going on for so long. But the one voice at the table is the riders. And I don't know if it'll ever happen because of the way you guys are as riders and competitive. But, man, we got to get that going again. Like, that would be such a beneficial for so many riders in our sport.
Bro, I have exhausted a lot of brain cells on it. Maybe that's where my lack of remembering, my forgetfulness on racing and brain cells have gone to. Because that's a tough deal where you're like, you really want to try to put something together that kind of helps everybody, but yet everybody don't want to be helped. So you know what, like, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
I think people are too stupid to know what that really would mean for them, in a sense. And, look, there's some things that happen over there, which, look, I don't think you're going to be hard-pressed finding, me to talk bad about, Feld or MX Sports or any of them. But at the same time, the riders do need to be in alliance on certain things, and they don't have that ability right now.
I know.
So there's a lot of things changing right now, and these formats and these extra races and these thises and that's that can be cool, and the sport needs to evolve and the sport needs to change, but. It's more than diesel miles. It's more than equipment. It's more than all those things. So if your body or whatever it is that you're needing to worry about, and you don't have a voice for the riders, that could be a problem.
I know. I just hope one day it could happen. I'm not going to hold my breath, that's for sure. But somebody I know
don't act like we were the first ones with that idea.
No,
I mean,
for sure.
We try to put something together, but that's been going on forever, and it just It isn't going to happen. Hell, it goes all the way back to when the lights went out in Vegas.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, for sure, right? I love this cooperation of the sport right now. And, the SMX, there's a bunch of money. The purse money's up. There's a bunch of new money for the racers in this SMX thing. And the MX Sports and Feld are working so good together. They're sharing broadcast teams. They're sharing ideas for marketing. And the OEMs are like, hey, we want greats on the outdoors, and we want to do this and that. Everything is really on the upswing in our sport, except for one side that doesn't have a voice, and I'd like to see it happen. But who knows? Who knows, right?
Well, the only thing, and I hope, I'm just going to throw it out here again. You'd find me hard pressed to say anything bad about either one of those two groups. The one thing that I hear all the time, over and over and over again, all the way here in Mississippi, and I'm not on social media, and I'm not on all these different places.
Can we clarify that? Because there's a fake Kevin Windam on Instagram, and the guy's the guy's a loser. Like
it's totally fake. The only one that we do have the Farm 14 account, but I don't run that either.
Right.
But that's legit. But no, I'm not on any form of social media at all. So, not me. Anyway, going back to it. The one thing that I hear a lot of is that how much they're getting along and how everybody's just getting along well, which is fantastic. However, if a divorce, what happens when things are saying like, man, they're not really getting along too well.
Sure.
Then what happens?
Yeah,
it's really hard to bring things together and then separate it, in an amicable divorce or whatever it winds up becoming. That's whenever it gets scary. Hell, when everything's good, it's easy.
Yeah, no, good point. Yeah, excellent point. Hey, I do a lot of these shows. I talk to a lot of racers all the time, and like we talked about with Millsaps and wanting to do things differently, and things with his mom that got a little rough publicly, and RV, and everyone's got some things in their closets that they want to do differently, or how they feel about the sport. There's one current pro that I talked to that just retired, and he's so fucking mad that the way he didn't get paid what he thought he should, and this and that. But for you, Kevin Windam, are you at peace with how your career went, how it ended, how everything happened? You gave up a childhood to chase the dream, right? You and your dad, and you didn't win any major championships, but you won a shit ton of races. How are we feeling 10 years out or whatever from your career?
No, I feel good. I will tell you that the road to where I stand today has been full of potholes, and it's been tough at times. I think that it's important to note that all of us sacrifice something, and I will tell you that for me, I didn't really understand what that sacrifice was or what it was doing to me, and I had to go through a fair bit of therapy and stuff after, just because, look, whose shoulder do you cry on when you're making millions and millions a year, traveling the world over, got fans and trophies and all the fame and fortune that you could ever want? And when that transitions, dude, it was tough. Whether it's all the stuff that you can get tangled up with in this world. I'm completely sober now. I don't drink. I don't do drugs. I don't do nothing. And I've been a lot clearer now. Like, things are really, really good in my life, but I had to process some things that I didn't know were around or that were real. So, obviously there's issues, whether it be money or whether it be, heck, what all's been happening. You know how many families aren't together anymore in our sport, or how many people are broke for various reasons, or look at our roster of guys who've passed away from, bad shit, let's call it. So, it's a traumatic, there's some stuff out there, man. And it's, we get raised from an early age where, look, I'm not going to sit here on the show and say my mom and dad didn't love me, but if there was a love meter and it was hovering on the middle of the tank, every win shoved the love needle towards full, and every loss or ass kicking shoved it towards E. And it manifests even more when you turn pro, because now you're not just making your mom and dad happy, you're making your whole truck's exuberant, and your fans and your, look at ask any one of our guys, and this is no one's fault. It's just it's life. It's just the way it happens. But the way the way I think others, because of their histories and things that about some of these guys, we all process it different. But I mean, look at your voicemail. Go win a race. And try to keep your voicemail box from being full, right? Yeah. But then go get 12th and like, dude, man, there's not even like, man, that sucked. Man, anything you need this week? Like, you know what I'm saying? So look, it's nobody's fault, but I think we are not at all groomed or growing up in a reality, even from like I can trace it back to being different at 6, right? Like I got my first Cowie ride. And we haven't paid for a motorcycle since 1984. And, from there on, like, there's some shit was just not normal in my life. Like, and but I spent no time examining that at all. And then it just compounds to, dude, you're 38 and retired, and like, you're not that freaking cool. Like, I'm not. So, it was just, it was a process. And, I was glad that I was able to go through it, and it was a good exercise for me. And I'm really happy with where I'm at. I mean, would I like to win more? Hell yeah. Would I like more money? Hell yeah. But I'm content, and I don't think, though I can tell you I made enough to realize that all the shit I'm buying doesn't bring me 1 ounce of happiness. Maybe very short term. But
are you saying that watch? Are you saying that watch you used to wear didn't bring you happiness? I mean, good God.
It brought me happiness when I sold it.
Oh, shit.
You had the blingiest fucking watch I've ever seen in my life.
That was like $100,000 completely flushed down the toilet. That was the biggest piece of crap ever.
Wow. I guess so what you're saying, Kevin, it hits home close to me because my son's in the B class. I'm a mini dad parent, right? And then I hear you talk about this, and I get a lot of I guess, backseat parenting from other people out there. And I was at the ranch for the week, and Aiden had really shining moments, and they're like, hey, man, you need to go all in on your kid, and you need to do this, this, and this. And then Heather and I, we parent Aiden like a blue-collar family. We don't have a lot of money, but, I'm like, here's what we're giving our child. We're going to try to give him as much help as we can, but we're not doing the 100% thing maybe like what your dad and mom did with you. So I guess for me, what you're saying really hits close to home, because we try to keep that grounded level that, like, hey, man, there's more to life than dirt bikes. But yet in the back of my mind is like, hey, am I giving my kid a fair chance to really make it? And the voicemail thing that you said, the voicemail thing that you said really hit home, because Aiden podiumed one moto and shit ton of text messages, DMs, people videoing him. And then he got a 30 in one moto and his phone's silent. And on the drive home, or our drive back to our Airbnb, which was like 30 minutes, we had this whole conversation as a family going, these are the fucking reasons why no one cares about racing besides the people in this van. Like, these are the only people that care about you, right? Like, you do good, great. If you don't, your phone's not going to ring. So I'm caught in the middle, and I guess I need some help and some guidance. Like, as a parent now, if you're in my position, how would you work it?
Well, and let me thank you for continuing that conversation, because I don't want to be that spoiled brat that says, talks about this side of, success and fame and whatever it is. All I'm saying is that there was some things associated with that I wasn't ready to process. So the flip side of that is me working a 9 to 5 down in the ditches going, you know what, if my piece of shit dad would have just given me a little bit more, I'd be a damn crow.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So
Right.
look, don't get me wrong that I don't think that I lived a great life. I had a fantastic life. What I'm telling you is that I missed some major things in development because I was so singularly focused. And part of it even goes back to my wife. Like we did things wrong in the sense that we moved in together. Well, everybody lives together, or everybody has sex, or does this, or does that, or whatever. So everybody does it. Okay, well that's great. But then I realized in my own life that I flashed forward that, you guys can all attest. What's the number one rule of a professional racer? You can't, it's all catered to you. Where do you want to fly? Where do you want to sleep? Where do you want to stay? Where do you want to eat? Where you want to go? And so what I wound up happening was I moved out from with my parents, because remember, I was making a lot of money at the age of 16. So I moved out from my parents' house into my house with my girlfriend, who became a fiance, who became a wife. Okay, no harm, no foul. Well, what the harm and the foul was is that she was doing everything in her humanly power to help me and assist me on my journey. But what that meant was that's doing laundry, and that's paying bills, and that's doing CPA stuff. And that, because what did K-Dub need to do? He needed to ride, and he needed to train, and we needed to go. So what wound up happening, I started to realize, dude, I hadn't became a man. I missed that whole chapter. Where the manhood thing was, that was thrown out the door. It wasn't, it was so much more to my life, because all of us have to be so singularly focused. So again, I'm very thankful for where I went and who I became. I just wish I would have had a little bit more guidance along the way to know that there's look, let's say you make it as long as I made it. Tomorrow's not promised, but if we live a natural life, I still got half of my life that I don't know shit about that's ahead of me.
Yeah, absolutely, right.
It's just it's a hard balance as a parent nowadays in this whole realm of motocross, because there's such a small fucking window to make it, and I know that because I'm in the industry. But these kids have these dreams and aspirations, and you try to teach them the right way and try to teach them to be a man, like what you missed out on. But I feel like it's hard to be able to do that as a parent, to teach your kid to be a man and then be a motocrosser. It's almost like you got to choose one or the other. Hey, you're going to grow up late in your 30s, or you're going to grow up now and not be a motocrosser. It's like, fuck, man, it's hard.
Yeah, I mean, your kid doesn't go to school, right? He homeschools.
Right.
He shows up and his bike's ready for him. You got a mechanic for him, all that stuff.
Yeah, it's just what he was saying, it just really hit home for me.
And K-Dub, were you also I don't know how your mom and dad were, Dwayne and your mom, but were you the breadwinner for them, or no? Was that part okay? Because that's a whole other thing when we
didn't get into anything that I did for them was completely voluntary, which was obviously a nice thing. I put them up and did things along the way, and if I bought them a house, the house is in my name, so they're just kind of I don't know. I'll probably get audited from the IRS now, because I don't think that's actually legal to give somebody something like that. But anyway, whatever. Anyway, I would do things like that, but there was no contract or anything like that. And I will tell you, that's the other side of it, right? My dad was self-employed, so that's easy. We can take off work, right? But when you're required to do Mini O's, and you're required to do Mammoths, and you're required to do what was the one out in Vegas?
World Mini,
World Minis, and then you go to the Florida Winter Series, and then you go to the Texas Winter Series, and when you line up every race that you do, the fact that you're not losing your job doesn't have shit to do with the fact that you just lost half your time to make money.
Yeah, there's so many stories of the parents stealing money from the kid, or the kid's money going right to the parents, and that's terrible, right? I mean, some big names in our sport.
Happens a lot.
Yeah, big names have had issues with that. So, luckily, you didn't have that. And
also just the fact that everybody wants to talk about an entitlement error, but a lot of the parents feel entitled because they've spent.
Correct.
I mean, what does it cost to go racing, bro? My son plays baseball, and I can't tell you how many parents are like, "Wait, we got to buy another bat? No, hell no. We ain't going to play that wood bat tournament. We ain't going to buy another bat." I'm like, dude, it's $300. And they're like, exactly. That's and I'm like, dude, these guys are showing up with $50,000 worth of dirt bikes and a $20,000, $30,000 trailer pulled behind a $1 million bus.
Yeah, every time Keefer comes back from Loretta's, every time Keefer comes back, he goes, "I can't believe the fucking motorhomes."
I can't believe how many fucking people take the whole year and not work, and I spent $10,000 for the whole Loretta experience. And I'm like, how do people do it?
I don't know.
And it's funny because this is what K-Dub said. I have another friend that said, hey, I'm not going to put my kid into dirt bikes, and he's in football, and he's the rich parent in football because he bought his kid a new helmet. And they're like, you bought him that helmet? He's like, yeah, it was $300 fucking dollars. Yeah. He's like, this is cheap.
Yeah, absolutely nuts. Well, K-Dub, thank you for the time. Appreciate it. I'm glad you're doing well. Really nice to talk to you. And yeah, man, it was really good to see and hear from everybody at Loretta's how much in a good space you were. Yeah.
Before you leave, Kevin,
okay.
I heard a rumor. You're coming next year to race Brownie.
Oh, that's a tough one. You heard that rumor?
I heard it. I heard it.
Maybe confirmed. Maybe.
Dude, I can tell you, I got back and I started running already, getting ready for next year.
Yes.
Honestly, I love Brownie. He's awesome, but he's got to be taken down.
Correct.
Brownie has to go down.
Here's the only rule, and I think I didn't mean to offend him, although I may have. What I said was, look, you need to not go to Loretta's and win by 40 freaking seconds, okay? I mean, just don't do it. So if I'm going to beat Brownie, it's going to be in the plus 25 class. If he chooses to continue to do the plus 40 and plus 50, I'm just not interested.
That's right. That's legit.
Why? Why does it matter? I don't
because
get it.
Plus 25 is a younger class, and you can. It's just more of an in-depth class. Like 40, who do you got, right? And 50, who do you got? That's actually riding as much as Brownie.
Right.
So like Brownie was at the top.
Okay.
And then you got what? Barry Karsten, things, guys like that. I mean, we had some battles in the 40 class with like Emig, Hughes, and Brown.
Yeah.
But you don't get guys like Windam in those classes, as much.
Okay. Well,
I just think so when you get on that class, there's a lot of like riding two strokes, which what does that mean when you ride a two stroke? Or there's a lot of different approaches, right? Where you're thinking like, okay, these guys out just for the experience, they out to win. So what I would say is that I want to try to do it.
Mm-hmm.
If I go in the plus 25 and through regionals or areas or whatever else, I realize that I am just going to straight up get my ass kicked. You probably won't see me there. Like, I'm not going for a teeth kick in session, right? But at the same time, I don't want to just go out there and beat everybody by 40 seconds and go get a Loretta Lynn's title because that's all I'm dreaming about, right?
Sure. Yeah. Got it.
I've been there. I've done that. I've got enough. I don't know if I have 6 or 7 or I think maybe 8.
No, Red Dog has 8. You don't have as many as he does.
Okay, well, let's just call it 7.
Okay, all right.
I do know that I'm on a win streak there. I'm on an 18 moto win streak that quit in 1990 whatever. So 1994 was my last time there. I was on a win streak. I'm on an 18 moto win streak, so I could go back and continue the streak.
Okay, yeah, you can absolutely. Yeah, I'd love to see it.
But I'm not.
Yeah.
I will tell you that I'm going to start working, and if I can do it and be effective, I will do it. But if I can't, I'm probably not in just a straight up ass kicking.
Brownie did say if Windham's in on 20, he will go 25.
He did?
Yes.
Yeah, Brownie said that?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
So. But I don't know that. I mean, look, and I will tell you, Brown this year, to me, my opinion, Brown rode better this year than he did last year. Brown looked really good this year.
Yeah.
He looked really good. I don't know what it is about his bike or how much he's been riding, but I mean, I know a lot. But he looked good. He was impressive. So that was nice to see.
Last question before we let you go: do you think your Suzuki years would have been better without Randy Richardson there to try to maybe bring you down? Like where do you stand on that guy?
Dude, thank you for bringing him up because you remember that whole thing I was telling you about, like being somebody and all that kind of stuff, and getting these when you win, you'll get you get these awesome text messages.
Yep.
Dude, I have so many text messages right now that literally I'm going to need a therapy session from all this fluffing everybody's doing about texting me right now about being on the Pulp Show. Frank with the Get Shit Done Coffee Company. You got Randy Richardson texting me, which I don't even know. Is he like Michelin Man or is he just senior citizen?
He's a multinational corporation now.
Yeah.
He's kind of sold out a little bit, like he's hit the big time, So, yeah.
I got people texting me, am I making announcements tonight? I guess I just did. We're going back to Loretta's. Who knows? Yeah, but so Randy, I'm glad he jumped in on y'all's line because he's been blowing me up through this whole conversation as well.
Okay, good to know. Yeah, just tell him to beat it. Like seriously, just yeah. Good to hear you, K-Dub. Thanks for the time.
Fun.
Yeah, thank you.
enjoyed it as always. See you guys.
All right, see you,
Thanks, Caleb.
Bye. That's Kevin Windham, everybody. EVSsports.com. Pulp 30.
He lost a lot of weight.
Yeah, I saw a photo of him. Yeah, he looks great.
I saw him the previous year. I saw him this year. He looks way different.
Yeah,
so.
he looks great. And so he's going to Loretta's. We're breaking the news.
Yeah, that was everyone was talking about that there.
We had the expert on Galgo Terras for K-Dub, but seeing as how he says he doesn't remember anything about his career, I'm guessing our guy Moser probably wrote about his career. So
yeah, favorite bike.
Yeah.
Did
So
you make more money at Planet Fitness than racing?
Yeah, he did. He did make more money at Planet Fitness than racing.
Interesting. He was a month and a half out from packing it in.
Yeah, absolutely. Good to hear K-Dub again.
Sounds like he's.
I don't know when the last time he was on our show. It's been a while though.
Yeah.
But we need to get him back on.
Yeah.
And do you think he beats Mike Brown?
Wow.
20-year age difference? Where are we at?
Here's my thing.
No,
I love me some K-Dub.
Yeah.
I don't think he beats Brownie.
Really?
No.
Okay. Well,
and just like you said, if he can get in shape to do 25, he's biting off a lot.
We're adding a special guest later tonight on the show to talk about Loretta's a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll ask him too.
Okay.
This gentleman.
He's going to be on. I feel like he'll be on the Windham side.
Okay. All right. Hey, the Unadilla saw a lot of great racers show up. Harry Koulis, Tano Leok, and this gentleman next up here on the PulpMX show, brought to you by the folks at Renthal. Check out renthal.com. Great website, really informative. Factory Honda, Factory Kawasaki, of course, the KTM guys using Renthal, and fantastic to have them on board with the show. The undisputed global leader in manufacturing design since 1969, Renthal has become notorious for a relentless obsession to detail and quality through their commitment to produce the finest products on the market today. From the twin wall to the 7/8 bar, they got it all. Renthal.com. Bringing you our second guest, I should say, from Aussie. He's been racing in Japan. He showed up at Unadilla. Jay Wilson, everybody. What's up, Jay? How are you, man?
I'm good, thanks, guys. How you going?
We're good. Thank you for the time tonight. I really appreciate it. Unadilla qualified well. Horrendous crash in the first moto. Worked your way up, and then the second moto, pretty good. What did you make away your first U.S. national?
It was pretty cool. I mean, it was very rushed. I found out on Thursday that I was leaving Japan. Well, it got confirmed on Thursday afternoon in Japan, and then I was on a flight.
Really?
Yeah, like Thursday night, I was getting sorted and normal day in Japan, and then call come through that we're flying out on Monday. So booked my daughter and wife a flight, and we're spending the summer break here in America. So pretty rough trip, but overall it's been good. We've finally had a little bit of time to sit back and relax a little bit, I guess, today. But the first week was pretty hectic before Unadilla.
So Wygant was on we did our review show last night, and he said you didn't even have numbers or a jersey or something. And I'm like, what? How does that? It was that rushed. Yeah.
So like on Saturday morning, I was still wondering if my stuff was turning up. So because AMA originally gave me like 103, but then another guy was allocated 103, and then we found that out like 2 days later that number has already taken. Alpine Star had printed all my stuff, and then they had to send back requests saying to change number again, and so it was pretty manic. I mean, I landed in Tallahassee on Tuesday, tested Tuesday, Wednesday on 250 stuff, and then we flew to the race Thursday, Friday, just sort of got to catch up with everybody, and then jumped on that 450 on Saturday morning, away we went.
Hold on, Wygant said you've been here since Millville. Was he fake news, or what was he talking about?
I mean, I did some testing the week before Millville.
Oh,
and
okay.
Then, I flew out straight after Millville, so I turned up to that race and checked it out. But there was no racing on the cards, or I went straight back. I had a round of the Japanese Championship in between that, so. It's been pretty hectic.
So they give the Yamaha rider from Australia 103. No pressure at all. But here's 103 for you.
Hey, Seb.
Yeah. No, Chad.
Oh, yeah, but Tortelli was 103 too.
Tortelli was.
Yeah.
So Tortelli. Right. I think Moss had that number at one point. Maybe Chad had that number as well.
Chad had it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Hey, so were you happy with Unadilla? Like, obviously, like you went down in the first turn or second turn or whatever, rode all the way back from way back. Were you happy overall with the race? Like, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it's been been pretty hectic, and like it's no secret, my sort of job these days is not really focused on so much racing. Since I've been in Japan, like obviously it's a bonus that I get to race in Japan, and it's great. It fills my cup on that side, but yeah, I don't have that intensity of racing these days. And like it's it was a bit of a first thing in the morning. We roll straight out on the new bike and have to chuck down a lap and learn the bike, and it was a bit hectic, but overall it was a good experience. I actually felt a lot calmer than I expected. Like on Thursday when everybody started dropping the Eli Tomac fill-in rider, I was pretty nervous. But overall the day was pretty good. I think besides like the first turn crash and dropping the anchor pretty bad in the second half, like in that last 10 minutes of the second moto, it was a successful day. And besides the results, like I accomplished a lot of goals outside of the results, I guess, and I had a good time. I guess the expectations moved a little bit, and the pressure of having to achieve a result like it used to be is sort of moved, and I think that's probably taken the pressure off me a little bit these days, because I was an overthinker for sure during my racing, and I mean Josh Coppins was on top of me all the time about it. That was probably my biggest pet peeve for him, just trying to work out how to stop me from thinking most of the time, I guess.
That's it's funny, he's a test rider.
Yeah.
And as a racer, you look back and you're like, oh shit, I was a test rider before I was a racer, because he's an overthinker. That's kind of how like where I come from. It's like I think too much, and that's what makes me a shitty racer at times.
Yeah, and I don't even know if it was so much thinking about the bike, because honestly, I didn't have many options racing in Australia, and like even doing some of the stuff that I did, I didn't have options to change, so it was just run with what I turn up with, and that was the only option. But it was just more like, I guess, the overthinking, the pressure that I put on myself to achieve a result that I used to I couldn't change that. I put myself in such a hole before I even got to the race, because I was just so worried about the outcome, and not even about the process of racing, I guess.
It's funny you say that. So do you think that is something, we talk about that a lot, the mental side of the sport. Do you think that is something you're kind of born, and that's how you're raised, and you're mentally built that way? Or is that something that you could actually, you said you couldn't learn it, so do you think you're just kind of born with that gift if you're able to do that kind of thing, not think so much?
I think if you got the right people around you and somebody that's probably dealt with it, they can assist you with that. But yeah, I mean, I think it's sometimes a blessing to be a little bit stupid as a racer, because you just don't think about it sometimes. But I don't know, maybe I think a little bit too much, and I overanalyze stuff too much, and maybe that's what's going to help me in this next chapter of my career. But who knows? Yeah, I know. What could I have changed back in my racing, the peak of my racing career? I don't know. I don't know where I really am in my racing career right now, but I'm enjoying the journey that I'm on and this chapter of my life. But yeah, that was, I guess, a bit of a challenge throughout my career. And I think that's probably something that I wish I could have controlled a little bit more, or got a little bit more help on. Like I think the sports psychology and stuff like that, I think that sort of stuff can assist definitely. But it's also, a lot of people don't really understand motocross, and that's probably one of the hardest things. Is you deal with a lot of high performance athletes and psychologists and stuff, but they don't really understand motocross, and there's a lot of highs and lows that go on with motocross from such an early age, and it becomes so normal from such a young age, and that's just like so wired in you from such a young age. So yeah, I guess that's a challenge, but I really haven't worked that part out too much. But I think this stage in my life with testing is assisting with that overthinking as a racer. It keeps me busy, I guess, and it gives me other things to think about.
Jay, are you on Wi-Fi, by the way? Do you have Wi-Fi where you're at?
No, I'm just on
just
regular signal.
Your phone sounds kind of crappy. I was going to call you back on FaceTime, but no worries. Hey,
sorry.
You're fine. PulpMX Fantasy. I picked you. Not happy, Moto 1, but not really your fault. Not really your fault. And then second Moto, I was okay with that. So you're fine.
I was feeling that was probably back to the overthinking. I was thinking about that more than I was thinking about racing.
Jesus.
I was going to be confident. Man, like you guys and this fantasy stuff, I can't deal with it. I see it on socials all the time. People just getting roasted. All the riders getting roasted from social.
It is a fuck game, Jay.
I have more pressure. Yeah, I had more pressure from that than actually turning up and racing.
Our bad.
Oh my god.
Hey, I wanted to. Well, first of all, what are the 2025 Yamahas like? Can you talk about the 2025 models? How are they looking? I'd like to.
I had a feeling some of these sort of questions were going to pop up. So, especially with Keefer in there, I think he knows how these sort of questions go.
Yeah.
You almost got to say, sorry, the connection. The connection's breaking up.
My weekend went well, thank you. What else is going on?
Oh man, your phone is crappy, Jay. But okay, we'll power through this thing. I guess we've seen over the years Matasevich, Kyle Lewis, Tishner. They go to Japan, they race, they test. More racing than testing, where you're doing the opposite. But I'm interested, how did this come together? Who presented this to you? And are you making more money than you would if you were racing down in Australia? Is this financially the best move for you? How did it all come together? And talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I come over and raced Supercross in 2020, and then we went into COVID, and I was doing nothing in Australia at that time, and just thought, what's next? And I'd heard a lot of stories. I had friends in Japan, and obviously Eddie Warren was a good family friend of ours, and he'd spent some time down in Japan, or up in Japan at that time, and it was just something that I was always interested in. And I just reached out one day, actually on social media, to one of the guys that I knew, and then he put me in contact with some of the guys at YMC, and obviously I'd had a long history with Yamaha anyway. I'm going on 11 years with Yamaha. So then that chain started, and we started that communication. Obviously COVID slowed things down. I couldn't get over there as early as we wanted to. And then this project come up with EPS, the electronic power steering, and I got the opportunity to go over and race Sugo in 2021, and it worked out well. They were happy. I was interested in it, and we kept the communication going. Obviously, COVID was still pretty strict in Japan at that time, and so it was a few hoops to jump across to get my visa and all that sorted. And then, we made the decision to go to Japan, and it's been a great thing for my career, but also for my family as well. We've really enjoyed living in Japan. We've got some great friends there, and it's probably extended my career a lot.
Nice.
Even racing. In Australia, I was starting to get bored in Australia, and I always looked at myself that I could be outside of Australia. That was my goal, was always to be outside of Australia racing and chasing championships and stuff. And I was just getting to the point where I was suffering. I felt like I was suffering to provide for my family and stuff like that, and I just need to make a change. And this was something interesting as well, and something that I'd been looking at for a little bit, because I'd obviously heard from Josh Coffins with a lot of his testing and working with Yamaha that it was something that I could see he was really passionate about, and something that sort of kept, the fire going for him. And it was just something I was interested in, seeing it from him and seeing how passionate he was about it, and something I gained interest in. And then, one thing led to another. I ended up in Japan with my family, and my daughter's in elementary school there now, and
nice.
We're living the Japanese life.
That's cool.
That's really cool.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Neat to see somebody do that, and unbelievable that you reached out on social media.
Right.
And that's kind of how it all got the ball rolling,
Yeah, and honestly, Mike, at that time, I was like, I can't do this. I said this to my wife, I can't. This is just stupid. I'm sending a social media, message, and then, but my wife's just like, well, what do you have to lose?
Yeah.
What else are we going to do?
Yeah.
And it just went on from there, and I've got her to thank for that, because otherwise would probably be in Australia, and I don't know what I'd be up to now. So.
Yeah.
Is it something that you were always good at? Did you know you were a good test rider, or is it something someone else noticed in you, and that's kind of how you went that direction? Because I know how hard it is to get into something that you're into, so someone probably had your back a little bit, I would assume.
No, to be honest, in Australia, you don't really. I guess it's probably the same as Canada. I don't know. A lot, like Australia and New Zealand, you don't have many options for trying new things and testing. It's just like send your suspension to the suspension guy. He revalves it, chucks some oil in there for your weight, and away you go. And you buy an exhaust and chuck that thing on, and away you go. There's no a lot of options for testing, I guess. And I didn't really. I'm still learning. I'm still in the learning process of this. I'm really enjoying it, and I think more than anything, I'm so fresh to this, but I'm so passionate about it, and I think that's probably the biggest thing that I have behind me right now and I think that's for anybody. As long as you're passionate about it, you're going to make it work, and you're going to learn. And that's pretty much where it comes down to. But I was always open to listening to Josh and what he had to say about the motorcycle, and just trying to keep everything very simple. And I think that's probably been very beneficial to me in the testing world. And obviously also translating between Japanese and English is there's not a lot of words for me to be able to communicate with, and so it stops me from overanalyzing and talking too much. I just try to keep it really simple. And I remember something Josh always said was just go with your gut feeling. The first feeling that you ever had from that, when you hopped on the bike, don't overthink it and just go with that. And that's pretty much what I've been trying to do. And it's something I've enjoyed, and I'm learning every day, but it doesn't feel like work. It's just like every day is a new day, and every day I'm learning something new, and I'm so passionate about it. So I think that's probably the biggest thing that I've got on my side right now, and why I feel like I'm making steps forward with this.
What did you think of that Yamaha power steering development? Yamaha put out a press release about it. Justin Cooper ran it in the first moto, took it off, from what I understand, from Moto 2. Is there a future for this thing? Is this an innovation that Yamaha stumbled onto that you could see more of in Moto?
Yeah, for sure. I raced with it last year, and we're still continuing the development of it now. I raced all last year, and even the Yamaha factory guys, Tomita and Yusuke, they raced with it last year. Mm-hmm. And Yamaha's been very open to development of this, and I guess that's probably what you don't see from a lot of manufacturers, is that they're very open to what they're producing and what they're trying to develop for the future. This is probably something that the public's now seeing, but these types of things goes on for many years before the public actually sees it. So that's probably why you guys are very curious about this and what the future holds for this. But you don't hop in a car these days without power steering, and it's not even a second guess. But for the safety of riders and the safety of motorcycling, I think this has got a very bright future ahead of it. And I'm not exactly sure on when the public will get to see this. We're still obviously in development stage right now, but it's something that I'm very passionate about, and something that this was one of my first projects in Japan. So it's something that I'm worked very closely with, and I hope that the public gets to try this soon.
Is it heavy? It looks big and heavy.
Looks bulky.
Yeah.
Yeah, you pick up one of those, the old steering dampeners, those things are pretty heavy. But you'd be surprised, actually riding with it, it's not as noticeable as you'd think. I think you see it looks big and bulky because of where it actually sits, but, it's pretty impressive what this thing can do, and like I said, I hope that soon you guys can get to try it out.
One more question for me before we let you go, Jay. 2024 YZ250Fs are out, being introduced. I imagine a lot of the same improvements that the Yamaha did for the 450 is on the 250. What's your thoughts on that bike? We're going to ride it here in a month or so, Keefer?
Yeah, October, I think.
October? Yeah. What do you think of the new 250?
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. It's it's a great step in the direction, in the direction of the new 450. 250 base model is a very impressive bike anyway. But yeah, what Yamaha has produced with this new machine, it's pretty unbelievable, and yeah, I think you guys will be pretty impressed with what we've been able to produce with that new machine.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm not happy with Keefer's review of the 23 450. You know, I don't really know what he's talking about. The bike of the year just got better, and Keefer's shit talking it.
And that's what I race, so it must be a piece of shit.
Well, I don't know. I don't know why you don't like the new bike this much.
I like the new bike. I just think some of the old character is better in some areas.
No, it's not. It's just a better bike everywhere, Keefer.
Stop.
Okay.
Well, it's the bike that I see Keefer actually riding a lot, so it mustn't be as bad as what he's saying.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah, and there's no clutch problems, Keefer, so beat it.
Hey, hydraulic clutch. Nicoletti's riding the hydraulic clutch.
Oh, he is on hydraulic?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know this.
Are you hydraulic, Jay, or are you on cable?
No, I'm a cable guy.
You're a cable guy. Okay.
I'm a cable guy at the moment. But yeah, it's been a great experience, and I'm excited for what you guys have to look forward to for the future.
Yes, we're going to try some hydraulic and cable things. But so going off of, were you part of some 22 testing as well? And so I know we can't elaborate too much, but is there something that you like, you know, on the 22 versus the 23, or do you think the 23 all around is just a better motorcycle?
What's this, 250?
The YZ450, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, the lightness of this new machine, it's pretty impressive with the 450. Overall, I think this is a better step in the right direction. Obviously, with the older machine, we had a very good base, but we've taken a new path, and I think this new machine is very impressive. I mean, it's hard for me to sort of comment on all these sorts of things.
Yeah, I understand.
But it's, I mean, I'm stepping from bike to bike so often right now, and like I said, I was on 250 last week. Now I'm back on. I was on 450 on the weekend, but what Yamaha is able to produce from for a standard model and to the public from a base model is very impressive. You know, you look at that Star 250, that thing is impressive, and even to ride their new 450 this weekend, they've done an amazing job in such a short turnaround to develop that bike. I know they got it pretty late, but yeah, it's these new bikes that Yamaha are producing right now are unbelievable.
Spoken like a
Blue Crew guy.
A Blue Crew guy. I like Jay.
Yeah.
Jay's going to be on weekly, everybody.
Yeah.
We need more Blue Crew talk on here.
Yeah, I mean, I've been like I said, I've been 11 years here now, so it's sort of all I know right now.
Being a test guy, and I know what's the hardest thing for me to evaluate when I do production testing, but what is the one thing that is the hardest for you when you're out with the engineers to test? Like when they have something, what would be the toughest to give them feedback on for you?
Man, that's a difficult question. That's a really difficult question because, like, every day there's something new and some new challenge that I'm facing. You know, a lot of the Japanese tracks, like, I honestly think you guys are so spoiled out here with the tracks. It makes the bike so easy to, I don't know. Like, dude, I'm riding around on tracks that I feel like that bump has been there for like 20 years in Japan. And so, like, the sensitivity of what I'm dealing with in Japan is so high compared to what I've felt out here in America. But to be honest, I'd say probably suspension. It's something that just is always always changing in Japan. And because I think we go from like such a small track to such a big track, and then we go from like a loamy track to, like I said, a bump that's been there for 20 years. But where here, I feel like I'm not making that sort of dramatic change. It's not so dramatic suspension change, but in Japan, I'm like every day I'm like having a mission trying to understand suspension. But that's probably honestly, like, for me, is understanding suspension is probably one of my something that I really want to, and maybe I'm not that bad at it, but it's just more that I really don't understand it that much, and I feel like I need to like go with the technician and actually pull the suspension apart and try to understand how suspension actually works properly. But I just really need to have time to be able to learn it properly right now. And hopefully in the future I have actually got that opportunity to do that. But yeah, I would say suspension is it's a bit of a headache for me, to be honest.
Yeah, two things. Like for me, I did that exact same thing. Like I followed a technician around for a week and just watched him pull fork and shock apart. And then when I would go out and I would say, hey, I need a little bit, more dampening here, I kind of knew where to guide him and understand it better. Like I want some more low speed in this area, and it really helped me out to close the gap and, help our days go a little bit faster, And then the other thing for me was ECU testing was always so meticulous because the changes were so minuscule. It was very hard for me at times to give them the proper feedback. So I'm like, sometimes I don't feel shit. And I'm like, dude, I don't feel anything. Like, I don't know what you changed. So that was always really tough for me.
You tell them that, right? You tell them that.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and that's the key thing about being a good test guy is like, you don't have to make up something just for the sake of trying to come back with something. You just say, hey, I don't feel it, right?
Yeah, and that's what a lot of even some of the younger guys here with Star, and that's just what I'm telling. Just be honest with me. Like, I don't care what you have to say. I don't care if you think you're going to hurt my feelings or anything. Nothing's going to hurt my feelings. Like, I need to know this information so that I can report on it and come up with a new plan on how we attack this, because we're getting data, but I need to have honest data and honest opinion, and sometimes you're gonna piss that technician or engineer off because the numbers that they got on a computer or what they've calculated are different to what you're feeling. But
amen. Thank you, Jay.
Also important.
How many times do you find yourself saying same, different but same, same but different? Yeah.
You'll go around in circles a few times, definitely testing. And
I know.
Some long days, that's for sure.
A great term for Japanese is skoshi. Like, you just want skoshi, the small, just very small amount, like skosh.
Chotto.
Yeah,
everything's chotto.
Yeah.
We when the Japanese would come to test when I was at Yamaha, we'd be like same, or same different.
Yeah.
And they'd look at us and be like, same different.
Yeah.
Like, meaning not a big change.
Yeah.
Or yeah.
I would sometimes be with the Japanese for a week or two, and I would come home and I would start talking to my wife in the similar terms.
Don't worry. I think it must have been Saturday night. I was sitting at the restaurant. I was so tired, and this guy, we're at the restaurant, and he said, "Are you guys okay?" And I said, "Yeah, daijoubu, meaning, yeah, I'm all good." And he just looked at me like, what are you saying to me? And I was like, hang on, I'm not in Japan now. And even my wife and daughter, they're all the time taking the piss out of me because I'll just randomly speak Japanese, and I'm like, I'm so accustomed to it now, but my daughter, she's so fluent in Japanese, it's unbelievable.
That's awesome.
The way she can speak Japanese, and I've got no chance. I'm so basic with my Japanese, but I just use it so frequently.
Awesome. Hey, Jay, thanks for the time tonight. Appreciate it. We'll see you at Budds Creek this weekend. I'll come find you and say hi. And thanks for coming over, man. It's really cool to have you here. And you're riding Tomac's bike. They said you'd be just like Tomac, so should be, no problem, right?
You guys calm down on that, and please be easy on me on that fantasy as well.
Okay.
We got to get Jay on more. Talk testing. I like this.
Okay.
This is good.
Yeah, we can do this.
Yeah.
Keefer, you and him can talk for an hour.
Yeah, right.
Awesome, Jay. Thanks for the time, man.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm sorry about the service. Have a good night and have a good show.
Cheers.
Thank you, Jay. That's Jay Wilson, everybody. Racing Unadilla for the Star Guys. Brought to you by Renthal.
Just his situation. I wanted to talk more about this connection shit.
Yeah.
His situation is so unique. What he's doing as far as being a test guy, living in Japan, working with YMC.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen.
No, it's pretty cool.
It's pretty rare.
All right, let's move right into our next guest because he's on the East Coast, and it's late there for these racers. Having a solid season outdoors right now for the Red Bull KTM team. Brought to you by the folks at Acherbys. It's Maximus Vohland. What's up, Maximus? How are you, man?
Hey, I'm good. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, no worries. Sorry about being a bit later than we planned on. Hey, thanks for the time. Brought to you by Acherbys. Are you familiar with Acherbys at all, Maximus? Are you?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay,
I would say I might know a guy or two.
Yeah, Acherbys. Please check them out. Disc guards, frame guards, hand guards, chain block, slider kits. Whether it's Maximus Vohland, Cooper Webb, AC, Barsha, Anderson, many others. Acherbys USA on social media, at AcherbysUSA.com or www.AcherbysUSA on the web. Hey, we were talking earlier about Unadilla, Maximus, Keefer and I here, and Dude, some of these tracks, like as just like a slow vet guy, I watch some of these tracks in the morning and I'm like, that looks so fun. Oh, this looks great. I'd love to ride this track. Look at the moisture. Not Unadilla, Vohland. Nothing looked fun about Unadilla to me.
Well, if you would have showed up on press day, you would have for sure loved it.
Okay, all right.
They had it flat, smooth. It was wide open, fun. Barely like a few ruts, but yeah, the national, especially for us 250 guys going second, was I felt like this was like for us the most proper AMA national that we've had all year. Like I was like, yeah, there's nowhere smooth to find on this track. It's just rough, and you just had to hammer it.
And then you're just stuck in these ruts too, right?
Yeah. I mean, I kind of like that though. Like when it gets slow, techy, and rutted, like I feel like that suits my style well, and that's why I feel like I've done good at Unadilla in the past, just because of that reason. But it definitely will bite you, and there's definitely, I don't think there's one dude that didn't have a sketchy moment or two every other lap.
Right.
Were you happy with your race? Good first moto, second moto. It feels like Maximus, and maybe I'm off here, but you can't. There's always something with you, one moto of the year, like one moto of your day, like a bad start or a tip over or whatever. It seems like you can't get two motos, great starts and clean all year long. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what it seems like.
Yeah. I've had good motos, and then I've been dealt some bad luck. So
yeah.
I feel like this weekend I had a good first moto going. I had a good flow. I was running some good times and was running up front with the boys. And then the second moto, before the restart, I actually didn't get quite good of a start, but I really made a good first 3 to 4 corners and moved up into 6. And then, half a lap we red flagged. So I put myself in the position I needed to put myself in.
Okay.
But then there's a red flag. And then on the restart, it was about the same start. I actually came out a little better, but Hunter left it on a little longer on the restart, and he came straight to my front wheel. And the front wheel hit my front wheel. I was tucking, had to dab foot, and then everyone just goes by you. And I was back in my 13th or something. So I mean, it's just what happens. But it seems like I always get unlucky with the red flags or the restarts, or there's always some weird oddball that gets thrown at me when I'm on a good day.
But you're with me on the two motos, everything rolling for you. It seems like you can't do it this year so far, right?
Yeah. I mean, just basically what I've been saying. It's been odd, but I mean, I'm still working to get the two good motos. But it's just it happens.
7th in the points right now, 4 motos to go. Last year you were 5th. You're not far off that kind of pace. Are you happy with the outdoor season? Do you wish it was a little better? Like, where are you at overall on your season?
I'm happy with my riding and my improvement that I made from last year. I feel like my strength and conditioning and my base is a lot bigger than I had last year for sure. Especially with getting through Supercross and not being injured. I feel like I've gotten a lot stronger and I'm definitely riding a lot faster. I'm qualifying a lot better than I used to. And the class is just tough right now. I mean, the results haven't shown what I've been riding. I've definitely been riding better than my results, I feel like. And even I feel like I could be a podium guy, and I believe that I could be. It's just like you said, like I just need to put two motos together.
Yeah, it does seem like
4.6. I mean, that's really good in this class.
Oh, yeah. But at times look, first of all, it's unbelievable Maximus does not have an overall podium in the national. You didn't even go. You can't even go like 5.3 for third or 4.4 for third like Maximus, right? Like it's unbelievable to me because you're fast and you're up front a lot, and it's just dumb stuff or whatever. Where I guarantee you, if you put 100 motocross fans and said, "Hey, has Max Vohland ever podiumed in a national?" 95 of them would be like, "Yep." Because you have it, Maximus. It's there, just not quite there.
Yeah. So, I've been so unlucky with even overalls this year on some of my results where there have been 3-4 dudes tied on points, and I get put down at the bottom just because I had a worse second moto. And even at Paulo, when I got second the first moto, the second moto I fell early, got up, went through the field, got to 6th. Lapper took me out, got up again, moved my way back into a position, and was battling Carson Mumford on the last lap. And if I would have passed him, I would have got podium. And I'm pretty sure he beat me by a tenth or two.
Yeah.
We were bar to bar off the finish line, and I didn't get them.
Yeah.
There's been so many instances like that.
Right, one of those things. 2024. Anything done for you? Anything? I heard you're testing a bike this week, or going to a test visit or something. What are we doing? Do we have anything locked down? What do we know?
Nothing locked down at the moment. I got nothing in the paper on paper right now.
Okay.
We're working. I'm mainly just focusing on trying to get good results these last few races because results will give you opportunities, and I basically am just letting Lucas work his job and do what he does best. So.
Okay.
Nothing on paper yet. Just still grinding at the Baker's factory and trying to work on my results, and hopefully something will come.
This SMX thing, Wygant, by the way, Wygant must be getting paid by the number of times he says playoffs. I think he gets $1 every time because, fuck me, he says
gets
playoffs.
Bonuses.
He says playoffs 25 times in a broadcast.
Yeah.
But here's my thing is I don't know okay, I get this is a bit of a race tech rant, but I don't want to do it too much.
Just relax. Don't get premature.
But I'm saying a hybrid track. I need to see how this is going to work. It never really worked at the Monster Cup, and I'm not sure about the double and triple points, 2-moto format. My point is I'm not excited for this SMX races that much, Maximus. I'm excited to see something new, but I don't know if this is going to be awesome. That's where I'm at. Where you stand with these SMX races coming up, Maximus?
I'm not sure yet either because even now we're just starting to trickle into doing a little bit of SMX riding, I guess you could say. At Albans, we just have a little bit of Supercross and outdoor tied into each other, but it's still not what, of course, I think the tracks are going to be yet. And from a rider standpoint, the money is great.
Yes.
The money looks good. It gives you motivation. It's something that you're working for and something that you want to have a good chance at getting a good result at. And I think it's good to also have just for the motivation to bring guys back too. So I think that's good about it. The tracks, I'm not sure. I liked Monster Cup. I raced it 1 year and I won it, so of course I'm going to like it.
Right.
But on the suspension standpoint, I feel like right now, even with what we got here at the Baker's factory, I need a hybrid suspension because you either run outdoor and it's good on outdoor and not good on Supercross, or you do the opposite and you run Supercross and it's not good on the outdoor stuff. So I think it might be a little more Supercrossy than what we're riding because, of course, we have sand here in Florida.
Yeah.
So I think most guys are going to run Supercross suspension maybe a little softer, but I think it'll be good with the racing, and I think it's going to be the 250 class is going to be tough, especially with everyone fighting for position here at the end of the season. And there's going to be a lot of fast dudes that are going to be going for it, I think, especially in the 250 class.
And then again, if you want to talk about my rant, I just saw the press release where they're letting futures and 65s on there, maybe super minis. So then I'm like, how's this track going to be? Because you got to build it for amateurs. How easy is this going to be for guys like Maximus?
The futures are in Supercross. The track's the same.
Yeah, but I mean the 65s and the super minis or whatever.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think they'll just keep it the same, to be honest. I mean, us, the super minis, when we had Monster Cup, we got around the track, and the 65s aren't going to be jumping anything insane. So, I mean, they can't make anything too gnarly, but I think it'll be a normal Supercross, and just everyone will kind of figure it out.
Yeah, for sure. At Cherubies USA, bringing you Maximus Vohland here on the show, again, from Red Bull KTM. Thanks to the folks at Cherubies USA for all that they do. Great plastic, great company.
How much is your bike change, Max? It looks like, for me, on the outside watching you ride, it looks like the bike has evolved over this year.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when we started on it, there's a lot of questions, a lot of things that needed to be worked on, and we've been working a lot the past year or so, and just about around Southwick, I'd say last year we made a good step on the bike, and since then we've been making better and better and better, and we're still working, we're still trying to get it there, and even at the end of the season, the guys are still pushing to try and find more, and yeah, we've definitely added a few things to the bike. I don't know if you know, but we're running steering dampeners, a lot of the guys now, and that seemed to help a lot with the bike, and yeah, there's still a few tweaks here and there that need some attending to, but it's definitely better. The bike's definitely faster than it was last year.
So when you put the dampener on, where do you feel that? Where does that help on the track?
I feel like for our bike, we have a lot of rear end dancing type, like deflecting and a lot of rear end kicks. So I feel like when I put the dampener on it, it was almost like adding another thing of suspension. And I feel like it just slows all that stuff down so your brain can react faster to it. And it depends, certain tracks you open it up and tighten it. But when I was testing it, I was going both ways and trying it. But I feel like the more I slowed that thing down, the more I could hit something harder and react faster to it, because and the way that it works is you don't really notice it unless you hit something hard. In the corners, I feel like I barely felt it, but when I was scrubbing or like doing something that's an aggressive movement, then that's when you feel it. So that's where I felt like the difference was, is it just made everything kind of slowed down so you could react faster.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting that you have something that on the front end, and then it can react to the rear end and actually help everything. So,
Maximus, can we talk about Supercross, or do you want to just skip it?
I mean, yeah, we can talk about it if you want to. I don't think I'm a bad Supercross rider, but
you're not a bad Supercross rider.
There's moments you saw.
What the hell is going on here? Like I've been on the shows and I like praise you, and I'm a big fan. I think you got a great future. I love the fact that you're a bigger dude and the bike works underneath you, and you have a lot of skill. And then we've seen there's been some difficulties in Supercross, and then these social media keyboard warriors come at me, Maximus, over and over, and I don't know. We got to figure this out, man.
Yeah, I mean, it was just like a few different things. I remember San Diego. I mean, with the red flag. I mean, I was in sixth in the heat race before they red flagged. Yeah. Then of course they red flagged, and I get put back to ninth. So I'm on the bubble with like 2 laps to go.
And then you were terrible off the restart, by the way, too. You were sleeping on that.
Well, I'm gonna tell you why, because I had the team was calling into my mechanic, telling make sure he blocks inside over and over and over again. And I've never done a staggered start. I've never done a restart like that. So all I'm thinking is, like, I got to send it to this inside, or someone's going to come blow my doors off and take my front wheel out. I'm not going to make it. So I sent it into the first corner, and everyone's going 2 miles an hour, and I grab a handful of front brake and went over the bars. And then in the LCQ, I was in transfer spot, and then, one mistake can take you out of it, and that's what happened.
Yep. Yeah, no, I get it. I'm joking. I'm a fan. I get it. I think you got, like I said, a future ahead of you. I'm a big fan of your dad. I love the path your dad took in his career. Self-made man, right? Didn't have any support in America. Fast as shit. Didn't have any support. Made it work. And I think he's instilled those same values into you, right? So, and also, you did the Red Bull Straight Rhythm on your Super Mini when Keefer wouldn't even do one run.
That's right.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
He aired out some big shit, too.
I know, and you wouldn't even go down
I'm
the
out.
line.
I'm like, F that.
I'm kidding. I'm bugging you, Keefer.
No, that's great. I understand it.
But, so, I mean, just it's like I've seen this. The guy I can equate to for you is Jeremy Martin. Like, at times, J-Mart was so good and still couldn't make main sometimes. And you're just like, what the hell is going on? And sometimes I feel like with Maximus, it's the same thing with you, where it's almost in your head a little bit now at times. And then, it didn't come together. But then, other times it was you had one qualifier and it was a super mutter. There was different reasons why each one. But eventually, some of the people out there are like, what the hell is going on with Maximus? Because you're better than him, as you know. So,
no, I agree.
Yeah.
I'm definitely, I feel like I can ride Supercross, and I've had weird occasions, and maybe there's some stuff where I've mentally blocked myself from making it just because I was so worried about not making it.
Yeah, for sure, right?
And it happens. I have a lot of experience in Supercross still now, so I've learned, and I think I've matured over this year, and I think next year you'll see a different me in Supercross.
So, I mean, getting back to your dad, and again, I know him well. I've known Tallon for a long time, and he's a great businessman with the Cherokee USA. I'm interested, though, like, you're older now. This is your third year of pro, and you're at Baker's factory, and he's in Sacramento. And, like, your dad took you this far and all his advice. I get it. There's a little bit of a time where a kid has to step up and do his own thing, and you got Alden and the team and all that there. How important is your dad still in your program to talk about lines and watch film, or is he taking a bit of a step back and you're now, growing into a man and being your own guy?
We've been growing into it. He's still very much a part of my program, and he's at every race, and he's been through so much, and he's done all the rookie mistakes. So that's been his main goal, is to get me and steer me and avoid me from making dumb mistakes that I don't have to make.
Yep.
But he has let me, stay here in Florida on my own and stay in SoCal when I'm there on my own here and there. And he's letting me grow into my own person and be, a proper adult and not just be babied my whole life. So,
sure. Yeah.
We've done both, but he's definitely a part of my program, and I want to keep him a part of my program. He's helped me a lot, and he knows a lot. So there's a lot of resources I can pull from him still.
What about Uncle Tyson? Still around? Still talking to you? All that?
Yeah. No, he's like the guru at home, and he studies every race. He has a great memory, and he remembers even back when he was racing. He remembers every lap of what he's raced. So he is the guy. He's watching all the lap times. He's watching practice, and he calls us up. It seems like 20, 50 times in a race day, telling me lines and stuff to do and here and there. And he's like he studies everything, and he gets all the stats, and that's where we get all that from. Is from
okay.
him.
Awesome.
Tallon is very proactive. So if it rains, Tallon's hit me up. Where should I go? I have recon with Max's dad out in the desert. Day before Max supposed to come up. Hey, we were thinking about riding. He's going to ride sand. Where is this track at? Can you come? And we've gone. I took him in the Jeep out there, showed him track. So it's very proactive over there. So I think it's really cool.
Yeah. Yeah. It's nice to. Like, because Maximus, too, like, a lot of crazy dads and a lot of kids and dads fight and, like, things go sideways. And it seems like you and your dad are very grounded, I don't know. Maybe behind the scenes you guys are yelling at each other. It doesn't seem that way to me. But
yeah, I mean, for sure there's some things we disagree on. But when it comes to the racing side, we take it serious, and we don't let anything that we, disagrry on or anything that we argue over interfere with that. So it's always a step-by-step plan, and it's always focused.
I was going to bring this up later with Keefer on the show, but I want to get, since you're on the line and you're a well-spoken, thoughtful guy, let's talk to Maximus about this. So, lappers. Sexton and Jet called out lappers on the podium after the motos, and we did our review show yesterday, and like I was a lapper. I lapped guys on a much smaller level. Keefer, you the same way. You've been lapped, and you've lapped many guys, and I've been a mechanic for riders that have been lapped in the middle of battling for 12th and getting that point or whatever, right? So my point things, like Jet and Chase have the right to their opinion, and I get it. A little bit of me is like, hey, too bad, man. They're lapping into 12th and 15th and 13th. These guys are fighting for SMX points. They're fighting for national points. They're fighting for money. Like, they're having their own race. No one's intentionally, for the most part, 99% of them are not trying to intentionally screw these guys up, right? And Jet talked about having more respect for our race, and Chase was pissed off really much. And to me, I feel like lappers giveth and they taketh away. Like, they're going to help you sometimes, they're going to hurt you sometimes. It's the thing of racing. Let's get Maximus Vohland's opinion on this. Like, where are you at with lappers, with getting lapped, like all of that stuff? I get it. You're in a race and they're not in it. But some of these dudes, you're so fast, you're lapping guys that are having their, in the points. So what's it like, Maximus? What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's 50-50. Like, yeah, of course, sometimes it can help you and you're glad about it, but I feel like sometimes it hurts you more than it helps. Me personally, I had a bad experience with a lapper taking me out of a podium position at Paul I was talking about earlier. And it's different because if you come up on a guy that's not battling and he knows you, he'll move out of the way. And sometimes he'll move back in the way and help you out. So it's kind of like having allies on the track if you're friendly with the guys and nice with the guys, or you have friends and So it can help, it can hurt. Me personally, if we're coming up and there's a group of lappers and there's a group of the head leaders coming through and there's a blue flag, there should be a rule. You can't pass each other if you're battling on a blue flag or something. Like, that shouldn't be, like, you have to check up and slow down, or not slow down, or at least move out of the main line and let the leaders by and continue your race after they've passed you and you have a gap. You shouldn't be able to pass on a blue flag. I feel like that should fix a lot of the problem, and not having guys kill themselves and leaders just to gain a point or some money.
Yeah, that's a greasy move. It's a greasy move. JT was talking about it. He said that Ryan Clark would do it to him. I know Kyle Lewis would do it the year that I worked for Triple X, and Kyle Lewis was a top guy. Right. Like, there's some It's guys that are like, fuck it, here's my chance to gain a position, and that's greasy.
Yeah.
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 Sure.
Yeah. I agree.
Keefer, where are you at on this?
I think there's two sides. I think as a rider, I don't care if you're 12th, 15th, 30th. You're aware of what's going on the track. Like, you know, if you're in 12th, there's 13th behind. You know who that guy is. You know where he's on the track. And you also know who's coming up on you. I don't care if you're the guy saying, I don't look back, I don't see anything. Bullshit. You know what's going on. There's always eye racing going on within a race.
Yeah.
Like, you know where you're at.
Yeah.
Good racers are just like that. So
and you have a great point. Sorry to interrupt you, because when you talk to guys like Maximus or other guys in Supercross, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, I was looking over in the triple. I could see that dude in the whoops."
You don't have to look over. You can just see it, right?
Yeah.
So if you're even up in the points and you're getting lapped, you know who's coming up on you, and then you can hear them coming eventually. Like, these guys, like Max, they'll rev their engine, and what usually happens is it pisses those guys off. So then they go, fuck that dude. He's revving at me. I ain't moving over. So it's almost like, what do? You revving at him because, hey, I'm letting you know I'm here, or are you revving at him because I'm anxious? So
And sometimes to defend the lappers, the AMA guys got the blue flags out 30 seconds early.
Correct.
Like, hey, man, the guy's not on me. Like, calm down.
It's crazy how different riders are emotionally when they ride.
Yeah.
Some of them give zero fucks who you are behind you, and some of them are respectful.
Yeah.
So it just depends.
Yeah.
But I think it's
really
bull crap.
I mean, Jed and Chase were heated.
Dude, these guys, I saw some of that while I was watching the broadcast.
Yeah.
They do not care. They will go in the main line. They will go wide, come in. Like, they don't care who's behind them. Like, if I'm a lapper.
But they're in points. They're racing.
Yeah, that's fine, but it'll take you literally half a second to let that dude by you.
I know. I see both sides, though. That's why I kind of like say I don't think you can complain about the lappers that much. I just don't.
The other side of it is when it's really ruddy
Yeah.
and you're kind of like, oh, I don't know where to go.
Like this weekend.
Yes. Like, oh, shit, I'm in the main line. I got to hurry up and get out of here. You end up screwing yourself up and then screw the guy behind you up because you're so anxious to get out of the way.
Yeah. Maximus, are you a rever? Are you a yeller? What are you at?
No, I mean, I try and trust the blue flag. Sometimes the guy doesn't get a blue flag, and he has no idea you're behind you. Or at least that's what it feels like. And there'll be some dudes. I know there's some guys when I come up on a lap, I know they ain't moving out of the main line. So I know I have to go out of my way to go around them. Yeah. And then there's guys that I come up and I know who they are, or I know that they're going to move, and they'll just move right out of the way. So you kind of learn throughout the season who's going to move and who's not, which is part of it. But there's definitely some dudes that I feel like need to get out of the main line. If you hear a group of star Yamahas or leaders revving and you can hear them coming, you know when someone's fast, and you can start hearing them behind you. You know they're on their way, and like you've got to just move out of the main line for a split second, or just slow up and wave them on by or something.
You could fucking hear a star Yamaha 3 corners before you even get to you.
Yes, absolutely.
Maximus, who are some of the bad guys to the lap? Is there anybody that stands out?
I just know numbers. I can't tell you. There's a dude on a KTM that I feel like we lap every weekend.
Hit me on a number.
Moved.
What's the number?
4 something.
KTM.
435 on a KTM. South African Marcus Phelps.
Marcus Phelps. Okay. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yep. Phelps.
KTM.
I
know Hunter Cross personally. He moves for me, so he's one of the good guys. He moves.
He's on the team. He's on Team Vohland.
Yeah, he's local NorCal guy, so he moves.
Right.
Stank Dog always moved. He actually, I gotta thank Stank Dog for giving me a gate my rookie year at Southwick after I blew a motor up, or maybe it was last year even.
Yeah, Steve, look how nice Stank Dog is.
Gate. And Stank Dog gave me a gate, so thanks to Stank Dog for that. One of the nice guys.
It's totally illegal, by the way.
Stank Dog is an angel.
It's totally illegal. I would expect Stank to break the rules like that. But
there's one more guy, the guy that took me out at Paula, Trey Fierro.
Trey Fierro.
Yeah,
Cali guy.
I haven't seen in a while, but yeah, that dude has taken me out. And he's not just taking me out; he's taken a few guys out. So
how's Hardy Munoz?
Hardy's not in control of himself.
I never come. I don't see him. Honestly, I don't remember. I don't even know if we lap him.
You can't. Listen, I love Hardy. He's not in control himself, so he's not trying to get in the way. He's out of control.
Hardy's good, dude.
He is good, but he's just out of control. That's it. Yeah. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. So something I was going to talk to Keefer about, just because Chase and Jet, I don't know if you watched the race, Maximus, but they were very vocal. And then JT was even saying Chase away from the mic was very angry. And I like Chase and I like Jet. But honestly, to me, wah. Like, dude, they're going to help you. Lappers are going to help you, and they're going to hurt you, and it's part of the game. And these dudes like Grant Harlan, like they're lapping Grant Harlan, who's a bad dude.
Yeah.
I mean...
But here, part of it is being vocal about it, because you know all these riders watch the broadcast eventually.
Well, maybe
and then they're like, oh,
too.
shit, I'm in the way. I got to consciously...
Yeah, you don't want to be that guy.
Right.
JT once held up Dunge when he was battling RV at Hangtown. Not on purpose, but it really hurt. It was in the little switchback section.
Didn't James land on JT at one point getting lapped?
No, he was passing.
Oh, okay.
He was passing JT. But yeah, so you don't want to be JT because Dunge was pissed, and rightfully so. But JT didn't really get out of the way, and it happens. And,
Max, is it harder for lappers in Supercross or outdoors?
I feel like I never struggle that much with lappers in Supercross. I feel like outdoors is worse. There's just more of them. There's more guys on the track, and and I think also what you guys were just talking about, I feel like being heated is more in the moment type of thing, because after you cool down after a day or you rewatch the race, and it's not as bad as what you think it was. Mm-hmm. But when you're in the moment and you're battling for every inch and you're suffering out there, and a dude holds you up and it costs you a few seconds that you have to fight for the next 3 laps, that's what gets you so mad.
Yeah, it takes you.
But after you cool down.
Sure.
Do you have a 10-minute rule when you get back to the truck? Because in our family, we don't talk to each other for 10 minutes, because if you ask us anything right when we get back to the van in 10 minutes, we're pissed off at everything.
I've never applied that rule or had that rule. It's always been talking, but I know exactly what you're talking about, because it's usually just nonsense after a bad moto.
Yeah, you could be like, had a good moto, where the fuck's my water at? And you start tripping out, like, people are giving shit about Jet. How come the cap's not off my water?
Yeah.
Like, the dude's hot as balls. Like, help the guy out.
Right, I agree. All right, Maximus, thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Sorry to keep you a bit later. But yeah, man, 4 motos to go. Then you get the SMX thing.
Do you have a chick or no?
Yeah, I do. She's SoCal. So
you guys aren't together all the time?
Yeah, not right now. I think she's planning on coming out here after the outdoor season for a little bit.
All right.
Hey,
man, just checking in, make sure all that's good.
Oh, boy. Here we go. And also, Maximus, hey, as a media guy, thank you for coming and talking to us after the races, man. You're a stand-up guy that way. Most times you're over there, good or bad, to talk to us. Steph from KTM drags you over there. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I appreciate the time.
No problem.
So
yeah, thank you for having me on.
You're always a dude to give the media a little bit of your time to explain, how your day went and everything else. Maybe sometimes you were like, I don't want to talk to these idiots, but you're there. So appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Maximus.
Thanks, Max.
See ya.
Bye.
See ya. He wants to be called Maximus.
I refuse.
You refuse?
I can't do it.
Well, why don't you tell him that?
I'm sorry. I just can't.
Maximus is
That's
cool.
ridiculous.
No, it's not.
It's ridiculous.
Wow.
Maximus?
I
Are
like
you
Maximus.
Serious?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. All right. Never mind.
Max. What's his name for how many years?
What are you
going
to call the Mandarin?
I'm just saying Max was Max for how many years?
Okay. All right. We got to run. Go to a commercial break and come back with Austin Forkner.
Max is Max.
Jay Wilson, thank you from Renthal. Maximus Vohland
Dean.
from Champions USA, and of course Kevin Windam on. We got the Mandarin coming up. Marks, did you get that footage? Did it come in?
I think yeah.
Yeah, came in.
I don't know how or where it came from, but we got it.
Deep in the caves of Afghanistan.
In the caves, yeah. I had to download it.
It's on a
over
camcorder.
It is, yeah. So thanks for listening, everybody. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
Great radio, bros. At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading, built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve Advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like the Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig.
I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jett Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins.
Stargate Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Diallo. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferrandis, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow @Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
At motosport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high-quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts, 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig.
I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Derry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jet Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tallon Hawkins.
Sergeant Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Diallo, I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferranges, and I choose OGO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading, built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing powersports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other powersports machines. Whether you ride a two-stroke or a four-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com. Fly Racing, Decal Works. Hey, Decal Works, man, great guys. Official graphics of that Keefer guy and Red Bull KTM. Everybody over there at Decal Works doing God's work on their graphics. They'll send you a proof. They'll get it to you super fast. PulpMX 23 is a code to save with DecalMX.com. Great guys, Ron and Sean and all the boys in Illinois doing great jobs. So thank you to those guys for coming on board. Use the code and save. From the wild to the mild, they can design it for you. Thank you to the folks at Decal Works for all that they do for myself and Kris Keefer and more. Making graphics for Kris Keefer, full-time job. Between the
and preprints, die cut numbers that I'm usually horrible about putting on, but they do a good job.
Yep. Our next guest brought to you by RenegadeRaceFuel.com. Looking for dealers and distributors. They won championships with Will Hahn and Justin Brayton. Using it now with Dean Wilson and Max Ansey and the Firepower Honda team as well. They don't just say they make power, they engineer it. Renegade is your guide and partner to get the whole shot and be the first one to the checkers. The fuels burn cooler, cleaner, and more consistent than the competition. Renegade is the only fuel that these guys use on the races. So thank you to that guys, those guys as well. RenegadeRaceFuel.com. They won a championship with Will Hahn and other people back in the day. So thanks to Renegade. Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X-Brand Goggles, Renthal, Race Tech, Michelin, Cherubies, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA, Renegade Race Fuels, Pro Filter, ORW, OGO Power Sports, FMF, Guts Racing, Atlas Neck Brace, Works Connection, PulpMX 20, the code to save Works Connection, Atlas Neck Brace. Congrats to Dylan Wright on winning another championship. He won every overall up in Canada. Last year he swept the motos. This year, slacker. He didn't sweep all the motos, but he didn't win every overall, Dylan Wright did. Wearing an Atlas brace.
I didn't look at Walton. Did he go 1-1?
Yes.
How'd him off do?
Third overall. T-Dags crashed out. I think he's going to be okay. And then, I think who got second? Pettis got got second again. So, yeah.
How long does Dylan race for, you think, up there? Five more years?
I don't know.
I mean, who do you see beating him? Nobody.
Nobody. No. Dylan Pettis was good.
You think McNabb comes in next year and does anything?
Not beat Dylan Wright, but I think he can do something. I don't know if he's even going to 450s.
2 years in a row you win and you don't go 450?
He's pretty young still.
So?
When Mertz had him race the Combine, and I said, why is he racing the Combine? They said how young he is. They kept telling me how young he was.
He's a Mertz guy?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. And, PulpMX, we ran a jersey. He ran a logo on our sticker.
Yeah.
All year long, or a logo on his jersey.
How much was that? How much did you give him? I mean, you're really open with that kind of thing, so why not just share it with us?
$5,000.
Okay.
Is that worth it or not?
Yeah, shit. Just for a sticker?
A logo on the jersey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's basically free money because what are you getting out of that? Nothing.
Just a logo and whatever.
Right.
But I can write it off.
Okay.
Marketing. So Get Data, WUSA, Ride Engineering, Intense Cycles, Wiseco Piston, EVS, and MTX Brakes all on board with us. Did you see the rims that W put on social, the silver?
Yeah.
Those are pretty cool.
Yeah, it's badass.
Really, really neat looking rims for sure. So check out WUSA. Tell them you listen to Pulp. They'll give you a discount. Talk to Kristen.
I still owe them money. I forgot. You just reminded me.
You owe them money?
Yeah, I do.
Wow.
I owe a bill to John. I just remembered I got to pay it.
How old is it?
2 weeks.
Oh, okay. All right.
3, yeah.
Not so bad.
No.
Well, then why don't you just call Kristen?
But I'm usually good at that, and I am.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to call Kristen because then all you fuckers out there think I'm creepy, so I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to do it on the email.
Okay.
Send it in the normal way.
All right. Okay. Sounds good.
Scared.
All right, Renegade Race Fuel is bringing you our next guest on the show. Looking forward to talking to this gentleman. Hasn't been on for a long time. And, he's back from injury. Fifth in Moto 2 in Unadilla from Monster Energy Pro Circuit. It's Austin Forkner. What's up, man? How are you?
Yeah, good. How's it going?
Good. Thanks for calling in, or thanks for us calling you. We were a little bit late calling you because I wrote the wrong number down to call you. So that's my bad. So, all right. Hey, dude, listen, we know the road you've been on, the injuries you've had, the things that you haven't been able to do because of injury. And then, like, your first race back at Washougal, you're just a rag doll in the first turn. You have another issue. How good did that fifth feel in Unadilla where you were like, fucking finally?
Yeah, no, for sure. That felt really good. Honestly, I was so pissed about the first moto that the fifth didn't even feel all that great.
Okay.
Just because, like, I was so pissed about the first moto. Because I was like, dude, come on. Just another this one was all on my own. Like, it wasn't a first turn pileup, luckily, but I just, I got cross-rutted. The ruts were really sticky that first moto, and they sucked me, pulled me down, and I didn't want to dab my knee, so I just basically rode it to the ground and crashed pretty hard. But, I was just more pissed about that. But it did feel really good just because, like, I did start up there. Like, I started probably 7th or 8th, but, like, I had to pass a few guys, and then I had Viol was right behind me, and Vohland and some guys, some pretty good guys were right up there behind me, so they were keeping pressure on me the whole time. And then I started even reel in Kitchen a little bit at the end. So that was, I was really happy with that ride. I felt like I didn't just, luck into that fifth. I kind of had to actually work for it. So that felt really good to just be like, okay, I can fit in up here. I still do belong, up in this area. That's where I feel like I should be, as long as I get a good start and ride like I know how to ride. I feel like right now I should be a 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th place guy. And, if one of the top 3 guys make a mistake, I could be a potential podium guy that day. So that's where I feel like I should be right now. I was stoked with, I was happy with that second moto for sure.
Keefer and I were talking earlier. Unadilla looked like no fun. You've done well on that track before, but it looked like no fun to ride, especially second moto.
I actually liked second moto better than the first moto just because the ruts were less sticky. Like, that's what got me in the first moto, and it's like coming down that back hill kind of before you go up and do the sky shot, that really fast one. The ruts were so long and they were so sticky that, like, you would get in them and they would suck the bike down, so it would, or your knobbies would try to, like, grab the edge of the rut, and then it would get you off balance. And then that's basically what happened to me, and I tried to, like, throttle out. I tried to just get out of the rut and ended up not making it to the end and went down. But that's the second moto, it hardened up a little bit, so they weren't quite as sticky. So I probably preferred the second moto. I actually talked to one of the guys that was working the track as I was leaving. He was like, hey, I just wanted to know how the track was today. And I was like, well, actually, oh God, my dogs are fighting. I'm sorry about that. I was like, actually, the track was, from what I've been told earlier in even the races that I missed, everybody has kind of been saying that they haven't really been prepping the tracks super, super deep. Like, they haven't really been ripping them super deep this year. So I was like, this was definitely a change from that. Like even Millville, I've ridden there a lot growing up, and I thought that it would have been, more rutted and stuff than it was. It really wasn't all that rutted. I was like, look, I wish in a few spots you guys would have prepped it a little bit more, but I was like, overall it was a pretty decent racetrack. Those ruts were tough. That back turn, the turn before you go up that back hill, that right-hander before that little, like, scrub double, dude, that thing.
That's what I was talking about. Like, that was so gnarly. Like, and when you say it gets hard, people don't understand what that does. Like, your front tire might get in one and the rear might not get another. You're effed.
Yeah, you're bad. It was, that turn was bad. I was like, you guys may have wanted to, drop the ripper in that, like, one time throughout the day, like between first and second motos, because that was just, there wasn't a good line. There
Yeah.
wasn't a good line through that whole turn. But overall, I mean, it was tough. It was tough for sure.
You haven't raced outdoors in a while. You've had a lot of success in your career outdoors early on, and then injuries have knocked you out. Do you feel like this? You just jumped in coming off knee injury in Supercross. Do you feel like you got your outdoor game on, or is it a little bit of a shock to the system to get into outdoors again on how gnarly you got to be, how much you got to send it, all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, that's kind of what I've been. That's kind of what I've been telling people is I've missed so much. Racing in general, but so much outdoor racing over the past few years that whenever I came in, I mean, typically it's usually what happens with amateurs is you're better at outdoors than Supercross because you don't ride as much Supercross. That's kind of how it was whenever I was coming in, but I feel like I've missed so much outdoor racing over the past few years that I'm definitely better at Supercross now, I feel like. And yeah, outdoors is kind of a little bit of a shock to me.
Yeah.
It's always hard to jump back in a season midway while all the guys have been racing, whether it be Supercross or outdoors. But outdoors is definitely harder just from Supercross is more so like, oh, I got to get the pace back type of thing.
Yeah.
Outdoors is like, no, you got to get the pace and the fitness back. So
it's gnarly. It's gnarly.
Yeah, and the tracks are just completely destroyed. So the outdoors is super hard to jump back into mid-season, especially when I raced one round last year, so I'm basically haven't raced in 2 years basically outdoors or whatever. So it's tough. I wouldn't say that I'm 100%, and even still my knee probably isn't 100% just in that or fitness or whatever, but that's what I knew all that coming in, and that's what I was just like, okay, even if I'm not 100%, that's fine. I just need to get out there and race, period, just because like missing so much. And I used to be the guy where my whole amateur career and even my early on in my pros where I could show up at the practice track and be second, 2 seconds, whatever off guys that I'm racing against. Become race day, I show up. I'm a racer more than a practicer, where now I'm like, dude, like it's getting harder and harder. I still expect that out of myself because that's what I've been my whole life basically, but it's like, dude, it's getting harder with less racing, like I haven't raced as much, and it's harder to be a racer when you don't race, like I'm a good practicer because I practice a lot, but you got to race to be a racer,
Hey, your bikes, the team's bikes looked really good lately. Like you guys are pulling starts, Joe and Hammaker are up front. You were up front, Washougal as well. Ryder D's gotten some good stuff. Like, bikes seem really good. Star Yamahas, I think, are still, got a little better stuff going on maybe due to their motor design. But when you watch that uphill triple at Millville and you watch some of the starts, it seems like Mitch as the bike's working pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. And suspension-wise, we made some changes this week that I was actually really surprised at how good it felt, because when we tested out here, and this is, honestly, this is kind of why I really don't like being in California, especially the summer, because you test on these tracks that we're riding out here right now, and it's not completely the track's fault. They're doing what they can, but it's like, it's a desert out here. It hasn't rained in a long. We were very, very fortunate with rain earlier in the year, but now it hasn't rained in forever. It's like over 100 a lot of the days. Like, it's just you can't keep a track well, and testing on these tracks is like just not ideal. So we threw some stuff on last week, and honestly, I didn't think it really felt that great. But then we got to the race, and I was like, okay, yeah, this is definitely a step in the right direction. It felt pretty damn good at the race, so that was good. And then we've been doing a couple that we've actually tried a decent amount of stuff with motors this year, so it's good to see that's working out as well. As far as just like, we're getting good starts.
Right.
I think the bikes, I think they're pretty strong compared to the Star bikes are really good motor wise, but I think we're pretty close, because a lot of the guys, I've been struggling a little bit with my starts this season. My second moto start was better, but like you said, Ryder D and Hammaker and Joe and some of the other guys, they've been getting pretty good starts this year. So yeah, I think our bike's pretty good right now. And yeah, like I said, with suspension, I was pretty happy with how how it was working at Unadilla. That was going to be one of the tracks where it would be kind of tested for sure. You know, ruts and rough. It was. No, I was surprised. It was actually really good.
702-586-PULP. You got a question for Austin Forkner here on the PulpMX show. We got a few lines open. Brought to you by RenegadeRaceFuel.com.
Can you elaborate on your direction on your suspension? Did you go softer, stiffer? What was it?
Yeah, it was stiffer. We stiffened up the bottom part of the bottom part of the stroke, kind of to get it to hold up a little bit more. When they first came at me with the first setup, it was way too rigid, so we kind of had to split the difference with what I was running versus the new setup. So just kind of a little bit more hold up is kind of what we went for.
How big was your win at I think was that Boston you won last year? I think it was Boston.
Yeah.
Yeah. How big was that for you? Because I mean, again, injuries. Your early season, your early career stuff was phenomenal. Your results, your wins. We all know you should have been that champion the 1 year, if not for the practice crash. But so it's been a while, and then you got the win. Like that win last year has to just like sort of make you a little more sane. That
he won last year?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
2022.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude, that is insane. It's been so long. I feel like he's been gone so long. Like I don't even remember that.
I think it was Boston.
No,
yeah.
Yeah. No, it was last year. Yeah. It was when Jet wrapped it up. He wrapped it up that night.
So like that had to been just be like, okay, shit, I got it still. Like I still got this.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what it was. And everybody was saying, oh, you beat Jet and he didn't have to win. He was racing for the championship, whatever.
Yeah. Who cares?
He's still fast. And he was still, whenever I rewatched it, he wasn't just rolling over. So I was happy with that. And I had to come through the pack, that race too. So yeah, that was, I was pretty happy with that race. I mean, that was, my wins have been getting less and less frequent over the past few years. Just, it's more injuries, getting tougher and tougher to run up front. So that was good. That was really good, just confidence wise.
Sure.
But that's the shitty thing about this sport is you were just saying, it was just last year that you won, but I mean, it was like, well, was it? Was it last year?
Yeah, I know. Sorry, that's my fault.
It's like, oh, you won. I won last year, but like, who?
What have you done for me last week?
Like,
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, and your confidence level. It's hard to keep, unless you're up there running up front on a pretty standard basis. It's hard to keep confidence up of being like, just being able to show up to the race and be like, yep, I'm the guy. Like I know I should be up front. So that's what I feel like helped a lot this weekend too. Just being able to run up there and have kind of constant pressure on me for fifth, make some passes to get up to fifth, even though, it's just fifth, and I, wasn't anywhere close to the leaders, but, that was a step in the right direction. I feel like that was a pretty good result for me. And the win last year was definitely strong. That's why I felt like I was in a good place coming into Supercross this year. I felt like I was in a pretty good place and I was ready to do battle.
I heard some test track stuff about you. Really riding well and looking really good before the year. I don't know who told me. I was with Adam. I don't know who it was, but someone was like, "Dude, Forkner's ripping right now." So they everything's looking good for you.
That's why I was so such a bummer of what happened. Just and then I was fastest qualifier during
that's right.
A1.
Yeah,
and,
that's right.
Qualifying is whatever, take it with a grain of salt. But I was faster than Jet that day. And hardly anybody else qualified faster than him all year.
That's true.
It was just a bummer. I mean, just one of those things. It was. I mean, injuries. It wasn't the pain, or it wasn't like, oh, my knee, it hurts. It was just I'm out for possibly the year. That was literally my first thought when I was laying on the track was like, man, I may have just blown this whole year. And I felt so strong and so good coming into it.
Yeah.
And I may have just blown the whole year. So that was definitely a bummer. But it is what it is.
Nope.
I'm made some changes since then. Started working with Rhino. Hopefully, maybe that's a good change. I'm working with Charles Dow off the bike now. I'm living in California, which I don't really know that the whole California thing is a great change, but is what it is. Maybe I just needed a change of scenery. So now we're yeah, we're gonna see. Hopefully, it'll bring a little bit better results.
I was gonna ask you about that because I don't think Robbie, your old guy Robbie Renard, I don't think he's a big fan of mine, because I've been saying publicly for a couple of years, nothing against Robbie Renard and the Oklahoma thing that you've been doing, nothing against him. He's super smart. He's got it. But I was like saying, dude, you got to change it up. Like a different voice, a different track, a different place. You've seen it over the years with guys getting in ruts and all of that. And again, Robbie helped you win a lot of races. So, it's not a bad thing on Robbie Renard. It's just everybody needs a change, man. And you get out of a rut and try to fix what you're doing because it wasn't working for you in terms of getting injured, And again, not Robbie's fault, but yeah, make some life changes, man. And it sounds like you're doing it. Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly kind of just and I just needed somebody out here. Like me and Robbie, he's like a father figure to me in a way. Like I've worked with him since I was, on Super Minis basically. So he's even that I've been working with Rhino, I still talk to Robbie on a weekly basis. But yeah, Mitch wanted me to be in California, so I'm pretty semi-permanent in California right now. And Robbie he's got a training facility. He's got 3 kids now. He can't be out here as much as I need him to be. So we knew it was coming. Like we were on good terms and everything. But yeah, it was honestly Rhino too. He really wasn't on my radar at all. And I went to Paula for the first motos, and he was up in the Fox Tower, and we started talking. And he was like, "Hey, you want to come out and ride a turn track whenever you're back to riding?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure, why not?" And then I did it, and he said a lot of good things, and he wasn't as crazy as everybody makes him out to be, he says some things every now and then that you're like, oh, geez, Rhino. But that's just, it is what it is. Like, that's just who he is.
There's some great Rhino Loretta stories I heard.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He was telling me some stories just from this year that you were good.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, there was some. Yeah. I was getting some text about. Oh boy.
He's not scared to say it though.
He said if there was a trophy for having the most fun, he definitely won. So I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it with some of his stories. But yeah. It was. I felt the things that he was teaching me.
Sure.
It was not just, hey, I'm telling you to do this, I'm telling you to do that. It was like, oh, I actually feel some of these changes. And that's what he told me at the beginning of the day. He was like, look, if you get through the day and you don't feel a difference, then, hey, we'll part our ways, no harm, no foul. But if you feel something, I'm probably not going to have to convince you, for us to work together. And that's kind of what happened. And we went to a turn track, and then the next day we went to a real track, and I felt a pretty good change on both tracks, and I was like, why not? Let's give it a try. And like I said, I switched to working with Charles Dow off the bike at the beginning of this year. So
good. Listen, man.
I don't know for a fact that everything's working out because I haven't obviously raced it, but I don't think change is a bad thing. Like you said, just about being stuck in a rut or stuck.
And change can be scary too. So props to you for moving to California and working with a new trainer and and doing all of that. That ain't easy, you know what I mean? Especially for a guy like you that you've made a lot of money, you've won a lot of races doing it a certain way. But it's smart of you to be like, fuck, I got to do something, So
that's what Rhino tells. He ends almost every day by telling me, "Thank you for listening. Thank you for trying things today. Thank you for being open today with riding and stuff." And that's kind of just my attitude right now. It's like, look, I know how to ride a dirt bike. I'm pretty good at riding a dirt bike, but obviously certain things in what I've been doing haven't been working.
Yeah.
So I'm down to try almost just about anything, that's what on the bike, I'll try it. If I don't like it, if I think it's just absolutely stupid, then maybe I won't keep doing it, but I'll try just about anything right now. There's no hurt. There's, nothing to lose by trying stuff, and that's where I'm at right now. I'm like, look, I still, have some belief in myself, and I still think I can be a top guy. But obviously I just need to fix a couple things, and mainly it's just getting hurt. It's just not being at the races. If I can be at the races, I feel like if I can be at all the races, I can, be one of the top guys, but it's just being there. So that's just what I kind of worked on. And I think some of the technique stuff that Rhino's been helping me with will hopefully, I think will translate into making me hopefully a safer and faster rider and, you know, less crashes and stuff. That's kind of the goal in what he's teaching me and stuff. So yeah, I mean, I don't think it's you know, change can, it was a little bit scary. I'm gonna be honest. Like I haven't worked with anybody else since I went pro. So it was a little bit, but you know, it's been going good so far.
Well, listen, just one thing with Rhino. He told Keefer to take off his knee braces, and Keefer tore the shit out of his knee. So let's keep the braces on.
Yeah, he hasn't said anything about the knee braces.
Okay, let's keep the braces on.
What you should do is just show up with a fucking neck brace on to ride and see what he does.
Oh, dude. Oh, that's next level. Like he's gone on a couple neck brace tantrums to me. Like knee braces, like, okay, I feel like he can deal with that. But
the neck brace,
if I showed up with a neck brace, oh, dude.
Just show up with like 2 of them on your neck and just be like, yo, what's up? We ready to do this shit?
Him
or
and
what?
I got into it one time over neck braces, and I was like, dude, Ryan Villepolo won 4 Supercross championships in a row with a neck brace. Like, I'm fine with you saying, like, you don't like neck braces. Like, whatever. That's your opinion. But you can't say, Rhino, that you can't go fast. Because Ryan Villepolo went fucking fast with a neck brace.
Yeah, I need to show up with, like, one of the original.
Yes.
Like, the OG, like, Liette from, like, 08 or 2010 or whenever they first came out.
Like, you can't even move your head.
Those were gnarly.
Yeah, you can't even turn your head. That was
those were so gnarly, those ones. Yeah, you're right. God.
You'd be look at Ryan like, what the fuck are you looking at? Like, what's your problem?
What do you?
Yeah, what's the problem here?
Yeah.
Hey, real quick. So when Rhino teaches you these techniques, do you actually apply them when racing? Because I know how it is. Like practicing, you can think about what he's telling you, but when you're in race mode and you got shit going on all around you, is it hard to remember these things that are just now getting into your brain?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what. Yeah. Definitely hard. That's why, like, I feel like it's really good having a mechanic that was an ex-pro or that was a rider, obviously, like Tony is.
Yeah, Tony Archer.
He knows all that stuff.
Right.
Like, he gets it, you know, more than I feel like a lot of mechanics do that haven't ever ridden or especially ridden at a professional level. Like, he gets things like that. So him being at the track every day, it's almost like Rhino's training him as well because he's taking all that info in and then he's not riding, he's watching me, but he's seeing it translate in certain spots and seeing what it can do for my riding or whatever, whether it be how my bike works in bumps or whatever. And so while Rhino hasn't came to any of the races so far, Tony can he can watch me and he can, you know, put on the board to remind me of certain things. But yeah, it's definitely hard to implement that stuff at the races. Like that's really tough. So that's you know, I try to remind myself, and that's why that was what I was talking about earlier with feel and that's exactly what Rhino said, and it's 100% right. He's like I know because I'm a motocross rider. Talking about him, he's like, if I feel something that will make me faster, if I implement something on the dirt bike and I feel it and it feels better, whether it feels faster, just more in control, makes the bike work better, whatever it is, if you feel that it's better, you would be an idiot to not continue to do it. You know, if you feel it make a difference. So that's what I noticed with him right away was just that these certain things, it made me feel better on the bike. It made the bike feel better. All this stuff related to feel.
Yeah.
But that's when you notice a difference, then it locks into your head a little bit harder than just somebody just telling you, hey, do this, do this, do this. Because then I'm like, oh, well, there's a purpose behind why I'm doing it. Like I actually feel the difference that it's making in my riding style or my riding. So it's easier to kind of get locked into my head.
Right.
Now there are certain things like that are harder to break habit-wise, and that's just kind of still some of the things that I'm dealing with. But I feel like the main thing that he was teaching me was which kind of was in my hips, was just straightening my rotating more from my hip and straightening my back out a little bit more. That I feel like I've got pretty locked in now. Maybe not everywhere, and that's what he says. He's like, look, it's not going to happen. You're not going to be like this everywhere. Like, not everywhere when you're trying to break a bad habit are you going to do it. It's just, you know, try to be thinking about that stuff. And I remember, like, it's starting to become a little bit of habit now. Like, I remember doing it a few times at Unadilla and some of the slicker spots, and I was like, oh, I really didn't even have to think about doing that. I just kind of did it. And so that's it's starting to become habit. But, yeah, after doing something for all these years and just having a certain riding style that, you know, I've had, beating out an old habit is definitely tough, especially with only, you know, working on it for like a month and a half or 2 months with Rhino before going back to the races. Yeah, it's pretty tough. I would say by next season, I'll have it hopefully a little bit more locked in. But, yeah, I feel it already starting to become muscle memory because I just know that certain, like, some of these things that he's teaching me can actually make a difference on how I feel on the bike.
You know what I say? When in doubt, beat it out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, that's what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying. Pretty much everything he's telling me, whether or not I like it or it sticks really well, is kind of the thing. But certain of the things he's telling me that I do feel a difference. They are, you know, they're easier to make stick because of the fact that I notice a difference. Where unless if you're just telling me, hey, do this, do that, it's
you're
like
okay. What? Yeah, you're
absolutely
feel it. Feel it.
Yeah.
Austin Forkner here on the PulpMX show, presented by Renegade Race Fuels. Please check them out if you can. Austin, at one point, you know, you were on a fast track to a 450 ride with Factory Cowie, and it was all working out to plan, and obviously been injuries since then. You'll be with PC next year, from what I understand. Is there a plan to go into the big truck? Obviously, I mean, you still want to do it, but like, or is it just like, hey, I got unfinished business in the 250s, and we'll worry about it then?
I mean, to be honest, at this point, I feel like I could go either way. I mean, I feel here's kind of the shitty reality, I guess, is when you're winning races and you're, you know, the guy, you can call the shots.
Yeah.
Whether it be with your team or whether it be with whatever, where you're living, what you're doing, you know, you have kind of some say in all that.
Yeah.
Whenever you're not, and whenever you're hurt a lot and you're not winning races and you're that guy, you kind of just, you know, smile and yes, sir, basically.
Yeah.
You nod your head and say, yes, sir. Okay, you want me to live in California? Yes, sir. You want me to stay and ride a 250 next year? Yeah, you don't really, I mean, that's just kind of, you know, Cowie has not, you know, docked my pay or anything with all the time I've been hurt, which I know, you know, some teams do.
Yep.
And they've stuck behind me and they've extended my contract multiple times now. So, I'm pretty grateful for that. So I just am like, yep, okay. You
250 it is.
Like, you know, I'm still getting paid a good amount of money to ride to be a professional dirt bike rider. And you guys want me to stay in the 250 class? Okay. You know, fair enough. Like it's
hey, make money racing a dirt bike. That's the point. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. That's pretty cool. So that's what's, that is kind of, I kind of, I guess, originally I had a plan. Hey, I'm going to do 250. We want to do it for this many years. And then, once you throw injuries in, the plan kind of gets, you know, it is what it is. That's kind of, I've learned that's kind of what I've had to learn recently is, you know, plan less, just live more present. And hey, if I go 450 next year, end up, win a Supercross championship, and then I get to call it and I say, hey, you know, I want to ride 450 for outdoors. And they'll say, okay, then great, you know, whatever. But just, you know, I'm not really super concerned with that. I feel like and like kind of Rhino says, he's like, every day I show up at the track, he's like, look, right now you're worrying about you. That's it. You're not worrying about anything else. You're worrying about your lap right now, and this turn, and this jump, and this whatever, instead of, you know, if you are worried about too many things, can kind of just get a little bit overwhelming, like stuff like that. You know, I'm still under contract. I have a contract with Cowie this year and next year, and then that's when it's up. So maybe getting into next year, start to, you know, start to, I guess, go about with negotiating with Cowie or whoever once that gets closer next year. But as of right now, you know, I have one thing to worry about, and that's trying to, I guess, better myself and knock some old habits out and beat some new ones in.
Well, so far in your comeback, you've showed a lot of heart. It could have been easy to pull it in a couple of times into the pits, and you're like, fuck this, I'm going to keep riding, I'm going to get 21st. I'm not going to get a point. I'm going to just sweat my balls off and get 21st. But it says something, right? I think that says what you're doing. You're getting humbled a little bit, but that's okay. You're fighting through this. You've made some changes. You won a Supercross last year. I don't know. I wish you good luck with the health, man, more than anything. So this could be a cool story if you can, get back on top and win the championship or win multiple races even, and it starts with just starting over, right? And it's not easy, but you're doing it. So. Yeah,
that's what. And honestly, whenever I got up at Washougal and kept racing, I didn't know at that point how big of an impact that would have. That's one of my most liked videos on my Instagram or on my that. And most comments, dude, I had so many people still they come up, dude, your ride at Washougal was insane, so motivating and so just it's so cool. And I didn't really I didn't know that would have kind of the impact that that would have on people. So that kind of that stuff like that kind of has opened my eyes up a little bit too. It's I at this moment may not be the guy that's inspiring people by winning every race or being that type of inspiration to people. But if I can show some kids to not give up and to get back on and ride through a ripped up jersey and bleeding and stuff, then hey, that's really cool too, because that's. I've had a bunch of kids come up, and I had this dude come up at Paris to me, and he was like, hey, man, I broke my back in a bunch of places, but seeing you come back from your ACL like you did and be so motivated to come back and ride again, that made me want to come back and ride again as well. And I'm like, dude, that's some heavy shit, that's pretty sometimes some of that stuff is better than any race win. Right. If I can make a difference in somebody's life or give them some motivation or something anything like that, that's a cool deal. So I feel like if that's my role for right now, then, obviously, I still want to win races. And, I don't want to be in a rear tire going into the first turn at Washougal and, bleeding everywhere. But, that's if I can have that, sort of, effect on some people or motivate some people, then that's cool too.
No, I wrote about it. I talked about it. I thought it showed a lot of heart. No one would have blamed you in a second to pull it back in after that and being down that long and being ripped up. You know what I mean? Especially for a guy like you, you've been on the very top of the best 250 riders in the world at one point. And no one would have blamed you to pull it in. And so I thought that was pretty cool, man. And like I said, you're making some changes. You're starting over. I think that's to be admired. It's not easy to do that when you're somebody like yourself. So thanks for the call. Yeah, thank you. 5th in Unadilla. Let's keep that rolling at Budds Creek. And yeah, man, thanks for the time.
Top 3, by the way.
I need to eliminate some of those. If I want to do the last 3 races, I need to eliminate some of those not scoring points races. So that's kind of my goal for the.
Can you get an SMX? I didn't even look. Can you get in?
Yeah, I'm 45th right now, I think. So, it's going to be, with now missing 2, I'm going to have to get points for sure. Be pretty much inside the top 10, if not a little bit better for the rest of the motos to get in.
87 points.
And even then, it's still going to be close. I don't even know exactly how much points I have. I know I'm sitting 45th, I think, because JH told me that after the last after Unadilla. But that's I honestly I don't know exactly the rules for that SMX thing. I don't know that really anybody knows exactly how it's going to work or whatever. But all I know is I think I need to be inside the top 30 in points. So
yeah, you need 55 points to get in the top 30. You need 55. You got to jump a bunch of guys. You have to average, 13 to 14 points a moto from here on out in the last 4.
That's fine.
To make sure you're close. So there's some motivation there. That's
14 points.
That's 7th place. It's 7th place.
7th, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you got to go 7, 7, 7, 7 or better, I think, to have a shot.
You got that. You can do that.
Well, I feel like I should be there. I feel like I said 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th.
Yeah.
I feel like I should be in that area. So
I feel like you're there too. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just I guess that's the goal.
He's top 3 in the hottest having the chick contest. So.
Top 3 in the sport? Yeah.
He's top 3.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
His fiance, yes, right?
Yeah, Riley. I'm top 3 for chick.
Yep. Riley is unbelievable looking.
Right.
Riley, I've seen Riley with makeup, without makeup.
Okay.
Unbelievable.
Yep.
So I feel like Austin was basement at one time.
Mm-hmm.
Now he has grown into a better looking dude.
Yep.
And I feel like he owes that to Riley.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. So Austin's game is raised.
Austin has raised his level
Yeah.
because Riley is helping him raise it.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what I feel.
Yep.
That's just my opinion.
Yep.
But I feel like
Okay.
Wonderful. She was listening to that. So I told her I'm top 3 for
hottest chick.
Hottest chicks, top 3.
Right now. So that's good. I'll take that. We'll take that all day. If
Imagine
I'm not top 3 in anything, I'll take it.
Take that and get in the SMX, and
you're winning life.
You're winning life. There
Yeah.
we go.
All right, let's do it. I'm down.
Thank you, man. Thanks for the time, Austin. Appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys.
See you, Austin.
See you.
All right, see you.
That's Austin Forkner, everybody. Renegade Race Fuels bringing you Austin Forkner on the show. Good interview.
Yeah.
And like I said,
The guy's he talks, and I like that.
Yeah, he's always been a good interview.
Yeah.
Always. Let's get to this gentleman on the line here. JT.
What's up?
It is past your bedtime. I
Oof.
apologize. We had a packed show.
I appreciate JT's bedtime's 8 o'clock, though. I like that.
You like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's 9 now.
So
It's 9
we just are you in a bad mood? You want to do this or not? Where are you at?
What did I do?
No, you seem already on edge.
What I said? Do you know what, JT? Don't. It's okay.
didn't
I
do
walk
anything.
into the
just-
house
just
today.
your
He's
answer.
giving me shit.
Just your answer seems like you're angry. I don't want you to be angry, but I want to talk to you about motocross.
I literally haven't done anything.
No, you said
wrong.
it's 9 now. Like
well,
know.
no,
that-
it's 9 o'clock. He said my bedtime's 8. It's 9 already 9 something.
know.
It's
Okay, let's move on. We got some X Brand Goggle Tails for you, too. So you just heard us talking to Austin Forkner. Like, basically,
I did not, but,
4/7 will get him into SMX, probably. Top 30. Not top 20, obviously, but top 30. A chance to do it. He can do that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't stay off the ground.
Yeah, like he's.
But yeah,
yeah.
I mean, speed wise, sure, all that, but it's pretty deep right now. Like, it's not going to be easy. That's for sure. Like that 250 field has so much parity in it.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got his work cut out for him. I absolutely agree with you. It's possible. It's just not going to be easy.
Yeah, he got 5th in the second moto. That's kind of where I feel like he should be, right? Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting better. Like, it's definitely achievable. It's just, you can't screw up.
Mm-hmm.
You can't have one bad moto out of those, or it's going to be really hard.
All right, Jason Thomas here, FlyRacing.com. 2024 stuff is out. Keefer,
Fly helmet.
Fly Formula S.
Yep. That's what you're going to talk about.
Well, we talked about it a little bit last week or last show, but Keefer, I do feel
I have one.
You should be a bit vindicated, Keefer.
Okay.
Here is your chance to gloat with JT.
Okay.
Because you may remember when you were Fly Racing, before you defected. Okay.
Okay.
You were a big guy on white gear.
I know this.
They got some white gear now. JT was like, white doesn't sell, it stains, all the proper reasons, all the reasons that he's right. And I don't know if you've seen the new Fly,
Oh, no, I saw it at Loretta.
Yeah?
Yeah, some guys were lined up, and I was like, oh, how you doing? Like, it looked real good.
Yeah, and white, too.
I know. Too bad it was muddy that week.
Yeah.
But it looks really good.
They moved the BOA system, the placement of the BOA.
Yep.
Do you see that?
On the light pant they did?
On everything.
The light.
Zipper's back, and
Oh.
boa's on the back.
Oh, okay.
Light now.
I did not know the light was the boas on the back now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you can go pee now freely.
So do you feel vindicated that white, which you were screaming about, is back in Fly Racing?
The reason why I don't feel vindicated is because I know how this thing works, and that was probably when I was bitching about it. They were already going to have it because they're 2 years ahead, right?
Sure,
so
sure.
I wish I could be vindicated, but I can't.
You saw the stuff, the Evo stuff that the guys have been wearing. You can come on back. Look how good that looks.
I can't come back.
Look at it.
It looks really good. Look at Fly does an amazing job. Stuff looks good.
Okay,
the quality of the stuff I like.
Come on over. Come on back.
I'm a big advocate of the formula. Love that helmet.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, no hate comms.
Okay.
That Dan guy's gonna fight you.
No, it's not. I'm honest, and they know that at FXR. I'm honest.
That Evo gear is a big step up for Fly Racing.
The Evo gear?
Yeah.
They had Evo. They've always had Evo
the
gear.
Evo design.
Oh, that's a great.
The Evo design.
Yeah. The two favorite lines of gear is, if I was going to choose, is Evo and then Light.
Okay.
That was what I go to.
All right.
And I like the fit. Before, like 4 or 5 years ago, the Evo was baggy. Now it's not baggy anymore.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. Formula S, you got one?
I got one.
Can we see a review of it?
Yes, we're going to do that on Pulp.
What time?
I mean, I got to crash in it and get lost and all the shit first. So.
Yeah. Is Dalton okay? is Dalton okay? Like, what's the status of Dalton down in the woods? So.
Yeah, Dalton's good.
Okay.
He really did crash and separate his shoulder that day, though.
The Fly Social, the crash they show for the demo,
uh-huh.
that's Dalton, the other marketing guy.
Okay.
And used to be a gear guy. And so that's Dalton. He really did crash and separate his shoulder.
Shit.
Yeah, like he filmed all that, filmed faked being hurt, and then like 20 minutes later really did hurt himself.
So yeah,
to the hospital.
For Pulp, I'm gonna say, okay, I'm leaving, and I'm gonna leave for 4 days and get lost, and I'm gonna have Heather try. I'm gonna try to have someone find me.
Yeah.
And we'll do a
the
whole
only
review.
The only thing is you need your phone close to you or on you for that thing to really be effective.
Mm-hmm.
It does work at your truck within 200 meters, JT, or 20 meters. Yeah.
It's about 50 meters.
50
yeah,
meters.
it's something like that.
But I bet down the road there's going to be an update that syncs to your Apple Watch or your Polar Watch or whatever. So yeah,
I think it's great.
It's really good.
Yep.
Yeah, it's an awesome idea.
Yeah, for us, it's just the start, right? Like we're super excited about its capabilities today. But I get some insight as to where it's going, and just like anything, tech, we're just scratching the surface of kind of where all this stuff is headed.
Is it white and what is it? White and seafoam? Is that what it is?
What?
The gear?
Pardon me?
The stuff that the light, is it light or Evo? That's
what
the
are you
white.
talking about?
His gear, the
Which
new
gear?
24. I'm trying to ask you, fly guys. Is it the Evo or light with the white in it? Because there's an all white.
Oh, there's a white set of Evo that has it's white and high vis.
Okay, white and high vis. That's what it is.
And there's another set of white, or maybe off-white.
Kinetic.
Yeah, kinetic.
So the white and high vis is stuff that I think it looks good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Twisted Tea guys have been wearing that a lot.
Fly racing. Get it at motorsport.com or your local dealer. Come on back, Keefer.
If you guys just want to sell gear, just make white and you'll sell it. I've been telling you guys.
Speaking of sales, JT, what has been the reaction with reps and dealers that you talked to about the new stuff?
It was exactly what we were hoping for.
Yeah.
I really felt like, this is the 25th year for the brand, and I really felt like we needed to change the expectation of it. I felt like it was just the look was getting stale, like we were kind of doing the same thing over and over, and I really wanted to change the logos. And when the line came out, everybody was like, oh, like even if you are not a fan of fly racing, and there are plenty of people, people don't like every brand. At least wanted you to go, oh wow, I didn't expect that, right? And if we could just achieve that, then I think we're making steps in the right direction. I just felt like it was a time for a facelift. We started working with a designer. His name is David Durham, and he's iconic designer in the industry.
Mm-hmm.
And I just felt like he was the right guy at the right time to completely change what people thought they were going to get from us. And that was, we definitely have accomplished that.
Okay, go ahead.
If you weren't a fan after you saw Jason Maverick Thomas's commercial, then you're never going to be a fan.
Good point. I had an idea, JT, and I'll give this to you guys free of charge. Don't even pay me for this. The Formula helmet is no offense to everything else you do, but I think the Formula helmet is the best thing that Fly has. I mean, just the comfort.
Yeah, of course.
The
doubt.
technology, everything. But, the whole thing with Keefer being a gear snob, you can't wear Fly with Fox or whatever.
No.
Can't do it. We got to get people in this Formula helmet somehow. What about if you could you sell a non-branded Formula with like a small logo or and be like, hey guys.
Could you just brand it Formula?
Okay, sure. Yeah, could it be possible to make a helmet that the gear snobs, because they really should try this thing out, and can you do that? Would it sell? Is that a good idea?
I don't know. We've talked about it, and yes, the Formula S that you've seen now, that's available now, that's not painted. We've really tried to keep the branding minimal on it to give people that opportunity. Of course, we're so proud of it. We got to have some branding on it. But yes, that's been an ongoing conversation forever. I would love for us one day to be able to license the tech that's in the Formula S to other brands if they wanted to use it, or make it something that could be applied somehow.
Mm-hmm.
That would be another win for us too. You don't have to wear a Formula helmet, or you don't have to wear a fly racing helmet, but you could have some sort of adaptable tech to your helmet of choice.
Mm-hmm.
That would also be a possibility. So we're kind of exploring all those avenues. But I agree with you. Yes, we are in the business of trying to keep people safer in the end, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's any helmet manufacturer, that is your number one goal, is to try to protect people. So however we can achieve that, whether it's our helmet or not, would be a win.
I got another idea.
Do you have a formula for Steve's elbow?
My elbow, yeah.
You got tendonitis or what?
I don't know.
He's got something,
I
dude.
got something going on, man. It's really bad.
He's got tickle
Like
roost.
a rash?
No.
Tickle
It's swollen?
Okay, so listen. No, never mind. I got another idea. This one's a little more radical and a little more out there.
That's on brand for you, yep.
But, okay. So what if you sold a non-branded helmet, just say Formula on it, the visor or whatever, and then you sold like snap-on logos of other brands, like Fox and Thor, and you can you pick a Fox logo,
Mm-hmm.
and you snap it onto the helmet, onto the side, like there's tiny snaps. And
So you want us to create these logos of
The
other
licensing
brands
would
and
be
then
insane.
sell them?
well, you have to get permission from those companies.
Right, the licensing.
Oh, yeah, you think?
Holy
You think
shit.
So, and then you say, like, look, if you're a Fox guy, we make a Fox logo that will snap onto your formula, make it look natural, make it look good, and then now you have a Fox formula. It says Fox on it. It says Thor on it. Snaps in like the Fox Image boots. Remember the Fox Image boots? They didn't really work that well. But
Well, we're not really in the business of propping up other brands. Not that they need it. Like Fox is, iconic, but
well, you wouldn't prop it up.
we're
You
not
just-
necessarily in the. Yeah, I just don't think we're going to
Okay.
be partners with other brands.
I
Like
said that was a little radical. I said it was a radical thought.
Stickers work good too.
Yeah, but you got to sell the stickers to the people. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can brand this helmet I just got to get fucking people in the Formula helmet. Like, it's quiet, it's safe, it's lightweight, it's a great
Yeah.
helmet. The visor's a bit too tall still, but it's fine. Yeah, that's my only gripe with the Formula helmet. And
well,
JT,
the visor is longer now, so I don't know if that helps you, but
oh, it's longer on the new one. Okay, and
Longer on the S?
so
yeah, and it's been longer on the CP since inception. But yes, that's been one thing we've been working towards.
Marks, I'm looking at his points right here on the sheet. It says 34.
I'm looking at one that says 50. So.
Oh shit! I have Washougal results open.
Yep, sad.
Not Unadilla.
So he can be better than.
Okay.
He could do worse.
So
than
that's
7.
my bad. Now I got to text Forkner.
Yep.
I had the wrong sheets
He's
open.
going to lose sleep tonight. And poor Riley.
So how many does he need?
He needs 2 12ths and 2 11ths, and he would pass Thompson.
Oh, he's fine.
Okay.
So he's got some.
He's like
more room.
35th.
2
No,
12ths
he's
and a what?
working
And an
out.
11?
40
2 12ths and 2 11ths.
Okay.
I'm going to 45th in points or something.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Are we good?
Yeah, I'm just texting Forkner.
JT, how's the broadcast going? How are we doing? I feel like you're doing pretty good.
I'm really enjoying it. Performance-wise, who knows, right? That's up to everyone has their own opinion, but I'm really having fun with it. And as long as they keep asking me to do it, I will be doing it.
Do you feel like you're a little looser on like the pre-show, like the what's it called? Sorry, Race Day Live. Like, do you feel like you're a little looser than the actual show?
Race Day Live. What are you talking about?
Like the pre-show. What do they call it in motocross? What do they call it?
Race Day Live.
Thank you. I was right.
Yes. Yes, but we have more time. But we are so constrained on time during, like, especially like an NBC show, that like you just need to get in and get out. Like, they really want you to make your point and not drag on, because there's so many things that have to happen during the show. There are so many sponsor segments and so many things that have to be mentioned. Plus, we had like 17 different people on the broadcast team this weekend.
Yeah, too much this weekend.
Yeah, it was a lot.
Yeah.
It was a lot. But yeah, it is. I mean, you definitely can tell. Like, I am more nervous than I would be on like Race Day Live. But I also know that the time constraint. Like, we can kind of riff back and forth, and you can make a more difficult to be explained point. And like I get nervous about trying to even get anything too complicated on NBC or during the race, because you don't have time to explain it, right? If you start veering off trying to explain something complicated, like, you just don't have the opportunity to. So you almost have to make really basic points, get them across, and get off.
I like the Rochester joke. That was fun.
Oh, yeah. No, Syracuse.
Syracuse. That's what it was. Syracuse.
Bill Simmons, a guy that I admire, he used to work at ESPN, now owns The Ringer and everything else, a real media kind of hero for me a little bit. I like stuff that he's done. He used to be on the NBA halftime show, and he's like, dude, they would just jam people in there. They ask you a question. You have to elaborate in 15 seconds, and it's on to the next guy. And there's no discussion.
Right.
There's no free flow. There's no Like,
Depth.
yeah, and that's why like everybody loves the TNT halftime show
great.
because the guys go off script and they have real discussions. And when you have too many people who all need to make a 15-second point, don't have time. And I felt like that this weekend, you know? So
that's what I think. I like Race Day Live, and then we do that SMX Insider post-race show.
Mm-hmm.
That one's really because we don't have a time frame, right?
Yeah,
it's on Peacock, and we can go as long as we want, and we can actually like talk about things and go back and forth. Like those are much more fun. They're very more podcast oriented, like the feel is.
Yeah.
Like you can really talk. It is really challenging, especially the NBC stuff, because Peacock races, if we go long, who cares? It's fine. Nothing else is on because we're on a Peacock stream. But man, those NBC shows are really tight, and like you got to get in and got to get out, and there are really hard, kind of time slots you have to fit into.
Also, JT, I went in the woods with Danny Laporte and Chuck Sun, and I hit my Formula S on a bunch of trees and stuff. So yeah, it doesn't look that great.
Grab that bite, please. Thank you, Marks.
Yeah. All right, we got a phone call for you, JT.
Okay.
From Jeff. Go ahead, Jeff. What do you want to talk about, Jeff?
What's up, boys? I was going to ask what you thought about Hunter's comments on the podium. I feel they were trying to feed into the Hunter Deegan and the pressure storyline. He was like, "Pressure was when I couldn't eat, not when I'm worried about a 16-year-old kid beating me." I thought it was good.
Yeah, Hunter's pretty well spoken, and he can throw in some digs when he's not scared to. So we've seen what Deegan's strategy is. Like, I'm just happy to be here. He's the one with the pressure on him, and I think it was nice to see Hunter answer back, JT.
Yeah, and I was talking to Ricky Carmichael about it too, and I don't have that perspective that Hunter does. I didn't go through all the difficulties that Hunter did moving to Europe and all that stuff, so I can't relate to that. But I can relate to he shouldn't feel that under pressure, because the way I look at it, if you feel overwhelmed by pressure at this stage of your career, battling a 17-year-old rookie, moving to the 450 class is going to be it's going to be a big problem, right? So I don't think he should feel nervous. Like to me, is the best rider in the class. He has a ton of experience, and every time that he hasn't really had a problem, he's come out victorious in this season. So I kind of agree. Like I don't have the perspective of the being, not being able to eat thing, but for where his career is headed, it's not that big of a deal. Like he's racing guys that I truly believe he's better than. So he probably shouldn't be nervous.
And like if you're Hunter, you're just like, like literally I gave 2 motos away and I have a 22-point lead. Like I've won all these races. Like I'm just better.
Anytime things don't go poorly, I win. Right? Yeah. Like something doesn't go awry, I win. So why would I be super nervous about beating Hayden? Even though I think he understands Hayden's riding really well.
Yeah.
But I mean, to win a championship, you got to be the best guy, and I believe Hunter is.
Yep. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks for the call. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Bye.
Thanks.
How do we feel about J.A. flagging?
That was great.
So good.
Awesome.
I saw an extended cut of it where.
So did I on TikTok.
Yeah, on the whole thing.
Yeah.
We talked about this in our review show. Like it's awesome. It's fine. Like Nick Way grabbed it once too. I think AP did too, right? Didn't AP grab it?
I don't remember that.
But like, I don't want to come down too hard on flaggers. A lot of them suck. There's no way around it. But I don't want to flag. It's a horrendous job. You're out there all day. You're probably getting paid $50. You're putting yourself in danger.
They want to do it. They're there because they want it. They're not just getting
kicked. But it's not awesome. It's not like an amazing job. Like I don't want to. Like, should there be a dedicated team of flaggers to fly to each race?
Yes.
100%. There's no money for that.
What?
There's no money for that. Who's
I
doing
bet
that?
you could hire a team of flaggers for not that much money. I bet you could. I bet you within our paddock, we could probably get a team of flaggers that's going to the races anyway and designate them the guys every week.
It's a really expensive proposition. You're
no.
Yeah.
I feel like it wouldn't be.
Yes,
Dude,
it is.
I spend $45,000 a year on travel. Okay. So you're spending $50,000 with what, 30 people? What's the price of that, Marks?
1.5 mil.
Yeah.
Okay. 1.5 million.
That's just to get them there.
Yeah. What?
I just feel like that in the world of how much this sport is making, we can't afford a team of flaggers in a professional sport.
Who are you asking to pay that, though?
Davey.
Jet Lawrence. I don't come. So I don't want to yell at the flagger. Like it's terrible.
But no one's going to yell at him. But you're there. Know what to fucking do.
Dude, I mean, they get told, but in the action, when bikes are flying by them, and
you would think these guys ride dirt bikes at some point in their life.
Don't they do? I don't know.
Are you serious?
I don't know. I have no idea, dude.
Can we do an investigation?
Like look how much money there is in the NFL and how long it took them to get serious about their umpires and referees.
Those guys don't even have full-time. They're not. That's not a full-time job.
That's my job next year. What I'm going to do. I'm going to go to this race,
Okay.
and I'm going to dedicate my whole day to investigate the flagging situation.
Well, we know you won't be racing the national. No.
I want to. When I don't make the show,
Yeah.
I want to do all of my time to investigate. What goes on? Did this guy ride? How did you get here? What is your pay?
It needs to be better, and it can be better, and I don't know exactly what to do. Again, I think Anderson doing that was hilarious. But I again, who wants to fucking flag?
That's the wrong attitude to have.
Well, do you want to flag?
I will flag, yes.
Oh, you'll flag all day?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Davey Coombs, listening. Keefer's volunteering.
Tell me what race I will flag.
This is going to be great.
No, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
I'll sit there all fucking day and flag. No problem.
You won't even stay and watch Anaheim.
You know what? I don't care. I will flag. I will do my job.
Do your job for your country.
Yes.
Step up for your
I
country.
love USA, damn it.
TJ's on 3. TJ, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on? Just real quick, this weekend I was watching the race with my mom.
Mm-hmm.
She just happened to be over at the house. And unprompted, out of nowhere, Jason Thomas, who does an amazing job on the TV, she looks at the guy and goes, is he wearing one of those muscle suits that make him look like he has big muscle
Oh, no.
arms?
No, he's not. Oh, no.
And I was like, nope. And she's like, but he used to race. And I'm like, yeah? And she goes, racers aren't supposed to be that big.
Well, not when they race.
Well,
yeah.
he's done racing.
Once they're done racing, they can pump up.
Get yoked.
He's yoked, and even my mom noticed it. So I had to she told me that if I ever get to talk to him, to tell him that he's doing a good job.
There you
Just letting
go.
You know, JT.
All right.
I'll take it.
Thanks.
I appreciate it.
Thanks, TJ.
And she's single. My dad died a couple years ago.
Oh, boy.
so
Here
just
we
letting
go.
You know.
Thanks, TJ.
Sorry.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
Oh, TJ had to go make it weird.
I like TJ.
Hey, we have Scott on the line. Scott's our flagger guy.
Scott's the flagger? Okay.
Scott, you're the flagger. What's up, man?
I'm the in-house flagger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what do you get paid? What do you get paid?
What did you get? And what track did you flag at?
You can make $300. You can make $300 in a day.
Okay. What track did you flag at?
I've done all the West Coast except for Seattle. Supercrosses. I've done Paula. Done Glen Helen.
Yeah.
And as soon as Steve gives me the authorization, I'm going to do the ride day at Millville.
Yeah.
I'd love to. Can I be the flagger on the Millville?
Okay,
ride
hold on.
day?
So you make $300 a day.
You can. They'll throw some incentives at you for staying late and undoing banners, but for the most part, it's a couple $100. I mean, you'll make a couple $100 for flagging for the day.
Okay.
But it used to be volunteer time, and you get paid nothing, and you just go out and you got a good seat for the race. The trick is though, you don't get to watch the race. You get to watch a section of the race, and the moment somebody gets squirrely, you're running up track, waving that flag as high as you can.
Of course.
If your head's in the clouds, it's over for the guys.
So that's what I'm saying. That's what it's ridiculous to me is the flaggers are a huge portion of this race. They save lives. They can. And how can we not take care of that situation? Like $300, that's not bad money for a day at the track. You know your job. You wave the fucking flag if someone crashes. You make sure that guy doesn't get hit.
Yeah.
Or at least make sure the rider coming up that section knows what's up.
Who's ever teaching these flaggers isn't doing a great job because we've seen some poor examples.
Now, there's safety meetings, there's full protocol, there's thing that goes on before the race, during the race, after the race. But if you're not watching that 50-foot section in your vision, and you miss it, fuck, man, you're going to hurt somebody.
Right.
You've got to be on point. You've got to be on point. You got to run to the top of the mound waving that flag. That's the game.
I'm sure.
You know when you start up that
I'm sure, JT, you've had probably some horrendous examples of flagging that has hurt you on a racetrack, a time or two.
Yeah.
Man. Thanks, Scott. Thanks for calling.
What about Millville Ride Day? Can I get out there and be a flagger?
I think they have their flaggers covered. I'll talk to Troll Train though, Scott. I got your email, so I'll let you know. Thanks, buddy. Thank you. Look, we got all these calls to fix flaggers. We got to run though. We got.
It's a great topic.
It's
I want a flag.
Okay. All right. Hey, Sean Brennan, sorry. That was Scott, the caller. Sean Brennan, Kris Keefer's ready for flagging.
I want to flag.
Okay. JT, so earlier we had Kevin Windam on. I don't know if you knew that.
Okay. I did.
It was such a good conversation that we didn't get to X-Brand Goggle tear-offs. So will you answer for Kevin Windam, X-Brand Goggle tear-offs?
Do I have to answer as Kevin Windam?
I think so, yes.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, let's do this. X-Brand Goggle tear-offs.
It's the X-Brand tear-off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
Rapid fire. X-Brand Goggles, a choice of champions everywhere. Thank you to X-Brand. Pulp Show 23 is a code to save at X-Brand. And great goggles, great company, and fantastic goggles. What?
Real quick.
What's the problem?
Got a random text.
Okay.
SX flaggers are people off the street. That's no joke. They teach them on Saturday morning.
Well, but Scott here, the guy that just called in, he does all the races, so he knows what he's doing. So, all right. These questions are submitted by Corey Moser. Familiar with him?
I know.
No. Okay. All right. Rapid fire. Here we go. 30 seconds. Kevin Windam on the line. And let's do this, Marks.
Steve, what's the most memorable Unadilla race that you've attended?
Ooh. I don't really like Unadilla, but more for the travel. Once I'm there, I'm okay. There was that huge mutter a few years ago, like massively bad mutter. That was pretty entertaining to watch from a covered announcer's tower. The Stu landing on Ricky one. That one. Year
05.
05? Yep.
05.
That was pretty gnarly. That was a pretty good race, those guys. Yep. So that would be it.
A few years ago, I was at Unadilla,
Mhm.
and I would be on top of the hill, and I would scream Redbud.
Great. Good talk, Keefer.
And it pissed people off.
I bet it did. All right.
Keefer, if you got to choose any team for Aiden to ride for as a professional rookie, who would it be?
HRC Honda.
Good bikes, I heard.
Yeah. Good team. Good people in the team.
The atmosphere is good over there.
Yes.
It is, yeah.
Kevin, out of all your race bikes and brands, what was your favorite?
When we jumped on the 450 and I came back from leaving Suzuki, that 450 program, Factory Connection, was really good.
03, yeah. Glenn Helen.
03, yeah.
Fans were going crazy for you.
Yeah, I was running away from Ricky there.
You
and
were?
jumped off the track.
Yep.
And blew it. But yeah, that whole Randy Richardson being a part of that program, it was a really fun time.
All right.
Steve, what do you think Windham is most remembered for? Breaking RC's win streak outdoors, supercross transfers, nose wheelies, water crossings, other?
Yeah, good question. God, the transfers were like popular, man.
According to him, it's transfers.
Yeah, transfers were big. People love that. I'll just go with like being like an everyman. Like he was known for being like not taking it too seriously, being really funny on the podium, like a good dude. You know? Yeah. Ricky was a robot, right? And Windham was I beat the robot. So.
Was he the best racer to not win a title?
Oh,
Bradshaw or him?
Yeah, either one. It's a really great question.
Had to be one of those two.
Yeah, definitely one of those two.
Keefer, are Loretta's Moto moms getting hotter? Rate this year's Moto moms class of 23.
So I started a rumor at Loretta's while I was driving around the golf cart that there was going to be a Moto Moms mud wrestling contest by the beer tent at 9.
Jesus.
And I got a bunch of people to put money in a pot. They're like, yeah, I'm down to go. I will put money in a pot to see the Moto Moms mud wrestling because it was, and it would have been a hit. And so yes, there is a lot of them there, and it would have been awesome. I would have had a 125 class and a 250 class because there's a wide variance of weight sizes at Loretta's, and it would have been a hit. So I'm petitioning that for next year.
You're gonna run that up to flagpole at MX Sports?
Moto Moms mud wrestling. Everybody, let's start this movement. Thank you.
Wow.
Kevin, have you really made more money off Planet Fitness than you did throughout your racing career?
Oh yeah. Planet Fitness is that was a huge win for me. I owe Mike Grondal a big favor there for sending me down the right path there.
All right, 11 seconds. Good job, K-Dub.
Way to survive COVID, Kevin.
Yeah.
Steve, do you think Sexton was faster last year in outdoors than he currently is?
Well, he said on this show that he feels like the pace is higher this year. I don't know, man. Watching him at Tomac last summer was pretty phenomenal. I don't know.
It would have been unbelievable to have number 3 involved this summer.
Yes, it would have. Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah, it would have been.
God, it would have been unbelievable.
Yeah.
Keefer, where is Brownie better than you at Loretta's, and where's he making up all that time?
Anything after the first corner.
What about before?
JT, did you go to Loretta's?
I did not.
Okay, I didn't know if you went for a day.
I watched
or
a lot.
Yeah.
But I didn't go.
All right, K-Dub, last one. Team USA might need you again for Nations. Are you ready to put the short shorts back on and start running?
No. Redbud 2018 was more than I bargained for already. We will not be making the trip to France.
All right. He did announce on the show tonight he's doing Loretta's next year.
Oh, that's cool.
Taking down Brownie.
Love to hear that.
Yeah. All right.
You think he beats Brownie?
I do.
I don't.
Like if he's been prepping and everything, yeah, I do.
I don't.
Yeah, I think he needs to take it seriously.
Right.
That's all I can say.
Because if Brownie knows he's coming,
yeah,
he's going to do some of his own.
Brown's taking it seriously
Yeah,
also.
right.
Before we let you go,
I think everybody underestimates how fast Brownie's going at 50 years old.
Correct.
Yeah. All right. Last caller here for JT. It is Chris. Chris, what's up, man?
Hey guys, Jeff kind of stole my thunder, but so I'll pivot to the broadcast. JT, I think you guys are nailing it, man. Will, you on the sideline, Stu, Ricky, Weege. I think the broadcast is awesome.
I appreciate it.
But
Yeah,
then-
I'm very fortunate to be a part of it.
I mean, anybody who says, "Oh, I don't like the broadcast," you're right. That's their opinion, but they're probably also sub-average IQ.
Dude,
but anyway,
I've never seen so many people complain about a broadcast than what we get each and every week. It's crazy. Is anybody happy with it?
complain about the Stu is funny. Ricky is wicked analytical. Weege is like his vocabulary is awesome. Jason is on top of it. Will is also on. I mean, I don't know.
No,
Whatever.
it's great. I'll tell you what, though. I did like the rotating analysts last year. Glover,
Yeah.
J-Mart. There were some wild cards in there that I liked. But, yeah.
Well, the crew. I was at Dilla and then rewatched it. I thought it was awesome. Anyway.
Okay.
And then the Hunter thing. Yeah, I like that jab back. This isn't pressure.
Yeah. that's
Pressure is
good.
when my family can't eat, which I think was a jab at the fact that Deegan, grew up rich.
No, I think it's from Deegan saying that.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah. Go ahead,
I don't
JT.
think so. I think he was just being honest. Like he's just like, this is not a big deal. Like I took it as like, man, we are doing so well. My brother's about to win the 450 championship. I might win this one. I just won a Supercross championship. Like things are going pretty damn well. This isn't real pressure. Like if
not
I
nom.
lose, yeah, so be it. It happens.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
thought it was cool. And then
It
one
was
last
cool, yeah.
thing. I was at the podium. Well, at the podium, I was like 200 yards from the podium.
Oh.
And when Jet took that, the trophy, he got so emotional. It was awesome, man. I mean, where that kid came from, it's just unbelievable.
It's
And,
crazy to see what he's been doing. Yeah.
And I think it was Rick. I think it was Stu who said he rides like a butterfly, like just dancing around like a butterfly. And I think JT, you said it's like perfection. The way he starts,
Yeah.
it's perfection. Just the
It
kid's a freak.
Yeah.
But JT, you're doing an awesome job. One last thing, yeah, the whole idea. I know, Steve, you're half joking. A fly helmet with a different logo that has all kinds of trademark infringement implications.
No, but you license it from Fox and Thor. Like you do it right. You say, hey, we want to put your logo on it for sale on this helmet. Like again, far-fetched idea, but
I know.
at one point they laughed at me about the nets and they laughed about raising money for privateers. So
You're a trailblazer,
I think-
no question.
I think
You're
you
a
have it the
pioneer.
other way. I think you have the other way around. Like in that scenario, we would license the tech to someone, right?
Oh, okay,
Like,
yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah, but your
Like,
Formula
it would
helmets.
be really hard for me to sell anyone at our company. I'm like, hey, we're going to sell this with someone else's logo on it and grow their brand. Like that's
Let me ask you this,
unlikely.
JT. What if a rider just
Well,
wanted to hey, I just want to run the fly helmet, but I'm let's say an Alpine Star athlete, and Alpine Star, sure, you can run your own helmet. Would you guys do that?
Yeah, absolutely, we would.
Okay.
No question about it. It's something we would definitely be interested in having helmet-only athletes.
Oh, yeah. So wait, I thought I took it as meaning Keefer a blank helmet. No. Fly pays him
Correct.
to wear formula.
Just the
got
helmet.
it. Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Yeah.
Well, all I know is I
Absolutely
bought the
would
new
do that,
fly
yeah.
helmet. I bid it. I spent the $700, and I actually drive. I actually ride. I'm just a weekend warrior, but I ride faster. I literally think, well, I'm safer. I'm going to ride a little faster.
Nice.
I mean, it's totally psychological. I know it's stupid, but I actually feel safer and ride actually faster. So I no longer finish dead last. I am now second to last.
Nice.
Thanks to Fly.
Oh, there you
Keefer,
go.
Fins up. Go Dolphins.
Yeah.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks, Chris. Thank you. Appreciate it. There you go. What a second to last now with a formula. Congrats, JT. You can put that in some ads. All right. We got Travis Preston on the line. We're going to talk some Loretta Lynn's. But thank you, JT. Appreciate the effort. Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Check it out, everybody.
All right, guys.
All right, see ya. All right, we're going to talk a little bit of Loretta Lynn's here. And who better than, sort of a man on the scene, eyes on the ground, boots on the ground, so we can get to the bottom of this. From Yamaha, 125 Supercross champion, Travis Preston. What's up, TP?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, man. I just, I wanted to talk about the ranch with my friend Kris here, and I have to admit, I don't tune into Loretta's, nonstop, but I did happen to turn on Chris's second moto, and Travis, I'll be honest, it was like a snuff film. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I couldn't believe our friend Kris going backwards, from the start, and the Lorettas he had. Like, he ended up second overall. He keeps telling me, Travis, I got second. And he did. The record book will show a second overall. But we know, Travis, tell us, what happened to our friend?
Steve, honestly, I haven't spoken to Kris since that race. Since I left that facility, I've not spoken one word to him.
Yeah, I understand.
Because of the disappointment and the shame that I felt that day.
This is a guy who, ran second to Brownie a few years ago, won a class a couple years ago, seems to understand Loretta's and ruts and was ready for it and prepped. And then this year, I don't know who was riding that motorcycle.
Yeah, Steve. It's tough. It's really tough to see someone ride so well during practice or during the week when it doesn't count, and then when it's time to go and it's time to, put in the effort and give it 100% and see it all the way through till the end, he failed.
Did you see anything sort of give you a warning sign while you were there? Did you see sort of any ideas?
Well, just because I know Kris, going into it, he's like, oh, I'm so tired. I have to go to, this place and that place, and I'm testing here, I'm testing there. And then he's saying, as he's leaving his house, he's saying how he's already over it.
That seems like almost every year.
And then I'm like, don't worry about your son. So, what I actually did for Aiden was I said, Aiden, to be successful at racing, just do the opposite of what your father does.
Well, Aiden certainly opened some eyes, had a couple of really good motos. I got a lot of text about Aiden and his speed there. But I'm worried about the old man. I've just thrown in the towel on him, and I'm just full Aiden, team Aiden right now. Yeah.
And I think Kris just needs to hang up the boots and kind of support Aiden now.
I mean, Kris, this has to be the last Loretta's for you. I mean, it just has to be.
Oh, that's what I said to Heather. Yeah.
I mean, the shame.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good. I'm not going to fight you guys. You want this whole segment to be me.
The floor is yours. Can you tell us what happened?
Do you want me to tell you what happened, or do you want to hear what you guys want to hear?
If going in, if someone had said to me, hey, man, how's Kris going to do at Loretta's? I would have went 2-2-2 behind Mike Brown.
Of course.
And that's what he's going to do.
Yeah.
He's going to be significantly better than Dennis Stapleton, Jeff Emig, whoever.
Yeah.
And this is what Kris is going to. This is how it's going to go.
Yeah.
And again, you're going to hang your hat on second overall, Keefer, because
that's what I got.
You mentioned it 4 times already.
I just you guys are shitting down the fucking house on the second overall, but I mean, A 2-2-2 equals a 2, right?
Travis was there, and I watched it.
Okay. Hey, I am not going to sit here and battle you guys and say I rode good. I did not.
How the hell did you get second? I never saw you in second place ever.
It's called consistency, Travis, just like you won your championship.
So you got a 5.74, and that was second.
So he really he didn't really see anything. He was there. He saw what he.
What did you go? What were your moto scores? 4,
3, 3, 6, 3.
3, 6, 3.
See, you never got second.
No, but I got second.
Oh my god!
But I got second.
Oh my god!
Are you ready? Are we ready? Or we just want to sit there and moan? And
I don't know, man.
Make noises.
Like troll. What? Tell us, man. Like what?
Nothing.
Marks was watching and he said he just walked away.
Listen.
I closed my laptop. When Stapo got you, I closed my laptop. Not a word of a lie. When Stapo got you,
yes,
I played taps and I slowly closed my laptop and walked away on my day.
Listen.
Nothing against Stapo. Great rider.
Yes. I have no excuse. I'm not going to sit here. I got what I got. You guys are right. I love Travis. I love you, Steve. Okay?
Yeah.
I will take all of the bashing that I can because I deserve it. I'm not going to sit here and say, fuck you guys. Like, I understand it. However, I'm a very honest person. I told Travis this. I go, I'm tired. It is what it is. And first moto.
I'm tired, Travis.
I feel tired.
I'm tired.
Feel tired. First moto, I felt good. I was like, okay, Brownie got me.
Yeah.
I almost let a lap, so I'm like, oh shit, this is going to be better.
Yeah.
And then I crashed. Came back from 7th, got back into 2nd, and then just got tired. And it got me with like 2 laps to go. Second moto, never had cramps in my life. Had a leg cramp that I couldn't straighten out, and I fell backwards. Got 6th. Third moto, poured down rain, stayed up, I got 3rd. That was my Loretta's, everybody. That's what I got.
And I'm confused, Travis, on why someone would complain about the price of Loretta's nonstop, and they would rent Airbnbs, and they would go to regionals and areas, Travis, and they would spend all this money and complain about it. And then in the second class they ride, they do 3 laps to test a fork, and then they don't race again. That seems counterproductive to not spending money.
So
yeah, and it comes back to pretty much like I told Aiden, just do exactly the opposite of what your father does.
I like how the fucking guys that don't race are talking shit. You and Travis, and hold on. Travis, I want to throw Travis under the bus a little bit here.
Okay.
Travis said if he trained, he would beat Brownie. This is what Travis says. We're talking about Kevin Windham coming back, and people aren't sure that Windham can beat Brownie.
Dude, we had this conversation already, Chris.
Go
and
ahead.
the difference
tell the world.
between Mike Brown, me, Kevin Windham, and you.
Oh, there's a huge difference. Huge difference.
Well, no. Just the only difference right now, because we're all getting older, right? We're all past our prime. Is the three of us still take racing seriously, and we go to a race like that. We're going to train, and we know that we're going to have friends and family watching us. So I don't want to let my friends and my family down. I'm not selfish. So I'm going to perform at the highest level possible so that my family and my friends can feel good about watching.
Did anybody have a GoPro on Aiden during these motos? Could you imagine? Can you imagine his face? His shame. God. His shame.
I'll tell you what was on the pit board.
Standing by the side of the fence.
I'll tell you what was on the pit board. A question mark.
A question mark.
That's all there was.
God.
One said, pack it up.
I mean, Travis, do you think this could affect any sort of Yamaha support? Because do we want him on our team?
That's not a good look. Be careful what you say, corporate. Be careful. A second place is good at Loretta's, and it's gonna be advertised somewhere on Yamaha's deal. So be careful. Tread lightly.
Tread lightly.
Steve, I really think you're onto something. That performance there hurts the brand.
I am a fan of the brand.
A brand ambassador.
A brand ambassador, and I felt shame for my brand seeing what happened.
Yeah, I know.
I love you guys. I love you guys too.
I mean,
if you did love us, you would have fucking performed.
Thank you, Travis. Thank you. I mean, again, I'm not asking you to beat Mike Brown. I am not asking you to beat Mike Brown.
No.
We're
but put in an effort.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so Steve, you know what? Okay, so all the trash talking about Kris, I did give him credit for one thing that he did well.
Okay.
This is great, by the way.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, I don't know if you know what I'm going to say, but it is. There was a moment, Steve. It was ever so small and quick.
Yeah.
There was that first half a lap where he got the start.
Yeah.
And he actually led Mike Brown for like half a lap.
Uh-huh.
That was it.
So he did do that.
So that's better than last year.
So
no, but you raced every other moto better last year.
I wish we could go back to the shows last year, and I feel like this is kind of like Groundhog Day. It's the same fucking conversation.
No. You went 2-2-2, didn't you, last year?
Listen, I got in trouble last year from you guys because I was 25, 30 seconds back from Brownie, and you guys said some plumber beat me.
No, that was the year before.
No, that was last year.
Was it last year? The
Yes.
plumber?
Yes.
Yeah.
Which wasn't a plumber.
He's not a plumber.
Dude hauls ass in the mud, by the way.
Does he?
He won the last moto.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
So he's a mud guy.
He's a mud guy.
I mean, again, it just goes back to like having Travis having some pride, right? Like having some sort of pride for your family and your friends.
Yeah. And then actually wanting to perform and show your kid how to race.
Where do you think it went wrong, Kris? Though, like you said, you're tired.
I don't know what you want from me. What do you want?
Just where do you think it went wrong?
I'm overcooked.
You were overcooked.
I'm overcooked. I have to be in a lot of places. I have to ride a lot, more than what this guy on the phone does. Okay, this guy goes to a corporate job, rides sometimes, and then CrossFits.
He does CrossFit a lot.
He CrossFits, and then Allie takes care of him.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a child that races dirt bikes. He doesn't have 18 jobs like me. He doesn't have a shitty genetic gene in his body. He is put together. His life is a little bit less stressful. He is his lifestyle is different. He is a better rider than me. He's mentally better than me. Like there is no doubt about any of those situations.
Okay.
I'm just tired.
Well, but also, so there's that. But also,
But don't worry about those things.
I love when I saw the back of your van. I'm like, this is it. Like it looked like you went to Glen Helen Thursday practice.
What are you talking about?
That's how much shit you had in the back of your van.
What do
You're
you
going to the biggest race of the year, and it looks like you went to Glen Helen practice. There's 2 bikes.
3.
There's no parts. There's no tires. There's nothing. It's just 2 bikes and a gas can.
I had 2 bikes. I had all parts for Aiden. I had spare wheels.
You didn't even bring chairs.
We did have chairs. The chairs were out at Brownie's pit. The chairs were there. See, this is how much this guy pays attention. Listen, okay, hold on there, TP. You know what happens when Travis comes around our family? It's what does Travis need? Fuck you, Kris. What does Travis need?
Well, because maybe the family sees like
Heather?
hope in Travis.
Oh, is the Airbnb good enough for Trav?
Uh-huh.
I don't know. Let's ask Travis. Travis has to look through the Airbnb. Yes, I feel like that's satisfactory. I will come and see you guys
listen,
now.
he beat James Stewart in the Supercross title. I mean, he deserves this. I'm fine with this.
He will then come to the Airbnb, roam the house, choose the bedroom of his choice.
Yeah.
Get in his bed. Heather will cook him meals.
Okay. Travis, what was
exactly.
What was dinner like after the 7th? Like, what was the mood like?
We didn't have to have time because I had to do a show. Didn't have time.
Yeah. So, and I was actually proud of him for that. Like, we literally went straight from the track, and then I literally sat down at the table. And next thing I know, 2 minutes later, he's handing me, a headset.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do a show.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like 6:37 at night.
Right.
Grind.
So, I mean, at least he takes his job seriously, just not the racing.
Right.
That's facts.
Do you now? We kind of know what he's got going on, Travis. Without really, talking about it here on the show. But we kind of know what thing. Do you think he's just trying to grab the money? Do you think he's just trying to grab money like Pac-Man grabbing pellets, and he's overextending himself?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
That's it. He's getting greedy.
Yeah. Yeah, he's greedy, and then the greed is bringing him down. Yeah.
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 Yep.
Because I mean,
I think you're onto something.
Look, everything comes to an end. You guys are just following along, and the end is here.
This is it.
This is like at some point, Travis had to call it quits, right?
Yeah.
And you're just seeing it live.
We're witnessing.
I don't know. I honestly think like this, like you not racing good affects your attitude. Also,
it's. Okay, give me an example.
I feel like you're short. You're you have a temper. You're not calm and patient, and the loving Keefer you like to portray yourself as to the whole world.
Yeah.
But it seems right, Steve. Have you kind of noticed this?
Oh
lately?
yeah. No, it's yeah. No, I answer all the emails. I'm here for the people. All this stuff that he talks about. And then
my friends get the shit into me.
Like, do you? I mean, do you think it's maybe we should get the kid out of the house, away from the dad?
Well, not yet, but
Okay.
it's just nice to know that he has a lot of positive influences in his life, and I'm in touch with him daily.
Okay.
you
Okay.
know,
Good.
so-
Good. Yeah. Because he seems like he's making some strides and he's got a bit of a future here, and then Pops here is maybe dragging him down.
It's holding him down.
Yeah.
No. And speaking of that, I was super impressed with how Aiden rode there. I mean, maybe his overall finishes weren't there, but just the things he was doing on the bike and his line selection and his technique and everything, it was like, wow. I was pretty amazed.
And then, so what's happened is he's working with Buddy, right? He's working with Budman.
Mhm.
He's gotten away from his dad, and improvements have been made. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've grown up around a lot of people, and sometimes the kids, that grow up with the alcoholic dad, it's just, it's really easy for the child to see the parent is not performing well.
Yeah.
And then the child goes in the opposite direction.
Sure. And that's what Aiden's doing. Right.
I like how it does alcoholic dad in there.
Yeah.
That's great. Great analogy.
Yeah. Well, listen, I mean, like I said, I wasn't following Loretta's, closely. I tuned in for my friend's second moto. It was a horrible show.
Yes.
And then I closed the laptop and I never went back. So I'm glad that Travis, someone who was there, someone who's, trying to help him. You're trying to help this guy, but, not working.
Like you said, Steve, just think of you sitting by yourself on your laptop watching, right?
Mhm.
And the shame that you felt.
Yep.
Okay?
Yeah. He had Pulp logo on his jersey. Yeah. He represents Pulp.
I'm in the public among hundreds of people watching this race.
Yeah.
And I can feel their eyes burning into my head, looking at me like, shaking their head, like, what's going on with your friend?
Like, hey, there's the guy that's staying with Keefer.
There's
the guy that's with Keefer. Yeah.
So Travis was only there for the first moto. He left the next day, right? Which is probably better. He did. So we're there, and after my quote unquote shitty performance of the first moto, we're in the dinner table, and we had the discussion on my show, and he will say, he literally point blank said, you're gonna get beat. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
He's like, you will not get second. You're gonna get smoked. Emmig's gonna beat you. He's like, Stapleton's gonna beat you. I'm like, what? He's like, yep.
Really?
He already called it.
He called it.
And he fucked me. That's what he did. I feel like he did this to me.
Wow.
Yep.
Travis, good job.
Well, I mean, Emick obviously took that race seriously, trained, rode, and wanted to perform.
Imagine
at his best
spending
level.
10 grand, Travis, and then not taking it seriously.
Hold on. Let me go back to your second class thing. So
Okay, yeah.
in the world of Loretta's, you don't know when your race is going to be. I signed up for Plus 25 because I qualified.
Yeah.
And I was going to race it. So I entered. We get the race order a week before we're leaving. I am the race right after Aiden's moto. So I already said, okay, well, I'm not racing that class because there's too much work to be done. I'm not going to be out on the track. And then I got to be in staging. There's too much going on. It's only us three at the, Randy Richardson did help a little bit, but It's too much for me to go race this race with a bunch of younger dudes. So people are like, oh, that's fucked. You screwed an alternate. You could have had an alternate race. Well, I already asked. All the alternates that were there on the line for Moto 1 got their spots, is what I was told. So I was free and clear. So I was like, well, I might as well I'm here. I'll go try something for my next race to try to be better, right? So that's why. So I was never planning on racing it, and I didn't know until after I signed up. So that's my reason.
Okay. Do you think your FXR ride is in jeopardy at all?
No,
this?
I don't think
Have you talked to anybody, any of your sponsors?
Yeah,
they're happy. Honestly,
Andy told me.
Andy said that?
Everybody besides
Yeah.
my friends and family are fine.
Yeah. So Andy expressed some concern?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Well, that's one you got to...
Don't talk to him because he's a FXR trader. He was FXR, and he went back to fly.
When was Travis?
No,
on?
I wasn't.
Yeah, he tried. He tried
You keep
FXR.
trying to
to
get me to go over there, which I like Andy a lot. But you know, I'm Fly, and I'm going to stick with Fly because I love their helmet.
Well, Travis, I know this was difficult to call in tonight, and talk about the realities.
No,
of
hold
this.
on.
What?
Travis.
Yep.
Are you going to train for next year and do it?
I mean, we're going to think about it. If Kevin's going to race, that's tempting.
So
it is tempting.
If you train and ride, I will help you when you're there. I will be your guy.
Oh, you're not going to race?
No.
He said
I
he's
want to
not.
be there for you, so I can watch you win.
Oh, I see where this is going to go.
Okay, yeah. You know what? I'm going to show you how it's done.
Yeah,
I would love nothing more than you to
There
show me
we
how
go.
it's done.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go.
You're fucked.
Let's go. It's difficult conversations like this, Travis, that sometimes fix things, right? It's difficult.
Yeah.
Things like this that you talk about that hopefully someone learns from.
Yeah, it's almost like an intervention.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, we got the World Vets coming up. We don't know if we're doing
out.
it. Yeah.
I'm out.
Okay.
I'm done.
All right. Travis, before we let you go, we talked to Jay Wilson earlier, who's doing some testing in Japan. Do you have much to do with him at all? Do you guys talk? Did Butler and him talk, or?
I think maybe him and Butler are friends, maybe, but
Okay.
I have never met him, and I don't talk to him. No.
Okay. Second question: have you ever ridden with this power steering thing?
I have, yes.
Yeah. What'd you think of it?
Well, the problem is it was a while ago that I rode with it, and it was the first generation.
Okay.
So I really liked it for like woods riding.
Okay. Yeah.
I thought it was great for that because I had terrible arm pump when I was riding in the woods with all the tree roots and rocks and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I could really relax my hands on the bars going through the trees and all that. So I thought it was great for that. And for the moto track, it was like, so, I really couldn't tell.
Okay.
Honestly.
Yeah. Jay seemed pretty pumped on it.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
So you can't really feel it like when you're cornering and things on a moto track, or does it feel heavy?
Well, we got to remember, Chris, like I rode the first prototype a long time ago. So, how many versions has it gone through since then? But yeah, my first impression was it was great in the woods. Moto track it definitely wasn't a negative, but the positive was, it was kind of tough to tell.
Okay. Well, I thank you for calling in, Travis. This difficult.
Yes, thank you. I mean,
conversation.
it really helps me out a lot.
Yep. But
yeah, good. Hopefully we can move forward. We can close the book or whatever on that chapter of your life, and you can focus on Aiden now.
Yeah.
The focus has always been on Aiden. Just everyone
focus
wants
on
to
the
know.
kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Travis.
All right. See you. Thanks.
See ya.
See ya. Yeah.
See ya.
It's a difficult conversation.
Oh,
glad we had it.
It's been a week of difficult conversations.
Has it? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
With everybody.
We all just think highly of you, and we want the
That's
best
great.
for you.
And I think, and congratulations are in order to the guys that race 40. And like, I don't want people to think I'm above anybody. Like, you beat me. Staple did great. He got third overall. I'm happy for him. It's great. I sucked. That's it.
It's the first step is healing.
That's
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
First step is admitting it.
Yeah, and then it's healing.
Yes.
Yeah. ORW bringing you the 9 o'clock hour on the show. Offroadwarehouse.com. PulpMX is the code to save with ORW. Get your truck to the track in style. Everything that they sell, they install as well. There's an ORW right by my house here in Vegas, and there's locations all across America. Offroadwarehouse.com. Use code PulpMX to save. Thank you to ProFilter and Maxima. Love these guys. Pulp20's code to save with ProFilter, and as well as Maxima USA. So please check it out across the range. Oils, filters, all of that. Thank you to Maxima ProFilter for coming on. So, also, since we're talking about Aiden and Loretta's troll training, troll training stayed with you.
Yeah,
Aiden's
Alex
been
stayed
on
with
the,
us.
Aiden's been on the troll training program.
Yep.
It's worked really well for him. Trolltraining.com. Alex and John Wessling have learned from a lot of their own mistakes that they've made, and they're passing it on to you, whether you're a vet rider or an up-and-coming amateur like Aiden Keefer. It's too late for Kris, but trolltraining.com for more information on that. They'll help you out, and they'll dial you in. But you got to be motivated to do it. This isn't a guy holding your hand along the way.
They'll give you the guidance, and then it's up to you to do it. Right.
And Aiden liking it?
Aiden loves it. He it's really cool to have Alex at the house for a few days and guiding Aiden, and Aiden respects Alex. Obviously, he's been there in a high level and has done it. And a lot of things that he says, Aiden maybe didn't listen to me, but Alex says similar things, and he listens to that. Right. So he was doing this about 3 to 4 months before Loretta's. He's got a lot stronger, but he still needs a little bit more strength towards the end of the motos. But he's came a long way, and a lot of that's because of John and Alex.
Do you look at the programs that they send him?
So I think that's what hurt me. Was troll training.
Oh boy.
Because I'm 47 and I was poaching the same stuff as Aiden was because I want to try to do as much as I can with Aiden while I can, and I probably need to recover more than Aiden did. So my program would have been different, obviously.
You raced the 350 this weekend?
Yes.
You liked it?
I loved it.
You're a 350 guy now.
I'm not a 350 guy, but I feel like that is a huge advantage for guys that maybe aren't in shape and they still want enough power and have fun. All I had was Chad at XPR mapped me a Vortex. I had an FMF muffler and some fuel, and that thing, it hauls ass.
Really?
Yeah.
I rode an older one. It sucked.
It sucked back in the day.
Okay, so they're better.
Like you have to ride mine next time you're down.
Yeah.
And you can't believe how much torque and snap it has for a 350.
Yeah.
It's not as much as a 450, but it feels so much lighter.
That was the problem. I just felt like an over-revving 250, the older ones.
I mean, you know how long the start straight is at Glen Helen.
Yeah.
And on the gate it was Vet Pro, 450 Pro, and 250 Pro, and the 350 pulls whole shots out of other 450s.
Yeah.
So it has enough power. You have to ride it a little bit higher in the RPM because it's a 350, but there's plenty of power for the average guy out there. And every time I tested one, I was like, why don't I ride one more?
Yeah.
And I finally was like, I'm over the ego part of it. I'm going to try to race one and see what it's like. And that's why I raced it yesterday. And it was good. It was great.
So you see more 350 riding in your future?
I do, yes. Just purely fun.
Right.
Other manufacturers need to get on board.
Yeah, that was my next question. Do you think anybody ever makes another?
Yes.
You do?
I do.
Yeah.
I think they will. They have to because it's undeniable. Like it's KTM's killing that market.
I
think they're afraid because what I've heard is manufacturers don't want to sell the 350 brand because it's going to take away from their 450 sales or vice versa, or 250 sales. I feel like that's not the case. KTM is proving that.
Yeah.
You could add that too. No one's going to, if you're a 450 guy, you're still going to want to go to a 450, but maybe if you're getting older, instead of going away from that manufacturer, you're going to stay with that manufacturer because they have a 350 size. So maybe they're keeping that customer. That's how I view it.
Race Tech Round of the Night. Pulp 23 is the code to save with Race Tech. Tell them you listen to PulpMX. Suspension work, motor work, they can do it for you. Privateer proven, of course. The gold valves made over there and designed in the USA since 1984 or something. They've had these things. Great system, racetech.com. Tell them you listen to Pulp. Vintage bike stuff, flat track stuff, all of it. Really super informative website, racetech.com. Race Tech Round of the Night. Since we're on Loretta's. It's a repeat of other ones. I had one loaded that I can't remember. It was really good. But this one, same thing. Like, the guys complaining about Jeff Emig and Mike Brown in the vets classes. Like, man, first, there's not enough older pros to have your own gate. And you don't have enough, never mind the regionals and areas. Like, you're not going to have anybody at those. So you don't have 40 guys to do that. A vast difference in ages as well. Barry Karsten to Jeff Emig is pretty big gap. Or not. Well, anyways, and then like nothing's gonna happen that you got beat like that. So Jeff Emig and Mike Brown aren't there, and you get 2 more spots. Like you're not getting a ride. You're not getting any money. You're not getting anything out of them not being in the class. Like there's no difference. And then also, again, like I was saying on the review show, there are vet classes where those guys aren't allowed to race.
Right.
There's vet classes for you. Yeah. So go to those classes if you're so angry about racing guys like Mike Brown and Jeff Emig. And then another point, if you're Mike Brown or Jeff Emig and you like to race a motorcycle and challenge yourself and do this, like, what? Just tell them to fuck off? Is that like, hey, fuck you, Emig, you were too good back in the day? Like, should they never be allowed to race? Like, I don't get that part either. Like, there's a lot of old guys who are pretty big names that aren't that good because they've let their skills slip or they just don't ride or whatever. Like, I just don't get the constant, and I didn't get much of it this year on social, actually. Normally I do.
Right.
Yeah, quit it, people. Quit fucking whining. You all the old people that are whining are probably the same ones saying that this generation of kids is soft and everybody gets a trophy and back in my day, but they're fucking whining about 2 guys that are racing their class that went through the regionals and ran through the areas and everything they had to do to qualify. You're sounding soft and you're sounding like everybody, like you want a trophy. Just either beat them or fucking race with them.
Yeah.
Race tech around the night. Quit complaining.
So I was there, and I'm on the line talking to a lot of these guys that are in our class. I don't hear it from the people that are racing.
Yeah, the actual racers.
I think it's on the outside looking in. People that are watching it on the broadcast, Vital. These are the people that are bitching. I don't think it's so much the people within the race. I think when Brownie started coming and doing it, I think it was initially a shock. But now that he's there and doing it, and I think he's attracting other riders that are coming, like Emig and Rhino, and these guys showed up as well. Now Windam or Travis or whoever.
Yep.
Like, most of these guys that make it, the 42-man gate, are honored to be a part of that. Like, I even said that on a podium when I was up there. I'm like, I was never as good as Brownie. I was never good as Emig. And it's cool for me to be a part of that now.
Yeah.
Because I'm riding more now in my older age, and it's pretty awesome to be able to line up to next to Mike and Jeff and talk and bullshit. It's mellow. It's not crazy. And I don't know. I just think it's more on the outside versus like people at the races. And for me, it makes the racing more attractive if I am at home watching. I can't wait to see if Emig and Brown battle or if Windham shows up. It's going to make that class better.
And again, if you don't want to race those guys, there's vet classes for you. That if you've ever earned a point, you are not allowed to race.
If anyone should be bitching, it should be me. I only scored 1 point in my life.
Yeah.
So I was on the verge. I could have rode 30 sportsmen or 45. I could have did. I mean, Ronnie Renner won 45.
Yeah.
I could ride 45, but I got 1 point.
1 point. And then also, like we were saying on our review show, there's plenty of fast pros who never scored a point, like guys who hauled ass.
Right.
So why don't you complain about those people? Like, what's the difference between a guy who's 22nd or 20th? Like, RJ Wageman scored a lot of points, but I'm trying to think of a guy that doesn't really score
Tyler
points.
Enticknap never scored a point, and he's going to race 30 sportsmen next year.
Yeah, Tyler's a great rider.
Right.
And so are you going to complain about Tyler Enticknap? Because he was damn close to scoring a point many times. Had half a lap to go at an LCQ once.
Right.
And never made it. So where are you drawing the line, the whole thing is just.
Do I want to go and win? Of course, I want to do as best as I can do, and it's nice. I won 2020 because Brown didn't race. That I admitted it. He wasn't there, so I was the guy, right? So I haven't been the guy the last few years, but it's okay.
This year, that's for sure.
Right, but I mean, it's just, I know you talk shit about Loretta's on what everybody's big deal is. It's really an experience that I think everyone that can go should at least try one time. It's just really nice to be around all of these like-minded people that work their way to get here, and everyone helps everybody. It's a cool vibe that I don't normally get from other racing. So there's a lot of fun events. People are having a good time. There's Moto Mom's mud wrestling at night. All these cool things that you don't get at normal events.
Right. All right.
So
that's my race tech around the night. All right. That's what I got.
That's a good one.
All right. So last time you were in.
Oh.
Yep.
Are we going to talk about where we're going here in a couple weeks?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do it now.
Okay. So you're racing.
I don't know.
What?
I'm trying to get my therapy going on my arm. I was in
Your therapy is that sync? Is that what your therapy is?
Well, and then I'm trying to get his MRI done ASAP.
Okay.
I went through the doctor today.
I have a guy. Do you want to do one real quick?
I got to drive to Cali.
Yeah.
Oh.
But I can do it. You can schedule, and he'll do it that same day.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I might do that. I'm trying, man. I was in so much pain on this damn trail ride. I thought my arm was going to fall off. So it's
So
it's
if
Tickle.
you are
it's Brock
racing-
Tickle. Fuck you, Brock Tickle.
If you are racing, what are you racing? What bike?
An 89 YZ250. Yeah. So Vet Destinations in England. 2 weeks time. I won't be at
Fox Hill.
Ironman. Fox Hill.
Yep.
Really looking forward to it. Zach Osborne, Ryan Villapoto, Tyler Bowers, Mike Brown, Doug Dubach.
Dubach's been there for like 3 weeks.
Oh, he has?
He's been there.
Because he rode in Italy, I saw.
Yeah, he's been in UK.
So, yeah, looking forward to that. We're going to be there, everybody. We're going to do 2 live pulp shows.
Yep.
Friday night, Saturday night. So you're my co-host for that. I don't know if you knew that, but you're my co-host.
Yeah, I didn't know that till the other day.
Yep. So you're my
Okay.
co-host for that, and we're going to try to get different riders to talk to. Tommy Searle.
Perfect.
Mikhail Rinaldi will be there. Rob Herring will be there. Yeah, I'm looking forward to talking to these old guys, and I'm looking forward to seeing the old bikes. And I hope I can race. I don't know.
And I heard these guys that race this race, they take it serious.
Yeah, you better fucking bring your A
I'm
game.
not bringing that. I'm bringing fun.
You're bringing fun.
I'm bringing fun.
You better. What are you racing?
I'm racing the 89 CR 125. That's what I know of, and I know
Okay.
there's another bike, and I've been so busy I haven't really got all of that.
Well,
but
I have an 89 Sierra in the garage. You want to take it and do some laps on it?
yeah, I might need that.
You rode it at Comp
Go to
Edge.
Field of Dreams?
Yeah, you rode it at Comp Edge. We'll go to Field of Dreams.
Oh, yeah, I rode yeah.
Yeah.
See, I'm going to have to pin the shit out of that thing.
Yeah. Well, you rode it 5 years ago. But
yeah.
yeah.
In Lachine gear.
Yeah, exactly. No, that should be fun. So, yeah, people come out. If you're in England, come hang out. We're going to meet a lot of Pulp fans, I bet. I feel like people are excited about it. And
I heard they pack it there.
Dude, wait till you see this, people. I've seen it.
That's awesome. I can't wait.
Yeah, be great. It's going to be a good time. Beer tent at night, all of that.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Are you going to get loose a little bit?
It depends if I'm racing. Depends if I'm in the contention for the
Does
wins.
it really
or not.
matter if you're racing or not to get loose?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going
Okay.
to bring my best.
So you're taking it serious.
Wow.
Like Travis said.
Yeah, that's what I do. I don't want my friends and family to be ashamed of me.
Okay. I'm glad you're putting the pressure on yourself because there's going to be a lot on you.
So we'll see. Yeah, I got to get my arm fixed. God damn. I don't know if it was tickle or just like pulling up horsepower hill. I don't know what it was.
So you think it's that bad you need an MRI?
Dude, I can barely lift a coffee mug.
Really?
I
Is
can-
it this way or this way?
No,
Or-
it's just this way, like
Okay.
up and down, and then like extension. Like I can, like, see this?
Mm-hmm. So stretching it.
Just everything, man. It's just
It's binding or is it pull?
pull.
Yeah.
Pain.
I feel like you got hit by a rock, it hit your nerve, you got a bone bruise, and that's what's going on.
Yeah, I don't know. It was getting
or if
better.
you're a little bitch.
Right, Pookie.
It was getting better, and then I went on that trail ride, and I fucked it up worse. 2.5 hours in the rocks of Sturgis.
Do we want to say what was said to you on your trail ride that you informed me of?
Yeah. Yeah, Danny Laporte, world champion, said, "You're a great rider. I was following you. You're a great rider on my trail ride." And I said, "Thank you, Danny. Thank you, world champion Danny Laporte.
Oh, my God.
Thank you, sir."
You made damn sure I got that text that day.
Oh, you bet, you bet. I was trail bike guy. Okay, so yeah, thanks to Chris and everybody at Sturgis for having me. That was fun. Real quick, saw Styx concert, REO Speedwagon.
How was it?
Yeah, not
Was it
bad.
good?
Yeah, and then about an hour or two before the 1981 team got inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
I was told I had to introduce them.
Oh, shit.
And I had to come up with a speech.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, 5-minute speech. They said keep it under 5 minutes.
How'd you do?
I think all right, but I was like, oh shit, because there's supposed to be a Honda guy there, and he
Yeah.
never showed, and so it was me.
Can we watch this somewhere?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't know, but I induced them. I gave the speech and then brought them on stage.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's kind of neat. And then in 1981, Donnie Hansen, Chuck Sun, Danny Laporte were there. Dave Arnold was there. So yeah, I talked to Dave Arnold quite a bit.
Dave.
Yeah, you know him at all?
No, don't know. Yeah, I know Dave.
Oh, you know Dave?
Yeah, I know.
Oh.
I work with him at Alta.
Oh yeah.
He was at
Okay.
Alta.
Yeah,
And a little bit at Honda.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I talked to Dave a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, big things with Dave.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was really getting a lot of scoops with Dave. So
Really?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Glad he's still around.
Yeah, he's still around. Still working.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good to see him working.
Okay, yeah.
Moving along.
Okay. Also, a couple shows ago, last time Keefer was in here, we talked about the Mandarin, and I said this earlier, we wanted to have somebody drop some moto truths on people. From
hard
truths.
Yes.
And the Mandarin was listening to our show and sent us some audio,
worldwide
video of what, like this is things that we want to say. You and I know in the motor industry, we know this to be true,
but we can't.
But we can't say it because we got to show at the races. We got to talk to these people.
Yes.
But the Mandarin, from his whereabouts,
unleashed, he
can say whatever he wants. So we've got some clips of the Mandarin. And Marks, are we ready? Are we? Yeah. Okay. So here's some. Again, these are raw.
Yeah. Like we don't know what he's recording with this, but it's just what we got.
It's probably straight from the terrorist video to the own video.
Yeah.
But we got the Moto Mandarin here. And Marks, yeah. Greetings, everybody. This is the Mandarin calling. It is time for some motocross reveals. Number 1, Jet Lawrence. Jeez. He has lizard blood. Weekly treatments from a lizard into his own blood.
Wow.
Did you think that is why he is undefeated? Lizard blood. Mandarin out. Wow. Yeah, I didn't know that about Jet. It makes sense, though.
I mean, I kind of knew it.
Oh.
But
you didn't want
that is pretty ballsy.
No, the Mandarin is... God,
that's heavy.
How did the Mandarin get a PulpMX helmet in the caves of Afghanistan?
I don't know, but if other riders are listening to this, the playing field's going to level up.
Yeah, the lizard blood thing will be. Yeah, you can probably get it. Probably Doc G.
Someone
line you up with lizard blood. Marks, is there more, or was it just that one? Or
no, he was kind enough to send us multiple.
Oh, okay.
We got more. We got more.
The Moto Mandarin. This guy. All right.
Wow.
Okay.
He looks like he's a fan though.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm the Mandarin of Moto, and I am back again to tell you people the real truths of motocross. Wow. Christian Craig, Malcolm Stewart. Yeah, we know. Everybody likes them.
Yeah.
They are really nice guys. I'm here to tell you, they're dicks. Wow. Both of them.
Shit.
Total losers.
Just right to the point.
And they don't even like you people or like the sport of motocross. Christian Craig and Malcolm Stewart also hate each other. Jesus. Wow. Mandarin out. Wow.
Wow.
Mookie and Christian seem like great dudes.
Like, wow. I wonder. That is a hard thing to believe. But he knew about lizard blood.
No, the Mandarin knows. He's all knowing.
Shit.
Okay. All right. What else we got, Mark?
God. Oh, another one?
Hello from the Mandarin cave. Yeah. Jeez. Mandarin dropping truth bombs all over you.
Truth bombs.
Jesus. Phil Nicoletti. Everybody thinks he is so mean and so angry. But I, the Mandarin, is here to tell you that Phil weekly volunteers at a children with disability camp.
Oh.
It seems that our Phil has a heart of gold. Oh, wow. Mandarin out!
Wow.
Phil is a nice guy.
Phil's going to call
He
him
went
and
up in my eyes.
Yeah.
I feel bad for saying the things that I said to him on the text last night now.
Yeah. Yeah, you should.
Yeah.
Phil's a real guy.
Damn.
Good job, Phil. Way to work with children with disabilities.
Shed a tear for that.
What? One more?
There's one more.
Oh,
damn,
God, okay.
dude.
All right. Geez.
More Mandarin videos.
I don't think that the industry can handle all this truth.
No.
Glenn Helen Start videos.
No.
That's a good one.
Thank you.
3.
Greetings from the Mandarin's cave. I've got one more truth bomb to drop. The great James Stewart mentioned Chase Sexton's bike working better at Unadilla. But I, the Mandarin, is here to tell you it's because of Steve Mathis
and the PulpMX show, riding his bike at Washougal.
Oh, yeah.
The Honda team took the settings
That's bullshit.
from the EFI motorcycle to make it better for Chase based on how Mathis rode it. That is the ultimate truth of why Chase Sexton was better at Unadilla.
Mandarin.
Until next time, Mandarin out!
Wow.
Wow.
Great radio, bros.
Is that it?
Great.
That is it.
You're the test guy.
The Mandarin.
I thought Chase would have a little bit better of a time because of me, but now I'm fucking out.
Mandarin knows.
Damn.
What's crazy is the helmet he's wearing almost looks like the helmet we have in studio over there.
Yeah, I just think he's a fan, right? I just think he's
Maybe he was on the Canadian
No.
Pit Bike of Nations team.
Maybe he's a.
You know
so
what?
maybe he's
Is
in the
that
caves.
Galdi?
Maybe is he in the caves of Quebec?
Well, no. You said that helmet has been missing for a while.
Yeah, I haven't seen it for a while.
So that means at some point the Mandarin was in here, and we don't know who the fuck that guy is. So he's someone that's been in this house.
Gibbs?
Oh, shit.
Gavitt Gibbs?
What if Gibbs comes back?
Watson?
And he's trying to...
Watson?
Damn.
Paul Lindsay?
Is
I don't
he-
know, man.
Does he have a Red Bull?
No. Yeah, I know. He just needs a
It's
Red
not
Bull.
Paul, then.
Yeah. Well, listen, the Mandarin knows.
We
And
gotta
I
take
mean,
a break after that. I don't know.
there was a lot of those helmets made for Team Canada.
There was?
For the Pit Bike of Nations.
Okay,
So,
I thought that was the only one.
No. There was a lot of them made.
Oh, but yours is not... I haven't seen it in a while.
Yeah. Yeah. Whew, the Mandarin. What,
It's heavy.
yeah. What do you think, Marks?
That's good stuff. That's
Was
good
it?
stuff.
Was it though?
I mean, you're gonna fuck with that guy?
Yeah. What the fuck?
Absolutely
You want
not.
the Mandarin video to talk about you?
Nah, he probably walks around with a baseball bat, to be honest.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm out.
Fuck you, you're fired.
I don't know about you guys, but with this has to be a regular. We got to get him to do more.
I don't know, man. The reaction to these 4 videos in the industry might shake everything to its core.
You might be shut down.
Yeah. But it's nice to have a truth teller, you know?
Yeah, the people say, "Oh, you guys are blowing so and so." I mean, Mandarin ain't blowing anybody.
Dude, I don't want to fuck with that guy.
No.
No way.
No.
Look at
I
that
said
dude.
that I admire him and his fucking balls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, buddy, the Mandarin. He's spoken.
It's a Mandarin moment.
He's out. Mandarin out.
Hey, Jordan, what do you think of the Mandarin?
I'm a little disappointed. I feel like very insignificant following that.
Yeah. Well, I understand. But let's get to your question, and maybe the Mandarin, we'll take pity on you.
I agree with Chris. I think that should be probably a regular segment.
Right.
Well, we'll see. It's not up to us. It's up to the Mandarin, and when he sends videos.
That's fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I got a question, probably more for Chris, but I saw a top-tier super mini kid won a championship at Loretta's, and then the Wednesday following, he's on a big bike training. And that seems wildly fast, in my opinion. I'm hoping you can talk about that a little bit.
Well, yeah, being that Kawasaki doesn't have a 125, most of these kids that are following a trajectory of, hey, we want to be successful, most of them don't go to a 125 BC or Schoolboy 1. They just go straight from Super Mini to a 250F if they are tall enough, big enough to ride one. So
yeah, I mean, what is the option, right?
Yeah.
You're sponsored by Cowie.
Yeah.
Sponsored by Honda.
Some kids
Yeah.
go to a 125 to win a championship, and it does look good. There is other avenues and ways to do it, but I feel like this kid that, well, I don't know why it's Gordon.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking
I don't know
about.
why we're not
Okay.
saying his name, but like Gordon is good enough to be really good in the B class anyway, so I feel like him getting on the big bike now is not a bad move.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't mean so much like bike size or skill or anything. I think he'll be a top 5 or 10 guy in the B class next year too. I'm just more in the line of we hear about how much training these kids have to do so early and how that leads to burnout. Like,
yep.
Can we give him a week
I
after
see
he
what
wins
you
the
mean.
national
Yeah.
championship?
Yeah, I understand that. Like I gave Aiden I mean, I didn't give Aiden a week. We just kind of talked about it. I go, hey, take a week and kind of hang out, do what you want to do, and, get reset.
Yep.
And he raced with me yesterday, but, I mean, that was just something he wanted to do. So there wasn't anything on my end. And I believe some kids are wired different, I think some kids need a break and some kids don't. So it's up to the parents,
Yep.
Okay.
Right.
What's the next thing that, what's he getting ready for? What's the next big national?
I'm sure he's probably going to try to go to Mammoth. So the Mammoth's the big one coming up. So I'm sure he'll try Mammoth, and then there's AZ Open or Mini Olympics. So there's a couple near the West Coast that he probably can ride.
Cool. Thank you guys a lot for the time.
All right.
See ya, man.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. All right. Voicemails. We got voicemails, and we got the motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment coming up as well. MTX Braking sold your local bike shop and favorite online retailer, mtxbraking.com. Use the code PulpMX to get an introductory pulp deal when buying direct from MTX. They're looking for dealers as well. These mountain bike pads are fantastic. I think I gave you a set. I give you the set of red brake pads?
No. Mountain bikes?
Yeah.
No. They gave me a
Are you still
shock.
riding your Taser?
Yeah. We just went to Sky Park on
Stop
Friday.
it. No, you didn't.
Yeah, me and Aiden.
Really?
Yep. Don't forget this, too.
What?
Don't forget about that, too.
Yeah, thank you to MTX Braking. Inspired by motocross and power sports, they got better braking tech into brake pads to mountain and road bikes. Make your mountain bike brakes better. More power, better modulation while remaining dead silent. They got a red compound and a gold compound. I prefer the red, a little more tackier. Great brakes, though. If you're looking to improve your brakes on your mountain bike, especially e-bikes, heavier, or if you're a heavier person too as well, yeah, these are fantastic brakes. Use the code PulpMX at mtxbraking.com if you're a dealer as well. Please check it out. So thank you to those guys for stepping up.
I don't know shit about mountain bikes, but in the world of mountain bikes, is aftermarket pads better than OEM pads?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know enough either, except that MTX, without even me talking about them or anything, reached out for me and said, try our pads, and it was instantly better.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're going to an EBC brake pad on a dirt bike. You're like, eh.
Yeah, no. These things were great. They're race. I think because they're more specialized race compounds,
Yeah.
they're a little bit better. I noticed a difference right away on my e-bike. Yeah, loved
Got it.
them, and they're easy to change too.
Okay.
Brake pads on mountain bikes. So, thank you to the folks at MTX Braking as well. Our guy Eric at Works Connection sent us a note, and he's a really good friend of the show. And so tonight, he said that. Laurel Morrill passed away in a moto or a mountain bike accident. His son Lowell Jr. used to race back in the day. This is a very, very important NorCal guy in the industry, and he passed away in a mountain bike accident. So yeah, man.
He's a fan of the show, and he's a kid. And,
yeah. So really, really sad to hear. So yeah, thoughts are with the family on that. Absolutely.
Yeah, sorry to hear about that. That's tragic and it's horrible.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, voicemails. 702-586-7857. Call and leave a voicemail anytime. There was some thoughts on the Deegan American point that I brought up. Play the best ones.
Oh God, I can't wait.
Let's play them. Let's do this.
Steve, I have a race tech rant. I was at Millville over the weekend. There's one thing that drives me crazy about that track. I need you to do me a favor. Get a hold of Alex Martin. Tell him to sneak into the house, get the map to wherever the old man has all the jars buried, dig up a fucking jar, invest the money in a cell phone tower. I'm so sick of going down there and having no service. I can't update my pics. I'm down there with my brother. We lose contact with each other. I got to send fucking smoke signals up on Mount Martin to find him. This isn't the 70s. Cell phones aren't a fad. I'm a guest at Millville. Please get a cell phone tower.
That was actually my rant after Millville, and I love Troll Train. I love the track. We're going there for a PulpMX ride day, all of that. But yeah, you gotta there's just if you have Verizon, you have zero service there.
Okay.
And if you have AT&T, you have basically no service because once it fills up, there's nothing. I think if you have a national, you need a sat phone, whatever Elon's got, a Starlink.
Yeah.
Something to satisfy the customers. At this day and age, got to have it. And that's just a dead spot for cell phones, Millville is. So that was my race tech rant, and that caller agreed with me. So,
okay.
Yeah. All right.
Starting on a positive note.
Yeah.
Okay.
Matt, this is Jay from the north. Hey, I got a little race tech rant there about the riders. some of them need to get their heads screwed on straight. Mr. Nicoletti, fucking bitching about Melville's prep. Not ripped deep enough, not ripped deep enough. And he's bitching about Washougal. Rip too deep, rip too deep. Make up your mind, bud. Get your head put on straight. Second, Sexton. That guy's head must be put on crooked. He literally says to you, I think the pace is faster than last year, blah, 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 we're moving, and maybe it doesn't look that way. And then in the very same breath goes, yeah, but I'm not nearly as comfortable as I was last year, and the bike's not working so good. So how the hell are you going the pace you were going last year if you're not as comfortable and the bike ain't there? Like, come, give your head a shake, bud. Like, I can see it on TV. You ain't going as fast as you were. You're going so slow, the tire is turning sideways, and you're falling over. Nah, I'm just kidding. They're ripping. But still, like, these guys, I know they didn't go to school for long, but, like, you got to at least know that you just contradicted yourself.
Wow.
Whatever, boys. Have a good show. Peace out.
Yeah. Canadian hot with North.
I have a question as far as Austin Forkner goes. Just had a pretty crazy gate drop crash, and we saw that happen in Supercross too. And just the will of him to get back up and run that race and get back up to 21st. I saw a picture on Instagram where his side of him was pretty well bruised up. Just wanted to get Steve's thoughts on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I thought it was awesome.
We talked about
I talked about that a little bit. By the way, I got text from Mr. Side.
Oh.
He thinks the Mandarin thing was dumb, but
okay.
Maybe the Mandarin.
Usually he's pretty a positive guy. I guess he's negative tonight.
Yeah,
so.
I guess he's negative side. And I wonder if the Mandarin has any thoughts on Dark's Moto media career.
I hope he didn't hear that.
I hope so too. Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, Steve. I was waiting on hold, and your sausage fingers hung up on me. Anyways, I was just calling to mention about how local the sport is. You were talking about the pits and stuff, and how right when you think the sport's getting big, you know, you're looking around and you realize how small our sport is. Anyways, I was out in downtown Vancouver, which is not far from Washougal, last night, Sunday, after the Alpenstar deal. All that stuff was going on during the day. My girlfriend and I were out downtown and ran into Eli Tomac. Thousands of people out, you know, everybody's running around doing whatever, and nobody even recognizes the guy who's, you know, like the biggest athlete in the sport right now as far as racing goes. You know, you can compare him to Jordan or LeBron or whoever in basketball. You know, obviously that really puts it into perspective how small we are as a sport. Anyways, thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I've said this before. Like, these guys are making really good money.
Yeah.
And they can literally just walk down a shopping mall.
It's the best of both worlds.
Yeah,
right?
It really is. Like, the upper guys like Eli, it's $5 million a year.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And yeah, you don't have to deal with any of that shit of, like, mainstream stuff.
He only has to deal with it when he comes to our sport.
Yeah, yeah. Like, you know, like Hayden giving Andrew Tate a shout-out on the podium. Like, just look into this guy and all the controversies and everything. If we were a real sport, like, all of us media guys were, like, basically like Homer in the bushes, you know? Because it's like, again, he's been charged with human sex trafficking. He's under house arrest.
I don't know nothing about
He's in house arrest. He's under house arrest in Romania or Tasmania or somewhere. It doesn't look very good to shout this guy out as a positive influence. Okay? And all of us are like, just the kids saying it, like, whatever. But, dude, if we were a real sport, like, right, Marks? I mean, you know a little bit. Hayden Deegan would be, like, torn apart.
Yeah, I would imagine a bit more than he was for in our sport.
So just be lucky that we're not.
We're never going to be that big.
No, we're not. We're not. We're not. But sometimes, like, things that go on in our sport, or cheeseball scoring mistakes, or cheeseball flagging, bad flagging, if we were a real sport, you know, with all the eyes on us, like, think about NFL ref and getting, you know, imagine if we just had imagine if Tom Brady had to grab a flag and throw it out of the reference. Throws the flag, which is what fined. Which is what Jason Anderson did.
Jason Anderson's not going to get fined for that, right?
No. So
right.
just be happy, I think, that we're not a mainstream sport.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
Be happy. Hello?
Okay.
I think my mouse is dying.
Huh?
I'm clicking.
Sad
program
time.
over here.
I think that's
Hit the space
that's the
bar.
end of.
Did you sabatage this on your own, Steve?
I think it
make
was
sure
the
we didn't
Mandarin.
have other.
Mandarin leaking in.
Steve, what's happening, man? Long time listener, first time caller.
What's up, Phil?
Tuesday morning after your show, I'm currently sitting on a toilet taking a fat shit before I have to head out the door to work.
Sounds like Phil. Yep.
And I was watching Hayden Deegan's vlog from Washougal, and it just reminded me because he was sitting on the gate waiting to go out to qualifying. Why do these young kids? I especially see it in my experience with young kids sitting on the gate waiting to head out. Why do they rev their engines and kind of like stretch and reach around the back to feel the fumes coming out of the exhaust? I never understood that. I've seen it in my experience with riding and racing over the years, and I see it watching these vlogs. I don't understand what the appeal is
Kris,
to
do you want
that.
to tell them what they're doing?
Thought maybe you'd have some insight on that. Anyway, love your show. Keep up the good work, boys.
Kris?
Yeah, so I do it sometimes, not a lot, but I'll go out and just put my hand on the muffler. It's just that warm. It's nothing about the fume. It's just like you keep your hand warm and like
Stretches
warms
your
up
glove
your hand.
fabric too a little bit. Like you feel like you can grip the grip a little better because it's warmer.
Just kind of
and-
warms your
yeah.
hand up, warms the glove up, and then it
Yeah.
wraps around the grip better.
Yeah.
Like you feel like right now your hand's a little tight and cold, and then you warm it up.
Yeah.
Gets a little looser. You
Yeah.
feel better. That's basically what it is. And it could be warm day. It could be a cold day.
Yeah.
And
Superstition almost. Yeah.
Yeah. So, what I don't like
Hmm.
is these
Instagram for the kids.
Well, that too.
Did you get much blowback from that?
No, not blowback. People agreeing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You didn't get any of this? I thought you would get
Then
blowback.
why would I get hate?
Because people are like, yeah, fuck you, man. It's just, like.
I'm not trying to hate on what they're doing. I'm just saying.
You are. You're hating the parents that are writing as the kids.
Teach your fucking kids how to do it. If you're going to do it and you want them to do it.
I understand it, and I agree with you, but I'm saying I can't believe you didn't get flack from that.
Why would I get flack from trying to be a better parent and do a better job at parenting?
No, that's not it.
Yes, that
people
is
aren't
it.
going to see it that way.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But okay.
I mean, no, I haven't got one person that, hey, F
Okay,
you, I
all
do
right.
my kids thing.
Okay.
Like, I'm just saying, you're not helping them. Okay?
Okay.
You're not helping them.
I'm on your side, but
Unless
people
little
are.
Johnny is 3, of course, I understand that the mom and dad are going to write the captions. But if you're 9 years old and you have an Instagram,
Mhm.
you could do it. Have some help.
Yeah.
I don't like when the kids, 250B, I was at Loretta's.
Yeah.
They said, hey, fire them up. Brrr, brrr. I'm like, what in the fuck
Dude,
are you doing? Like, gnarly. And you're just sitting there, and it's like, it's not a 2-stroke.
Yeah.
And they're just like literally matting it for 3 seconds to clear it out. And I'm sitting there, I'm laughing my ass off because I hear this. And these people are shaking their heads. I'm like, I don't understand it.
Yeah, I know.
And the mechanics are sitting there thinking, nothing. They're not telling them to stop it.
Yeah.
Like
And it's like-
Aiden
and it's
does
like-
that, and I go, what the fuck are you
Your
doing?
bike is warm.
Right.
0.3 seconds after starting it.
Or it's not even warm, and then they fire it up, and they're just matting it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I don't like.
Steve, long-time listener, first-time caller. How in the fuck can you say that nobody cares about the 2-strokes? All right?
Oh, boy.
Anybody I know that watches Moto has sent me messages about the 2-strokes, racing for the bounty. It's all the fans care about. And you're going to go on your show and say that it doesn't matter, blah, 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 no one gives a shit. This is the most boring 450 series that we've had in I don't know how long, and there's finally something exciting, and the broadcast didn't do shit about it. You say no one cares? You obviously have no idea what the fans want. Love the show. Keep up the good work. Fuck you.
I mean, I may have been stretching it when I said no one cares.
Right.
But, it doesn't matter.
It matters to people that ride 2-strokes.
Okay, yeah, but that's a dwindling population.
No, it's not. It's growing.
And I saw cheers for Carson Brown and all that at Washougal, but I also saw a ton of cheers for all the 4-stroke guys.
Yeah.
Jet Lawrence and AP when he was leading. people, obviously, he's right. It's been a bit of a boring championship. I get that. But people were still cheering just as much for the 450s as it was for the two-stroke guys. So, like, when he's saying all his friends just cheered for 250s and all they cared about was this bounty race, that is false. More people there cared about the actual race than the bounty race.
Mm-hmm.
I guarantee you. I watched the people all around the track.
Well, yeah, if we're doing a ratio, of course.
That's what I mean.
Right.
Yeah, but this gentleman was saying that
it's just
bounty race was the only thing that anybody cared about.
Well, it's just like you saying no one cares about two strokes.
Yeah,
Same thing.
I may have stretched it a little bit, but yeah.
Two strokes are growing everywhere. I hate two strokes personally to ride. There are some two strokes that are fun, but for me, as an option to buy one, I'm not going to buy one. But I understand it why people want one.
I get it too, but I don't feel like they're growing.
Oh yeah, no, sales are growing up for sure.
I mean, I've heard for 10 years that Yamaha sells all the ones they make, so they don't make any more. They just
Oh no, they've made more. The demand is up, so they're selling them.
All right.
Okay, I mean, say that to KTM, like they sell a shit ton.
Well, I'm not saying they don't, yeah, but they also sell a shit ton of 450s. So.
I'm just saying it's not as rare as it once was. Before, when it was really dead, and then you saw a guy in a two-stroke, you're like, wow.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure. It's
so now it's like, oh, it's not so uncommon to hear one.
It's just like as I said, I'm fucking old. I raced them forever.
Mm-hmm.
I worked on them forever. I watched pro racing on two-strokes forever. Like, there's no nostalgia for me. Like, yeah. Like, I big deal. Whoa, look, a two-stroke on the track. Oh, my God, a fucking, It's like the fireworks thing.
Yeah.
Like, like, who cares?
I heard about that. I didn't listen to it, but I heard about that, too.
Yeah, fireworks. Like, 10 minutes, that's it.
Yeah.
Then how many times are we going to watch the fucking red thing explode in the sky and still be excited?
Yeah.
That's my whole point. Oh, look, it's an hour later. Another red light in the sky. Oh, my God, it's so cool. These fucking people, and that's another thing. Like, nobody got my point. Nobody understood my point where I was like, hey, man, 10 minutes of fireworks or whatever is enough. I never said, like, fireworks suck.
Mm-hmm.
I get it for 10 minutes. Then you got scared dogs and people trying to go to work in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
People need sleep and trying to go to work in the morning. That's what you got. Basically, when you light up fireworks for an hour and a half, what you're basically saying is, fuck everyone around me. I don't care about you. That's what you're saying.
At midnight.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Okay.
So if you're saying that, then you're the asshole.
Okay. But I will say, like, two strokes in general.
Back to two strokes.
Yeah, in Southern California, like, that guy Pasha that does all these two-stroke races at Glen Helen, they're packed. The laws of two strokes. And they love it. He loves it. Like,
when I go to Glen Helen, and I don't go as much as you, I don't see two strokes there. I don't see more than ever before, like on just a random Thursday.
I will say this. I'm not a big two-stroke guy, but when I was in staging with Aiden at Loretta's and the 125 BC class was on the gate and they revved it and they dropped the gate, it sounds fucking cool. Like, I was like, that's badass.
Okay.
So that's still there.
All right.
Mathis, I love the show. You got to get this fucking guy, Michael Lindsay, out of here. This guy fucking sucks. Tell him to slow down when he's fucking talking. Jesus fucking Christ.
Poor
All right, Steve. I never called in or left a message, but I'm listening to your show from this week on Washougal and Deegan and the American flag, and I was at the race. I saw the American flag. I also saw 2 Australian flags. I also saw Jet cape himself in the Australian flag. And you're talking about how, it's stoking a divide. Yeah, I can see how you're saying that. I think Brian probably is, pointing him in that direction. But it doesn't have to stoke a divide. Just because you're saying you're American, you're proud, you're playing to that crowd, doesn't mean the other people have to hate the Australians. You also mentioned how, Ricky never did it to Chad and DV and, these other guys. You got to remember, there's 2 Australian guys, Jet and Hunter, and they're kicking everybody's ass. They're at the top of the class. So it's a little bit different now. We're seeing in America 2 Australians, perform very, very well. A phenom and another, really, really solid rider. So I think you're making too much of a big deal about it. That's my 2 cents. And, if you're a little bit sensitive to the subject because you're Canadian, well, Canadians are fucking sensitive. So grow a sack and Just let's go, man. Let's go racing. Let's have fun.
See, that's fine. That's
that was
great.
legit. Like I like that.
He didn't agree with me, and he's got some points and grow a sack and go racing. Right on. That's what makes the world go around. Like different opinions, right? Different thoughts. I mean, Keefer, you never heard it until you heard the shitstorm afterwards, and you went back and listened to it.
Yep.
Was there anything in there that you felt like I deserve some of this horrific social media takes from these kooks out there?
This is what I take. I disagree with some of your stuff. I'm very patriotic. I love America. I have an American flag at my front, porch. I support our troops. All of that.
He has to say this in front of it.
No, I'm just saying, I feel like you should have prefaced a little bit before you run on your rant a little bit. I think that's where I think you kind of went wrong. Is people assume that you.
Well, I thought,
and here's the problem.
I thought by me saying, seriously, tell me if I'm off base here.
Okay.
I thought that me saying that I've lived here longer than I lived in Canada, I spent tens of thousands of dollars to be here, I chased the dream here, is enough proof that I like this country. I figured that would do it. That's actual money and time spent to come to America. And I wasn't just born here.
But can I tell you something?
So you don't feel like that was enough?
Well, no, and I'm going to give you, and you might think this is stupid.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you something, what I feel from the heart. It's like you have a girlfriend. And I'm going to try to explain this. It's like you have a girlfriend.
Hey, man, you beating off?
And you tell her all the reasons what you like about her. But you never tell her that you love her, right? Oh, you did this great. You did this great. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. But she's like, well, you never told me you love me. So what you just said is all great, but did you ever come out and say, I love this country?
I did.
I don't know. I don't think you said that.
I think I did.
So I think what people, and the ones that you call like the crazies, they want to hear hey, man, do you really love where you're at? I think that's what they're looking for. And granted, do you need to say that?
Yeah,
no.
I feel like me explaining my history of here and the money and the time, and I've been here longer now that I can go home at any time. It doesn't matter. I can. Yeah.
But you don't want to.
No.
Right.
And
But I think that's what people want to hear. Hey, does Matt just love fucking America? Yes.
Is there some sort of fucking love meter? Is there a test I need to take? No. Everybody does their own thing.
Correct.
My actions speak for me. Everybody does their own things. There's nobody who the left doesn't love the country more than the right, or the right. There's no proof of this. Everyone wants to be here. Generally speaking, outside of these terrorists and people love this country, all of it. There's no side that loves this more. There's no battleground. There's no test. There's no proof. Most people love this country.
Yes.
Yes. With some exceptions. So.
Yeah.
But I don't. Yeah.
But you know how to get under people's skin as well. When you see something going one way, you're like, I'm going to dig a little bit more on that.
But I feel. And again, this gentleman didn't agree with me in a nice way.
Correct.
And no problem. As a foreigner, I'm like, hold on here, people. Let me tell you how I see it. A guy from another country that chose to be here, that loves the National Series. I've long said this series is the best series in the world. I don't want to hear about the MXGP guys talking about this. This is the best motocross series in the world because the best Europeans, whether it's Vial or whether it's Tortelli or Roxon or Musquin, they come here. Outside of Everett's, Hurlings, and Caroli. People come here. This is the best series.
It's the best series, yeah.
Okay? So I've said it over and over, and I want it to be here, and I just I kind of lost my train of thought.
No, I know what you're saying.
So I don't the people that are
I'm just giving you another.
These nutballs that just want, I have the biggest podcast show, so, hey, let's attack the biggest podcast show so that I can get some fame or internet glory when you don't even fucking listen to my point. They're not listening to what I'm saying.
Right.
So I felt as a foreigner, because nothing, honestly, when I see the fans at the Nationals, and this isn't once, this isn't twice, this is multiple times, dozens of times.
There's bad sheep and everything.
Flip off
right.
the foreign riders on the podium.
Correct.
That makes my blood boil.
But that's not America.
But it is.
Nah, it's not.
Okay, but we're all there because we love motocross, right?
Yeah, but those people aren't American, through and through.
But again, we can't. They are American. They are Americans.
I know.
We can't. So nothing makes my blood boil than seeing these riders from other countries and me, a guy from another country, sacrifice, spend money, do the right thing, come to this country to race, and then they shine, they get on the podium, and they get flipped off, like because they're not from the country. But yet,
that's bullshit.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So I see what Hayden and Brian, in my mind, are maybe trying to do. I'm not going to accuse them of doing it because I don't have any proof.
Right.
But I see what's going on. The numerous times I mentioned the American, outside of July 4th, which is a holiday, and I get that. And I'm like, wait, are we going to start getting people because this kid is reminding everybody he's American? We know he is. We know it's not a national. We know it's not the Motocross of Nations. We know it's not the Olympics. You're not representing your country at Washougal or Red Bud or anywhere else. You're just representing, your rider, yourself. You're not representing your country. Is this going to lead to the Lawrence brothers getting flipped off? Is my thing. And so that's all where I came from. Never shit on America. Never said this country sucks. Never said any of that. Well, the people that flip off the foreign riders, they fucking suck.
Right.
So
I think what you're saying is you're going because you've seen this happen because you're at the races. The other people that are reacting to what you say, they might not see that, and they're like, well, I disagree with Steve because I don't think it's going to grow into any more fuck yous just because Deegan has an American flag. I think having our American flag out is awesome. And I don't mind having Jet run his Australian flag around him. I think that's awesome as well. Hey, it's your country. Be proud of where you're from. You should be proud if you're American. But if the agenda is to get under Hunter and Jet's skin with that, I honestly don't know if it's that deep. I just think, hey.
I don't have any proof of that. That's a theory that I think.
Yeah.
Because if you watched Brian in the Metal Militia days.
Of course. He's
with,
a marketing
with
genius.
Travis Pastrana.
He's millions of dollars because of how he marketed things.
He was the dark side of freestyle, and Travis was the good.
Correct.
And if you know the history, you could come up with a theory of why Hayden is saying this multiple times.
Here's
how many 17-year-olds do you know that are that patriotic?
Yeah. I mean, I have a 17-year-old.
Yeah.
And he loves America, but he's not going up on the Loretta's podium.
No.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But I'm not hating on that either. I think that's awesome as well.
Yeah.
But what the grand scheme of this whole thing is like,
we don't need
you say what you say.
Yeah.
Some of the things that I read on the comments, I was like, wow.
Yeah, no, it's unbelievable. And JT and Weege both were like, Weege is like, hey, man, I see where you're coming from. I don't think that's it, but I see where you're coming from.
Yeah.
And that was all.
There's a lot of things I disagree on with my wife, and I don't tell her to go fuck herself.
Dude, yeah, it's nuts. What I thought was funny was the Patriots on the far right trying to cancel me. Like saying, I'm going to email all your sponsors. I'm going to talk to all your sponsors. I'm going to make sure nobody ever does your show ever again. It's like, that's what you guys hate about the nut jobs on the left. You hate them canceling people. There's no more fucking comedians anymore outside of Chappelle. Like,
we're just a motocross radio show. Like, you have an opinion, and you're speaking your opinion.
And I was shocked, seriously, because I don't get involved in politics too much. I'm not one. I think the nut jobs on the left are exactly that, nut jobs, and same with the people on the right. I'm kind of center. I thought the right didn't really believe in that stuff. But the way I got talked to over and over and over, and I checked out these people's profiles, so you know where they stand on this stuff, telling me, to shut up, and they're never going to listen to my show again, and they're going to email all my sponsors, which I never heard one word from any sponsor.
Of course,
I'm just like, wait, what? For having
if
an
you have
opinion?
that much time, you got nothing going on.
For having an opinion, this is what you're going to do for a guy having an opinion?
There's certain things people get rowdy up about: money, religion, politics, and their country. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Anyways, all right. Well, I appreciate the people who sent me the DMs and the texts and the emails.
Was there any ones that you didn't play that were gnarly?
No, there's some more coming up.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Sorry, we're going a little bit late tonight.
Hey, Steve, I know you got a huge platform in motocross, but for you to call Hayden Deegan a xenophobe.
Never called him that.
What's that? I don't know what that
Never
means.
called him that.
Probably one of the most disgusting things I've ever heard come out of anybody's mouth. For
Never
a kid
called him that.
That is just crushing it and is proud to be an American. It doesn't matter where other people come from. He's just saying he's proud to be an American and bring the championship on American soil to an American. I get that the Lawrence brothers are here now in America, and I respect their ability, their hustle.
Not an
their
international
ability to
contest, the
ride dirt
Nationals.
bikes.
This is not, you're not representing your country at any race. This is a national series. It's not the Olympics. It's not the Motocross of the Nations. You are not representing your country. There's 35 other Americans on the gate with Hayden Deegan, or 30. Let's say 30 other Americans on the gate with Hayden. So, he's not really representing America. He's just born here racing a national series. So, again, I would go back to Ricky, and I would go back to Eli, and they didn't bring this stuff up outside of Motocross of the Nations.
Yeah, but it doesn't look it.
So yeah, but again, I never called him a xenophobe.
What is a xenophobe? What is that?
It's like basically like a term of like Mark's what
like prejudice against someone
prejudice,
from
prejudice,
another country.
Yeah, prejudice is prejudice basically.
Two big words
So,
for me.
Yeah. All right.
Call somebody a xenophobe, which by definition means that they're racist.
Didn't
it's
say
probably
that
the furthest thing from the truth.
Didn't use that word.
I think you need to retract your statement.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
It's very disturbing to me.
Mm-hmm.
And look at the Trophy of Nations. Look at the people that were at Washougal with
representing your
Australian flags. Are they xenophobes? Give me a break, dude. Get a clue. Quit trying to spin a bunch of stuff up so people will watch your show. You've already got a good enough following. You don't need to go down that path. Anyways, hope you have a great day.
Hey, Steve. My name's Austin. I wanted to put in some 2 cents on this whole Deegan chanting USA thing. You know, it seems like you're the only one who's got the problem with it, and all your guests don't. And man, I agree with you. And I'm born and raised here. To me, it's just corny. You know, like Brian did the same thing back in his day against Pastrana. You know, he just spiked. He's the bad guy. You know, fuck Pastrana. This big hate. Just trying to create hype. And it worked. I don't know. It seems corny to me. You know, like, it's pretty corny back then, and doing it through his son right now. Yeah, it's corny to me, and I like what they're doing. The kid's very successful. It's cool. But yeah, he doesn't need to do that. Like everybody can enjoy it. It doesn't have to be this, me versus everybody sort of thing. All right, that's all I got. Thanks.
Yo, bro. I hope this is played on the air, son. 70,000 viewers a week, and you're bashing this boy talking about America. You're in America. You should be proud to be in America. You shouldn't be bashing this dude on the stage talking about America. Night, termite.
By the way, I'm going to use that night termite.
That's good. I like it.
I'm going to use it.
Mathis, it's Ben in Rochester here. Just wanted to comment on show 553, but wanted to remind you, I hope when you come for the Millville ride day that Keefer's riding my quads.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Either way,
Quad
beside
up.
the point. My comment being that on show 553, you were responding on how Jet told you to freewheel a little. And by freewheel, he meant, that's why I freewheel it, little cunt. That was a term that always scared me. It's hilarious. It's not a word I use, and I'm using it on the air right now, but the reason why I call in is to remind people that English, while it's English, isn't always the same in every language.
Correct.
Even though it's Australian English, you got to know that cunt is a term of endearment. So if they call you a fucking
I knew
cunt,
that.
it means they love you, not hate you.
Yeah, was I
hanging
complaining
out at
about
No,
this?
no, I think
a whole
he
bunch
assumed.
of MotoGP people a few
Okay.
years ago, and they kept calling me that. And I said, hey, in America, we don't use that word. And they looked at me and basically said it again. So just want to remind people that, as I tell my kids, it's not the language you use, but how you use it. He used it as a term of endearment.
I know this. Was I complaining? I complaining about this? Aussies use that word all the time.
I'm the one who told the story.
Oh, okay.
And we laughed.
Oh, we did.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I think we know this.
Yeah.
What's up, Mathis? I just listened to David Pingree's little rant on Instagram. That guy's a fucking moron, man. he's just twisting your comments. He's fucking taking shit out of proportion, and that pisses me off. He goes against everything that he fucking argues. You know, like all the political bullshit where they fucking lie and make shit up. Like, this guy's twisting your words. This guy's making up a story in his head just so that he can please his little followers that gag on his balls. He's a fucking moron. He's up there with Cooksey. And like, I'm a diehard American, dude. I will die for this fucking country. And I respect your comments. I respect your opinion. You know, I may not agree with it, but I respect it. I'm not going to sit here and fucking twist your words so that I can be happy. You know? Fuck this guy, man. He pisses me off. Him and Cooksey are both fucking assholes. They're fucking retards. They shouldn't even be part of the sport. Like, why is this guy even making it political? This shit had nothing to do with politics.
Oh, a few people did.
You speaking about etiquette, you know, respect to other riders in other countries, because to me your point was that the Lawrences are now going to get hatred from Hayden Deegan's fans, you know, because they're not American. Not that fucking you don't think Deegan should be proud of being American. Like, what the fuck? Like, this guy's not even understanding what you're trying to say. He doesn't even know what you said. He probably just heard a 2-second clip that fits what he wants to hear, and then he goes on Instagram and says this shit to all of his followers, not even knowing the true facts. Now that is some liberal bullshit. That pisses me off, man.
I didn't.
Also,
I didn't watch what Ping said.
I didn't see it.
I think I'm blocked from his channels, but yeah, it's just, hey, he's trying to be a podcast guy, and what better way to fucking rile people up and twist people up than twist my words and get a bunch of listeners, and then people go, yeah, Ping, yeah, you said it, like, you know, like, yeah, it's brutal, but what are you gonna do? Yeah, I mean, he wants to be here, he wants to have a big podcast, and so that's what you do, I guess.
to know your thoughts about, you know, the transgender bullshit. I respect your opinion. Keep that in mind.
I respect your opinion.
Transgender.
I don't. He said, "I want to know your thoughts on the transgender bullshit," but I don't really know what transgender bullshit he's talking about. Like, I don't know. You have to give me some examples.
Not an afterthought. I just went on my roundabout that moron Pingree.
Same guy?
Yeah.
Hey, Steve. I don't know if you're playing these anymore, but anyway, I know you're facing all kinds of shit from the stupid Deegan stuff from the review show after Washougal. That sucks, man. You had an opinion. You said he shouldn't be trying to pander to the people that are going after the Lawrences for not being American. Whatever. Agree or not, people coming after you saying that you don't love America because you saying he shouldn't be pandering like this. It's not war, okay? Like, it's freaking dirt bikes. Chill out. Even
That's
if
Keefer's
you
philosophy.
agree or not with Deegan or yourself, like, saying he shouldn't, or saying he, like, shouldn't be, like, I don't know. It's stupid. People, chill out. Whether you agree with Steve or not, just calm down, man. Quit going after him. This is stupid. Anyway, just rambling on. Just want to say, Steve, we know you're living the American dream and that you started with nothing, worked your way up. Like, that's the epitome of the American dream, and we know you obviously love this country more than probably the people who claim they do, because, you know, First Amendment's a thing for a reason, and I'm pretty sure you could do better on a citizenship test than they could. But anyway, probably not going to play this, but yeah, I know it's rambly. But anyway, just want to say lots of people got your back, Steve. Sorry you have to deal with this Deegan douchebag mafia stuff. Not that Deegan himself is a douche, but the Deegan dorks who follow him, a lot of them are.
I had people in my Instagram, they were exchanging addresses to go fight over this. You know, one guy defending me, one guy going after me.
Yeah.
They were like, hey, like, I live in this town from you, like, close by. And the guy's like, all right, let's get it on, and let DM me your ad. I'm just like, what the fuck is wrong with you people?
I know, because I was reading some of the comments, and then I told Heather about it, and she went to go look, and they're, like, gone. I'm like, oh, shit, they're gone.
No, I don't think They don't disappear. They were still there. Just comments were locked. I just
Oh.
locked comments. I don't think I delete.
Well, no one could. We couldn't see them anymore.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, is that how it works? I thought I just after like 100, I just stopped because these two dudes were gonna fight.
Yeah.
So I just turned comments off because I'm like, oh my god, these losers are gonna drive to the towns to fight over this.
It's
the fuck is wrong with you people?
This is a perfect example of how you need to learn to talk. If you say things that maybe the wrong tone, the wrong way, it can really get fucking out of control.
Yeah, just nuts.
Just say you love America more, Steve.
Yeah, I love America.
Thank you.
Yeah,
just say it.
It's great.
Say it
But
every
you know
show.
what though? But like,
It's the best country ever. But
you know me. I'm cynical.
Yes.
I'm very cynical.
Yeah.
So like, I will never just wrap myself in a flag and say like everything's awesome and everything's perfect. I won't. Like, and that goes to Canada too. America's got some serious problems. I'm going through healthcare problems, like trying to get referrals, and I mean, the healthcare system here is fucked. It's just fucked.
I think we all know medical systems.
Yeah. So like, when you just, the mass shootings, fucked in my mind. So like, I'm never going to be the guy to be like, America is the best country in the world, and I don't want to hear anything else. To me, there's great things about here, and there's things that need to be worked on, and there's great things in Canada and things that need to be worked on, and there's great things in Finland and things that need to be worked on. You know what I mean? That's my attitude about everything. And there's great things about motocross and supercross, but there's things that need to be worked on. Let's listen to my race tech rant.
Yeah.
I'm the type of guy that I will not have blind loyalty. I will always be a little cynical and a little wary of government, a little wary of calling something perfect, because everything can be a bit better. This show can be a bit better. My writing can be a bit better. I'm always that way with everything, you know? So the people that are just running around and saying like, everything's great about this country. Nope. There's some things that are really shitty about this country, and we got to fix it. And there's things that are shitty in every country.
I was raised as a really patriotic family.
Yeah.
And still to this day, some of the best things that I feel like is the national anthem before, races, things like that. And that's just instilled in me.
Right.
So I love our country, but I also not crazy and going to go, fuck you, Mathis.
Yeah. I mean, we got some serious problems in America.
Yeah.
There really is. There's opioid endemic. Opioid.
Endemic?
Endemic.
Or pandemic? No, it's endemic.
Endemic. So yeah, that's me by nature. And I'm the same way with Canada. Like
I'm naughty by nature.
Who's down with OPP?
Yeah. You know me.
All right, let's go.
Are we wrapping this up?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Peace out. Love you.
Love you.
Hey, Steve. It's your number one PulpMX fan.
Hey.
I'm just calling in to weigh in on the Deegan thing.
Hey.
And I think the difference is being born here and not being born here is I don't think you have a full grasp of what it means to be a proud American. I'm not saying you're stupid about it or nothing, but I think you almost have to be born here to really get that feeling,
I mean, maybe, but hold on. I was born in Canada, and I can tell you that growing up, here's an example, the Canadian World Junior Hockey team would steamroll through these tournaments and win it against Americans, against everybody, right? And it was a source of great pride for Canada that the World Junior Hockey tournament was almost always won by Canada. And I was the guy saying, hold on, they devote more time and money to this World Junior Hockey than anything else. They have rinks everywhere. Like, of course Canada is going to win this thing. Like, why shouldn't, when they don't win, that's, and people would hate that. My friends would fucking bag on me so bad.
Really?
Because I'm like they're all like, yeah, we won, we're the best country in the world for junior hockey. And I'd be like, yeah, big fucking deal. You should be. You literally, hockey is Canada's lifeblood, right?
Right.
And so I think am not that kind of person.
No, you're not.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
I don't have, a lot of these fucking stupid comments were about going back to Canada and Trudeau and I don't love Canada, like that. Like, I don't think it's awesome. It's got a lot of problems too, just like America. And I'm just not that type of guy. Like, I literally am just not. I'm cynical, right? Just that's the way I am. I think anybody who knows the show and heard me complain about fireworks or movie theaters etiquette or can understand that I'm.
I think
You
also
know?
too, because I think that guy's wrong. You don't have to be born here to be patriotic. I mean, I see Jared McNeil. He's from Australia, and he's more patriotic to be an American than I've seen in a lot of other people.
Yeah.
Like all the things
Yeah.
he does, he loves America.
Right.
And then also, I think it depends on if your family has served or you've lost someone that served.
Yeah.
Also affects how you
I
live.
got
your-
nothing in that in my
Right.
background. Either
So-
country, either way. Yeah.
Like I had a grandpa that served in World War II, and we used to talk about wars and things. So
Right.
I grew up around it. So it's like how you're brought up.
Yeah.
And you weren't brought up around that kind of thing.
No.
Right.
No. And but I would always be the guy being like, hey man, Canada has troops too. We have
Yeah.
people going over to Afghanistan and dying, and everyone thinks it's an American only thing. Well, there's British forces there and there's Canadian forces there. A lot of Americans that I've been around think that it's only America that's fighting these wars, and they couldn't be more wrong. There's hundreds of thousands of other UN countries that are sending troops to these places. Is America the biggest and the most progressive, the most technology? Yes, probably. But hey, man, a lot of these other countries have people dying for the rights of the free world as much as anybody, So again, there's my cynical nature. I've been around a bunch of Americans when they're talking about how America's fighting these wars, and I'm like, wait, hold on. No, there's tons of Canadians over there. There's a whole cemetery of them at Normandy, for all the
I think
Canadians
it's just
that
being
died.
proud of where
It is, but
yeah.
like, I'm speaking up again.
Right.
But
also, you understand. You speak up, and we've talked about this in other subjects you brought up. You bring something up, and it's touchy. You're not scared to go.
No,
you're going to get the backlash.
Yeah,
you already
yeah.
know.
I don't. Yeah. Do you think? Listen, and I got a few of that comments about that. You're just sucking up to Lawrence's to get interviews. They don't interview with me. They don't do this show.
Right.
They haven't done this show for
Correct.
months.
Right.
The funny thing is, I was sticking up for people that don't really talk to me.
Correct.
So that was not part of it. But absolutely, Keefer, this has been
You've done this
15 years
yes.
of podcast shows.
I've been around you.
where
You don't give a fuck.
I don't. I bring up points that I think are interesting or
Things
whatever.
that I would say, hey, man, maybe you shouldn't say that.
Yeah.
You don't give a fuck.
I don't, man. I'll
say
take the backlash. I'll talk about some difficult stuff. I'll offer an opinion up, and sometimes it's not right, and sometimes it's a little out there.
But you can take heat.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But like if you speak up, you might get some shit.
Yeah.
And you should be able to take that shit.
Which I do.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, this whole thing with this, if you insult me, I block you.
Correct.
If you call me an asshole,
right,
fatso, fuck off, like you are instantly blocked.
Correct.
I had so many patriots tell me to fuck off and go fuck myself, and then I'm like, I'm looking at their thing, and it's like God first on their bio for Instagram, Jesus first. I wrote a few of these people and said, "Do you think this is Jesus first?"
That's awesome.
Yeah. I wrote them. I DM'd
Would they
them.
get back to you?
They fuck you. They can't even. I want to have a conversation with some of these guys, and I'm like, "Do you think your daughter in this photo would really appreciate you saying these things to me?" I straight up went to some of these guys.
Oh, God.
Other people, I was DMs. I'm like, "Do you think Jesus first?
Oh boy,
is this what Jesus taught you?"
Oh boy.
And nothing. I mean, you're not gonna. No one's gonna write and be like, you really made me change
You know
my
what?
mind."
You're right. I shouldn't say fuck off.
No, they just reacted even angrier, and then I blocked them. But yeah, it's fucking crazy, man. Absolutely nuts.
Yeah. I've learned from my good buddy Greg. Greg.
Yeah.
He's like the gnarlier, because he was a SWAT captain and he went into some gnarly situations, and he goes, the gnarlier people get, the calmer you get, and it totally diffuses, or they can't even be around you because they're so amped up they got to get out of the situation because they're not.
Yeah, I feel like a few of these people that I went at, I probably 5 to 10 people I DM'd or commented on a photo of their family, behind a Christmas tree, and the vile things that they said to me, and I would just be like, hey man,
love you.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
Blow him a kiss.
I didn't say that, but I'm like, yeah. Do you think this is good for Jesus? Do you think your daughter would appreciate you calling this? Is this how you raise your family for someone who has a different opinion than you? And none of that went well either.
Jesus. We just ride dirt bikes and just hang out. It's all just ELE.
Yeah. So I mean, listen, and again, I'm on the air right now. If any one of these people that leave these comments or any of these fucking nutball media jerk offs, I'm on the air. I'm live. You can call in. Like if you're so tough and you're so passionate, I'm easy to get a hold of. I'm on the air every Monday night.
Right.
Give me a call. Phone hasn't rung. So.
Have they rung, Tallon?
No. All right. Is that it for voicemails?
There's 26 seconds left.
No,
but I
we're
feel
good.
like we're done.
Yeah. Motorsport.com. Tweet at Tallon. Let's do this. Love this guy's Motorsport. No, that's my mom.
That was crisp.
It's the motorsport.com. Tweets at Tallon. It's like loud.
I told him to put his volume up for the voicemails, and then he didn't.
He has a lot of sexual.
It's already at
pent-up
100%.
So you never raise it for the voicemails?
No, it's at 100% always.
Okay.
He's at 100.
It was already at 100.
I'm at 100 every day.
Listen to the new dad. Oh, I got all the answers.
I held a baby.
I'm a dad. I got all the answers.
You didn't hold the baby. You fucking hate babies.
Oh, fuck. Here we go.
You fucking hate babies.
Fuck you, you're fired.
Keefer.
wow.
Yeah.
Percentage pie for little Keef having a solid Loretta lens. Troll training, you helping, or his bike setup?
Ooh. Good percentage pie. Okay.
Yeah, 100%.
Whoo. Should I do the waffle and do JT in 33, 33, 33?
Sure.
No.
I mean, his bike setup kind of falls under your category.
Yeah, so
anyways.
bike setup 30%. We did a little work. We didn't do much. 30% troll training, 40% me.
Should we call Travis back?
No, I mean, I worked with Aiden a lot. Me and him did a lot of work, and it worked for him. It didn't work for me. So, fuck, that's the goal anyway.
You paid for his ass to get there, so.
Yeah, exactly. So, I feel tired.
Did you spend more on Airbnb
No,
or
less.
more on the motorhome?
Less.
Yeah.
The Airbnb for people that...
You rented a motorhome last year, right?
Yes, so that was $5,000 for the motorhome for the week or 10 days or whatever it was. And the Airbnb was $3,500.
Okay.
So,
and
the
like,
Airbnb...
What did you like better?
Oh, my God, the Airbnb.
Just getting away from the track?
It's like going home. So, like, every day, it's like going to work, right? You go to the track every day. But, like, for me, you get to reset. We had a bed. We can go fishing in the backyard. We were on the lake.
Yeah.
Like, we had coffee on the porch. Like, if we didn't have to be there till 10 a.m. or 11 for the moto, we wouldn't leave.
But your van was parked, or you had to find a new parking spot?
I drove
every
back
day?
and forth with the van.
Oh.
And I just drive right into our spot every day.
Oh, no one would take your spot? Or what?
No, because I was right next to Munn and Racing, and shout out to the Munn Racing guys because we mooched off their fucking power washer all week.
Yeah, okay.
And, yeah.
So, yeah, you like that part. Yeah.
Oh, it was way more refreshing. Like, I would have been worse if I would have stayed at the track.
Right.
So.
Spo Sean, what is the ceiling for Benny and Colt on beta? What is considered a successful year?
Oh, man. Well, you tell us, beta guy.
I think Colt could be 5 to 10 again.
Are they getting any factory help? I don't think this is all Beta USA. I don't think this is Beta Europe like Ben Watson stuff. Like I think
no.
So I worry about that.
Yeah.
It's just Beta USA trying to figure things out.
At some point, Colt must have ridden this bike before he signed, I would assume. Yes?
I listened to the Swap Moto interview with Colt, and it sounds like Colt actually rode the bike before he signed. I don't think Benny did.
Yeah, Benny said on the show he didn't. Benny was offered a 2-year deal.
I'm in.
I think they're able to like talk to Beta Italy, but I don't think they're like getting a whole ton of support, but they're getting pushed in the right direction.
Colt's not stupid. He's been hurt before. He wouldn't sign a deal, I don't think, if he thought it wasn't good enough for him to race or safe.
Yeah.
This is what I think about as a test guy and a new bike. Is it safe enough to do what those guys do at a supercross track for 17 rounds? Like, holy hell, man.
Yeah.
So
that's a different deal.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ryan Kleindienst, Steve, gut feeling, just a yes or no. Do you think Aiden Keefer will be a future factory rider?
I don't know enough. I don't know what the B class, top 5 B class means in sort of amateur racing. I don't know.
Let me pitch my kid real quick.
Like, I think, yeah, I don't know.
Let me pitch Aiden.
Okay.
For the people out there listening. Aiden doesn't have anything lined up. I would love for Aiden to stay with Team Green, but I'm not opposed to doing something else. I think he has, and you know me, I'm a pretty real person. I think he has a lot of talent. His technique is really good. He looks good on a bike. He's very marketable. He's a good kid. And I think his trajectory is so good. Like, he only started racing when he was 13 years old.
Mm-hmm.
He's just turned 17. and he's beaten a lot of really good riders. So he hasn't had a lot of time racing. So I think, you know, he will be a little slow roll like a Levi Kitchen, but I think by the time he's 20, he's going to be really good.
All right.
But I'm also not going to be the parent that's going to fund this shit until 21.
Can we get him in futures? Can we get him in futures?
We're doing Supercross. We already got Supercross. We're going to go to Mumford's a lot in the next month or so, and we're going to start riding. But, yeah, futures next year.
Okay.
Fresno's smoothest. A couple weeks back, it seemed like there was an opening for Cooper, Hampshire, and Sermota. None of them exactly caught fire when the opportunity presented itself. Who are you most and least disappointed in for not seizing the opportunity?
Who was it? What was it? The rundown of riders?
Cooper, Shimoda, Hampshire.
Hampshire is Hampshire. He's just doing what he's doing. I think Shimoda, because Shimoda ended last year on a roll.
Yeah.
And he was really supposed to be a championship guy, and he's won a moto. That's it this year, I think. You know, not won an overall. Did he win a moto?
I thought he won an overall. He won an overall.
This year?
Yeah.
What did Shimoda win?
I don't remember what race, but he did win overall.
Why am I not blanking? Why am I blanking on
I don't
that?
know. But yeah,
It was right the first week after he went and stayed with Nick.
Yeah, he won the overall because.
I'm sorry, Southwick. He won
Southwick.
Southwick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, my bad. All right, okay.
Last one from Not Alexander 13. Keefer, what is your opinion on the Yamaha EPS system, and is this technology that will make its way onto production bikes?
I have no opinion on it because I have no idea what it does. I've never ridden with it. I haven't even seen it up close. Only saw it through pictures and video and things like that. So
okay,
I have no opinion.
All right.
No, that's horrible. There you go. Turn that thing down.
That's me. I should have turned it down.
That's what I was saying
That's
earlier.
why it was loud. It was
Oh,
me.
yeah.
I'm sorry, everybody, for your stereo right now. All right. Good show tonight.
Wow, we charged at 10:30.
I know. I apologize. Well, you got anywhere to be in the morning?
Yeah.
Oh.
As usual.
Okay.
That's why I'm tired.
Max Vohland, Austin Forkner, Kevin Windam, Jay Wilson, Travis Preston. Best interview tonight.
I want to say Jay Wilson, but the quality was ass.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to say Windham.
All right, Marks?
Yeah, Windham.
Wolfie?
I mean, I want to say Windham, but Preston making fun of Keefer, I guess.
Yeah, that was good.
That was a close second.
That's a good time.
That was good. Yeah, that was really good.
Way to go, Blue Crew, hiring a guy like that.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right, sounds good. Again, Millville Ride Day coming up. PulpMX. Ride Day at PulpMX.com.
Yeah, what's the date again?
October 14th and 15th.
Hey, when are we cutting that off?
I got to do this thing.
When do you think people should know?
I mean, you
Right
should probably
now.
be giving people probably a month of notice.
A month? Okay,
right?
so we will do the first show after the opening round of SMX. So September 10th-ish.
Okay.
We will do it then.
What are you talking
We'll
about?
cut it off.
We'll pick our people. And you got to get your list of people to me.
Yes. We got our guy that's taking our bikes. You saw that, right?
Yeah, is that happening?
We got the email.
Okay. So we got a guy taking our bikes.
Yep.
We're flying out. I already got my flight.
I didn't get that. You know
Yeah,
me.
I know that.
I won't get
Yeah,
that
I
till
know that.
a week before.
So ride day at PulpMX.com. Saturday, 150 people. That's it. Sunday, open to everybody. There will be a gate fee for everybody, by the way. You got
Even the invitations are gate fee?
Yeah, even the invitations are gate fee.
Okay.
But it's going to be cheap.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, $20, like whatever.
And it's going to be
I feel like we can charge you $20 and you're
Oh,
fine.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That's cheap.
Right, exactly. And so there'll be vending, Namira and EVS and Fly.
It'll be like snack trucks?
Yep, there'll be snack trucks.
Okay, good.
Gonna be a live pulp show one night.
Oh, we're doing a live show?
Yeah, we're gonna
Nice.
figure that
It's
out.
gonna be fun.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
Can we
time.
stay with Alex at the track? What are we doing?
I don't know about that. Yeah.
I just want to stay.
Yeah, I don't
want
know.
to stay at the track.
I don't know what we're
That's
gonna.
what I want.
Okay.
Anybody camping there has an extra space for me. I want to sleep with you.
Holy shit!
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
I'm clipping that for sure.
I do not want to stay with you, any of you strangers. So I'm
I
out.
do. I want to hang out with all the strangers.
I know you do. Yeah.
'Cause I love America.
And babies.
I love babies at America.
Right. So yeah, we're gonna have that fun of that. Keefer's gonna be there. Is Aiden coming?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Why
Okay.
not?
I think Phil's coming. I think
Alex is coming.
Alex will be there. I think Wilbur wants to go.
Yeah.
Starling said he wants to go. Osborne said he wants to go.
Yeah.
So should be fun times.
It's
Yeah.
gonna be great.
Millville Ride Day.
You're gonna have a lot of FXR guys there. You're in Minnesota.
I am limiting the FXR crew.
Nope.
Yep.
Okay, if you're not wearing
Yep.
FXR, wear FTA. He didn't say FTA.
No. I'm just saying the entries are limited. So we're not, Milt gets in.
God, it's gonna be out of the 150, it's going to be 100 FXR dudes.
I don't care. That's fine. FXR supports the Privateer Island show. But I'm saying, like, we're capping this thing.
150.
So, yeah.
And I get 10 free. I get 10 guys.
I don't know if you get 10.
No, you told me 10. You
Did
told
I?
Don't
I
take
said-
that back. You said 10.
Okay.
You gave me 10.
Including you and Aiden. So now
No.
No.
Mandarin out.
All right, everybody. Thanks for listening. Thanks for sticking with us, man. I know it's 2 weeks off, and we're back now. We got next week, Foz from Ethica and A-Ray in studio.
That'll be fun.
Yeah, and then a week after that, Kellen Brower will be in. That'll be a Tuesday show. Did I tell you guys that?
Thanks for the notice.
Did I tell you that?
Yeah, you did.
I
It's
did.
Labor Day.
Tuesday show
Can
because
Foz bring some shirts?
I'm coming back from Vet Dien. So, and you will call in on the Tuesday. Yes, you will.
Nope.
Yes, you will.
I am not available.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
You'll be back in America.
I'm not available, though.
Bullshit. You're calling in. We got to recap the Vet Destinations. So, yeah, lots to get into. Use the codes. Save some money with all the sponsors of the PulpMX show. Kris Keefer, thank you, buddy.
Thank you. It's
Thanks
fun.
for sticking around this late. Appreciate it.
Love this guy
We had a lot
right
to talk about. Marks, thank you.
Thank you.
Tallon, I look forward to you getting on that return of mine at motorsport.com.
Good looking baby.
Good
Thank
to
you.
see. Good to see your chick.
Pookie said it looks just like me, so of course she's cute.
Easy. That's
Good to see your chick.
Yeah, she looks good for having a
Yeah,
kid.
she's rebounded right in there.
Hey, are you going to do anything to yourself? And have you done anything to yourself since you had the kid?
Like, what are we talking about?
You beat off?
I wish my freaking audio was plugged in right now. Gosh damn it.
See, I snuck it in there on you, Marks.
Dude,
Hey,
I've
man,
had
you
it
beating off?
unplugged. Yeah, I've had it unplugged and I keep
Does
getting
she
drops.
she helped you along with anything, or just on you?
She has not helped at all.
Okay. Then we can wrap the show up now. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks to Pookie, Swisscore, Marks, Roto also for all the help with this. And PulpMX show presented by motorsport.com. Decal Works Fly Racing. See you next week.
You suck, Matthew.
There's something I want to get off my chest. And it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine. And I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.
Sword inside your flame, how it burns to play in your games.